we doing NA East? Today is your day, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the best in Guild Talandre NA East, the moment that a lot of us have been waiting for. We have same shirt. I know we're kind of twinning, okay? We're kind of twinning today.
Good,
I made sure that we were matching. I am Blue Squadron, your host, joined by my co-caster today, who almost needs no introduction, but I will do so for him, Morlin TV. Can we get a shout out in the chat for Morlin? Morlin, you want to introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, long time MMO enjoyer. Been streaming Throne pretty much since launch, since KR Hyper Boost, and excited to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. He streams on Twitch. He makes YouTube videos. He does all kinds of stuff, guys. He's been doing it longer than I have, for sure. He's a legend in the industry. What guild are you in now, Morlin? Why don't you tell them all?
I am in Supple these days.
Right on. So do you think that Supple's going to win the tournament?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, I was just seeing like low-key to see if you were going to... They're going to kick him right here. It's no problem. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have a lot of great matches today. In fact, we have more matches than we have in any other tournament because it is a double elimination format. Talk a little bit about the format of the tournament overall. Double elim tournament. The first few rounds, all the way up, there's a best of three third place match and a best of three grand finals. The entire tournament is double elim overall. So when a team gets knocked to the lower bracket, you will see them again. They are not quite out of the tournament yet. That's really cool. Excellent on that front. We have more teams than have ever participated in the Best in Guild tournament for NA East. The first time I ran this, I believe for T1, we had, I think, 27 or 26 teams. This time we have 44 teams, I believe, which is an incredible turnout for this scene just for NA East. Absolutely incredible. Our first match of the day, interestingly enough, because it is already set up, we have Tengu versus Toxic. And in the spirit of good PvP, Tengu cannot bring quite their full roster today, sadly. Unfortunately, we're not able to meet their full roster, but Toxic said that they would meet them. Normally, this is a 48 v 48 tournament, so both guilds have 48 players on both sides, but Tengu couldn't fill a full roster, so Toxic actually agreed to even the score. It is a 12 v 12 match in round one. Toxic intentionally sitting some guild members there. Let's introduce some of the guilds here. Tengu on Snowburn, allied with Remedy and Eclipse. They believe they're the second strongest in their alliance. Fourth strongest, or maybe fifth strongest on the server overall. There are only 3 guilds there, but they are very strong ones. 0 Siege wins so far. The prediction for the tournament was top 30. It's gonna be a little tough to pull that off at this point. And then for chat PvP, they said, what's your favorite Hot Pocket? Marlon, what is your favorite Hot Pocket?
Man, I don't eat Hot Pockets. I'm pure carnivore. No bread, none of that.
There's meat in there. There's meat in Hot Pockets. Okay, I'll let you introduce Toxic.
I mean, yeah, these two guilds, when it comes to a 12 versus 12, even if we did have experience fighting them in war games or watching them or Siege or anything like that, it's kind of out the window. When it comes to the top 12 players, even a smaller guild, you don't really know what to expect. So I think it's going to be interesting either way.
Yeah, Toxic is in an alliance by themselves, interestingly enough. And when I asked them, hey, are you the strongest alliance on their server? They said, Keck W as a lone guild. Because it's, I mean, Morlin, you know, it's really hard to be a standalone guild in Throne and Liberty. You really kind of got to be in an alliance if you're going to be super competitive there. Despite all of this, though, they have won 2 sieges. And their prediction was to... Oh, yep. Yeah, they have said they would like to kick some booty respectfully, of course, in the chat PvP section. Yeah, I assume that they won sieges when they were previously allied with people in the past here. But honestly, since we're already ready to go, we're going to go ahead and kick it over to the pick ban portion already on this one. So we'll talk a little bit about this, guys. Just so you know, there's a pick ban for every match. The guilds are brought into Discord voice with each other. There is a coin toss done. Whoever wins the coin toss gets to choose pick or ban. We had several guilds yesterday choose ban for EU, so you just never know, but you give them the choice. Whichever guild chooses ban, the other one gets picked, etc. In this particular case, it looks like Tengu won the coin toss, chose to ban. They get 4 bans when they ban. Tengu gets to pick the map. In this case, they banned Dwagon, Pacolo, Manticus, and Leviathan. The choice, and this is the first time seeing this map in this tournament so far across NA East, or NA West, EU, and NA East, we're going to Grand Alon, Moreland, which is, it can be a one-sided map.
Yeah, it can be, especially when there's 48 people involved. But again, in a 12v12, I think that the landscape changes a little bit. So, I mean, I'm not sure how this is going to play out.
Yeah, honestly true, because in a full 48v48, there's a lot of choke points that you can control, and it's in a really, really tight space overall. But in a 12v12, it's much more, this is like a small scale skirmish almost between 2 statics. I'm sure that Toxic is putting forth their best statics here, so we'll be able to lock in on which people exactly are overperforming overall. Will be boots on the ground basically the whole time. This will be kind of a different look overall for everyone, so very interested to see how this plays out. We have not done a 12v12 before. As I give the go for match start for match number 1 of the day. Remember, this is not typical, guys. Normally we see 48 versus 48. We also normally don't see Grand Alon, but it is a map that I think we saw a lot in the T1 tournament for NA East the last time we did this. Moreland, did you happen to participate in that tournament at all?
No, I did not. That was right when my previous guild was imploding, so it was bad timing.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, there was some tree chopping going on in his previous guild, but we won't get into all that. We won't get into all that. We are on live on Grand Alon for the first match of today. I don't see anyone quite at the stone yet. I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's go check the spawn over on this side. No, they're still up on the platform. They have not spawned in quite yet. There's our yellow team. That is Toxic in the yellow and Tengu in the red for this match, and they are running over to the Riftstone to start things off here. Only 12 members, so honestly, you gotta give mad props to both guilds for being willing, especially to Toxic, for being willing to match the numbers on both sides here, Moreland.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the participation overall in NA East has been crazy, but even if, you know, a guild is not able to field the full amount, just the fact that they want to participate and they're willing to show up and give it a shot. I mean, they didn't know that these numbers were going to be matched ahead of time, and they just kind of threw their hat in anyways, so you got to respect it.
Yeah, you absolutely do need to respect it. We still have not quite seen Tengu spawn in yet, so we have not seen them run over towards Toxic. Remember, guys, for NA East, the match times have been down, basically moved down to 15-minute matches with 5 minutes of prep. So you can see on the right side of your screen, guys, you see 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. It's still a 20-minute total match, like you would see for a normal Riftstone, because there's 5 minutes of prep and then 15 minutes of playtime. But because we have so many matches to get through for the day, we have to lower it by about 5 minutes. Normally we have 25 minutes. Here we go. The first engaged Tengu coming up towards this choke point right now, pulling in Krunks on this side. I'm not sure how many Cordies we actually have here, but that's Toxic looking really good. Good kill feed. Paladin dives in way too deep right there. Classic tank syndrome where you dive in and you're like, well, team just couldn't help me. Nothing I could do. I listened to calls. What is going to happen? And look at Toxic basically just find and destroy every single member of Tengu here, Moreland.
Yeah, a little bit of a timid push there from Red. I think they probably could have taken up a little bit more space in the platform. It seemed like a couple of them went in and then maybe didn't have their buffs or didn't really have their healers ready and kind of just got picked off one by one there in sequence as they fell back towards the grass.
Yeah, a little bit rough. If we look at the leaderboards, oh God, just Toxic looking really good here. Basically across the board. Tengu coming in at number 13, ironically enough, because there's only 12 Toxic members. Never mind, Moisu's down here. Looks like the Great Crusader on damage dealt. Go ahead and kick him from the guild. He's done. Damage taken so far, looking pretty good for Tengu at least there. 1.7 million healed for a Yin Yumi. Tengu's healer is actually doing a solid job too, but they had a lot more work to do in that regard on that first push right there. We can see Lethal Island already doing his calisthenics here as we look over at everybody. It looks like, oh my god, they're laying down. They're like, okay, well, I thought we were gonna fight here. That's fine though. It's okay. We're off to a little bit of a banger at the start right now. Tengu off to a rocky start. We're like, okay, here we go for sure this time. They're gonna try to come in from multiple angles, it looks like this time, but they are not all in position. Those focus fireballs are doing so much damage. Hanzo jumps in. That's the GM of Tengu right there doing his best, but gets immediately blown up by a staff because Moreland staffs do so much to tanks.
That was really fast. I don't know if they're properly buffing before going in here, especially in a 12v12 scenario. You don't expect someone to just disintegrate like that. There was no Cordy spin or anything. So we really want to see some blood devos or, you know, something go out before a push like that so that just instant kill doesn't go through.
Yeah, Larkseen is actually a Cordy user, believe it or not. Again, with the format of the tournament, there are rules. Only 2 Cordy crossbows allowed per team in the tournament. This time, Toxic only has 1. Tengu doesn't have any, but Toxic doing their best with their 1 Cordy crossbow. But honestly, he's not getting too much of an opportunity, but he's still at the top of the leaderboards regardless. So definitely pre-buffing properly there. Tengu put on a good show. I'll be honest with you. There is something to be said for a guild that is willing to come out and they know, hey, you know, we don't have very many people, but you know what? We're willing to fight the good fight. I love that kind of sporting PvP mentality because you don't have a PvP scene without guilds like that willing to just show up and just bang out with the homies on this one. This looks like the Boonstone opens up. Cooks goes ahead and interacts with it, and it does look like 100% Toxic is going to be on top at the start of this one. Only 14.5 minutes to go as Tengu spawns in for round 3. Right now, they're about to head right back in. MiHoYo tries to interrupt right away, pulls them forward, honestly almost doing him a favor on this one. But look at those Toxic members wrapping around, getting in on the back line. Big Cordy spin, but doesn't really catch anything. It was wasn't a big Cordy spin, it was a normal Cordy spin, Moreland.
Yeah, the Cordy spin caught maybe 1 or 2 people there, but actually this time they're doing a lot better of a job taking up space. We can see Red is actually staying alive in the middle. It's going back and forth. Instead of just getting disintegrated this time, Hanzo was able to pull a few away and allow his team members to get in and take up some space in that platform. They're still struggling when it comes to that direct 12v12, but a much, much better push. They were able to stay alive about 10 times longer on that one, and now it looks like they can just kind of zombie in. If they can get some momentum here, and if they can spread out and just hold some space on that platform, even if it's just for 15 seconds, that could be enough to give their zombies time to hit that spawn and come back in. I mean, that spawn is only 10 seconds away practically.
Yeah, and we have these staff users on the back line here. You see this bow staff. Enazen, this guy is pumping damage into the frontline tanks. That is why you're seeing Tengu struggle this much in the match here, is that, again, staffs just absolutely bust down tanks. Those are the people that basically have to kill frontliners in the current metagame because very few other people can really do a crazy amount of damage. You see Pompurin not taking it too seriously. He's jumping around with his goat here, and honestly, it looks like they might be just letting them have at least a little bit of control of it. They might try to interact. Tengu takes control of the stone. We'll see if Toxic has to struggle to kind of get in on the stone here. Yeah, they're going to let them try to capture it at least. And now I believe Toxic will probably run forward. There's Yams moving forward right there, getting ready with Toxic. They might try to go in from all different sides. What an interesting push we might see here. Yeah, there's the MiHoYo and Addict are already in the front line, already in the middle of everything. The stealth daggers.
There's that Cordy coming in from the back.
Oh boy, Cordy onto the back line for everyone right now, just spinning around, and Toxic cleans it right up. And I'll be honest with you, this is Supple's opponent in the next round potentially here. It does look like Toxic looks really good in this one, Moreland. How good are you worried at all
about Toxic?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think we've seen quite enough here to start getting worried yet.
Be honest, come on, be honest with it for a second, bro.
Look, I mean, these quarter spins that I'm seeing, he's only got 12 targets to pick from, right? But you could hit more than 1 or 2 people.
Yeah, tell me, Moreland, we were seeing NA West was using a whole lot of tornadoes on their bow users. We did see a couple on EU as well. I'm curious what yourself and potentially Supple won the last T1 Best in Guild tournament as well, guys. So their opinion is relevant here. What do you guys think, and what do you think about having Tornado equipped on bow users like this?
I mean, Tornado, it definitely has its uses. The problem is you have to be disciplined with it. You have to trust that your bows actually know the right time to use it, where it's going to give you value and not ruin a push. The other thing is that bows, just with how much collision resistance people are running in tier 2, you're going to have a lot fewer targets in terms of how many people you actually can lift up in the air. I mean, everyone, tanks, healers, even DPS to some degree, are running collision resistance now. And as a bow, you're just not going to be hitting those super high collision chance numbers like you can on a tank. And so I don't think Tornado is quite as free as it was in T1, where you could just throw it out and hit just about everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much agree with you. After Cordy came out, oh my goodness, Toxic jumps right in on this engagement right here. They're frontline, and this is what happens, and I'm sure you've seen this a lot in large-scale PvP in general. It's very snowbally. Even in small-scale, especially in small-scale PvP, you kill those first few members, you win those first few engagements, and then you just become so overconfident and actually hurts the other team's ability to really try to get involved and run back to the fight. But man, they are strapping their industrial-grade helmets on and coming right back to this one. You got to give Hanzo credit with his boys here. They basically just spawn right back in. They're like, screw it, we go again. And again, I love that mentality. That is exactly the mentality you need to succeed as a successful PvP scene. Hanzo actually coming in on the flank, but gets locked down immediately by MiHoYo right now, getting blasted down at range by those staffs. Over here, Lethal Island hits him on the backside of the fight as well, and they get cleaned up on that side of the grapple. And this is why Grand Alon, if we want to talk about this match for a second, we can talk about the overall map. This map is actually extremely difficult to push through these chokes. Whichever guild is postured on the Riftstone proper has a much greater advantage. Now, you can enter through all of these various chokes at the same time, maybe take the grapple at the same time, but Moreland, it's kind of hard to push in once a guild has locked down these small chokes.
It is. It is hard to push in, because even if you get a good push or a good spin or whatever, you have these columns too that provide really easy line of sight. If you do get in any kind of danger as a defender, there's lots of little corners you can kind of just peek around, get yourself healthy again, and then come back. And so it's very easy to hold and maintain the space here. It's going to make it difficult to push in, especially in a 12v12 scenario. Like you said, it is very snowbally. If you're pushing with 12 people and you lose 2 or 3 people, the fight is kind of over at that point. I mean, that's, you know, a quarter of your people that you can lose very quickly. So that is definitely going to snowball. I think that in this situation, though, the fight is small enough that the attackers, the red team here, could actually use those pillars to their advantage as well. I think we saw that a little bit on that last push, where if they come in and start taking space, because yellow doesn't have this entire platform locked down, maybe as the attackers, they should be using more line of sight to kind of stabilize and recover after yellow blows all their cooldowns.
Yeah. I'm actually curious what you think about. I'm locked on to iAddict. I agree with what you said there. I'm locked on to iAddict right now, and I noticed he's a great sword dagger user, and I believe that you at least used to be a great sword dagger user yourself. How do you feel like great sword dagger stacks up in a 48v48, and then how do you think that dynamic changes in the 12v12 format that we're seeing here?
Well, I think in 12v12 it can be devastating. I mean, Greatsword Dagger has always kind of been the smaller the fight, the better. 48v48 is about the biggest group where I think it's still high impact. Usually in situations like Siege or Arc Boss, it's not really bringing a whole lot to the table. But in these smaller fights, Greatsword Dagger I think is still very, very strong. It can be very good at just being a kill squad, at assassinating, you know, enemy crossbows or staff players, just high value DPS players. Can also be very good at spawn camping or just catching people that are coming back, especially if people are trickling back from the respawn one at a time. And Greatsword Dagger is about as good as it gets for isolating and just blowing up those targets as they try to come back with half health.
Yeah, I completely agree. And again, we're seeing these staff targets. Now they're at the top of the damage leaderboards. And that's what I was trying to point out before, is that's exactly what you should see in a small scale and even large scale format like this. If a staff is playing correctly, you're going to see them doing a lot of DPS. Maybe not getting the highest kills necessarily, but doing a lot of DPS because they're the ones focusing down those really tanky sponges that are on the front line here. So Snoop out in front of DPS for his team here. Toxic putting on quite a show, but I gotta say, again, it's the resilience of Tengu. You love to see that. And again, neither team taking themselves too seriously in the first match of the day. Always good to start off with a little bit of a warm-up round, a bit of a practice one for NAE, since there are so many matches for the day. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. It does look like Toxic is probably going to take it home. Tengu regrouping right now, starting to run around. Their front line is a little far out and run. Kilo doing what he can, but again, immediately gets jumped on right there. And now it's Otis B. Driftwood. That is a crazy name. Doing what he can on the back line here. And this is an SNS staff. Okay, be honest. Does Supple have any SNS staffs?
Blue, I'm not supposed to talk about this publicly, but there are some secret strats that we plan on unveiling at the last moment. We've been keeping it pretty tight to the chest, so I don't know if I can bring it up yet, but I mean, SNS staff, all I'm saying.
No, he's low-key trying to get everybody to play. Finals. He is low-key trying to get everybody to play. Guys, SNS staff is busted. You heard it here first. 100%. You are an expert troll. Never forget that this is the man that literally got everybody to pre-order chicken feed on the marketplace of BDO because it might or may not be used in the Mysteries of Summer event. You lying son of a gun. You. I remember.
Paid off. They released the chicken food, which wasn't part of my plan, but no, coincidentally, people did make a lot of money from that, so I'll take credit.
Yeah, okay. Oh boy, Toxic coming right out and engaging on top of them. Oracle's gonna go down almost immediately. He's trying to heal himself. He's like, I'm just the healer. They're like, we know. Supple doing what he can as well on the back line here as a staff dagger. It's very difficult to perform when your healer is down. Your tanks go down as quickly as they are. Supple doing what he can to try to 1vx this situation, but he is just eventually going to go down. So is Driftwood over there as well. And Toxic really putting on a clinic in the 12v12. I'm actually very excited to see them potentially fight Supple. Let's talk about seeding for the tournament, Morland, because you haven't always been in Supple. How do you feel the seeds for the tournament work out? How do you feel like the strength-wise guilds are sitting in NA East right now? Obviously, you think that Supple is the strongest. That's a little bit biased, but let's be honest, they won the last tournament, so fair tick. Who are you most worried about in the tournament?
Oh man, honestly, there are quite a few strong NA East guilds now. Things are not nearly as one-sided as they were in the past. The guilds that really come to mind, I would say Exodus, Tyr, TC Hydra, even some guilds on other servers besides Ivory, such as Dwagon and Velocity. We did some war games against them, and they were very strong. So I think that there's, I could list off easily 6, 8, 10 different guilds that I think have a solid chance of getting into the finals.
Right on. Well, you're going to meet Tyr. Honestly, every step of the tournament's going to be harder for you guys. But I am expecting you guys to come back and try to defend that title over there. A lot of people think that Supple's got a big ego, but here's the deal. You can have a big ego when you the best. That's just how it is. You know what I mean? You just got to bust it out and try to prove it. Right now, I'll be honest with you, though. Toxic looking like a very promising guild. If this is what 12 members of Toxic can do, I actually am curious, even if they do go up against Supple and go down, they would have a chance in the losers bracket as well. And this is looking really good. Their movement, their coordination as a two-party squad. I would love to see a 12v12 game mode in Throne and Liberty. Is that something... Morland, would you do 12v12 if they had it in TNA?
Yeah, absolutely. I think 12v12 or 18v18 would both work really, really well in this game. If we ever do get queuable battlegrounds, that's the format for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it would be super, super sick. Right now, this is the only time you're ever going to see a 12v12, really. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Tengu doing what they can to try to back up, doing what they can to try to kite back, but Madpool just on that staff dagger, just the only man left alive. Oracle now is going to go down as well. Toxic finally ends up cleaning up the rest of those members there. And Tengu struggling with a little bit of a regroup here. But again, the resiliency you see come out for those
we have a
guilds. Look at
sneaky
that.
back cap going in.
Oh my God, Paladin.
He almost got it. I almost got it.
You cockroach, you. Tengu. Look at that. They snuck a man through the other spawn, guys, and they knew Toxic would come off the spawn and try to attack them over there. They drew them really far away from the spawn and then sent one man to go to try to cap the point, and he actually almost got it on that one, which is pretty funny to see. But sadly for them, Toxic did notice it, got back in time, and now they're all just standing on the point. They're like, okay, don't leave. There's a minute and 40 left.
They might be a little bit more careful about not overextending and pushing those respawns, because that cap was at about 90+%. So that was a little bit close there.
No way.
Yeah, overall
that they moved in with
Toxic is doing
crabs.
a great job.
No way they just came. Sorry, Marlon. They came. They're literally running. There's nothing to see here. Just a couple of crabs walking through some PvE mobs. Oh, run. Go, 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 go. Bro,
you never know. There could be
through.
crabs on this map. I haven't checked. That could be legit.
Oh my gosh, bro. I'll be honest with you. That is actually a legitimate strategy that people use in open world PvP all the time. They go into morph like that, and it's very difficult to tell if they're actually a morph or if they're actually a player. It's pretty funny. And I see people do it all the time to disguise themselves. So Tengu going for one more regroup, 50 seconds on the clock. Here's the sea crabs right here. Moving on in to try to fight this one. Ooh. My goodness, they're just getting run down. Driftwood gets blasted as well. Down goes Tengu for the last time, and I think that they showed some serious spunk here. Good on them for coming out to the tournament. You love to see guilds, even if they might be on the weaker side, even if they know that they don't have a chance of winning the prize pool or what have you. It's always good for the whole community to have guilds that are willing to come out, fight the good fight, try to get better as a guild, and participate in events like this. That's what makes events like this great. W Tengu in that regard. But Toxic will end up moving on in the tournament. The leaderboards, to no one's surprise, is a little Toxic heavy on this one. Honestly, I could sort by guild almost here. Top defeats is Enazen, and again, that was the guy I locked in on before. You got him running the staff bow. That's the first time in the tournament we've seen a staff bow actually at the top of the damage dealt, probably because it is small scale. In this case, 95 assists on Yin Yumi. That is one of the healers on the side of Toxic right there. Damage dealt, Enazen again, Snoop, and then Addict right there. Damage taken. Dr. Doom at the top of that one, 869k. Oracle at 734k on that healer. And then it looks like Staff Greatsword at 627,000 total amount healed. Honestly, 16.8k healed in a match like this is actually pretty impressive for a healer, Marlon.
Yeah, and I mean, 95 assists, 50 kills in a 12v12 is not bad. There was definitely a lot of aggression from Toxic there. They did a good job of going back and forth between the objective and the respawn, but still keeping everything pretty close together. They didn't overly clump. They didn't overly spread out. I think you were right earlier. Their movement was really good. They played as a team. If one of their staffs got hunted, they quickly backed them up, make sure they weren't in any real danger, and they just moved as a good two static that entire time.
Yeah, absolutely. So good fights to both guilds. Really appreciate you guys coming out. W Toxic for matching the numbers there, because that could have been a little bit rougher for them, but Tengu, a W showing right there to even come out and participate in the tournament. We really appreciate them. We'll go ahead and look forward to our next match of the day, which is going to be Lords of the Dead versus I'll introduce Lords of the Dead. You introduce Lords of the Dead, hailing from the Adrenaline server. They're rank 1 in their alliance overall with Unhinged, Royal Mafia, and Mutiny. They think they're rank 4 on the server overall, but they've won 4 sieges in the past, which is pretty impressive, and they've been with some strong guilds in the past as well, I know. And they said for chat PvP, they just wanted to give a little info on their guild. They said, we've been a long-standing community in MMOs for 30 years. I mean, Moreland, I'm only 32. These boys, and girls are old. These are oldish.
Blue, I don't know if I should admit this, but I actually played against LOTD in Ultima Online more than 25 years ago. So I don't know how many of those guys are still around, but that is a guild name that I recognize literally from the 90s.
from the 90s when I was born is literally crazy. I don't think it's a different guild. I think it's the same guild. They've been around for 30 years. On the other side, a part of the Stellarite Alliance, Stellarite server, they're in an alliance by themselves again, just like Toxic. They don't know how strong they are on the server because they're not in an alliance. Zero Siege is one, and they said top 50% would be great. Honestly, on paper, Morlin, who do you think you're handed it to?
I mean, top 50% would be great. I can't tell if that is genuine humility or if that is downplaying. I think that it could go either way here. I feel like just because I know LOTD for so long, I kind of got to lean a little bit more in that direction. But that somewhat overly humble prediction by does have me thinking maybe they've got a little bit more up their sleeve than they're letting on.
Yeah, we have such an interesting pick ban. I'll let you say it. I normally hog it. I'll let you go through pick ban with these guys, but this actually kind of pog.
So it looks like won the toss, and they banned Malakar, Azrael, Talus, and Kawazan. And the pick was... Oh no, they chose the map, and they chose to pick Pakilo.
Yeah,
what do you think about that?
So for the first time, we are going to see Pakilo on this one. I know you have some experience with this particular map. A lot of guilds, they're a little bit nervous going into this kind of thing. Cordy users, actually has 2 Cordy crossbows, and on the opposing side here, we don't have any. So it is 2 Cordys versus none, but we've seen, again, in the EU tournament, we saw the no Cordy team win at least one time before. So Cordy does not mean everything. Cordys are only as good as your team can permit you to be.
Yeah, Cordys are not everything. You definitely have to play them correctly, especially in a situation like this when you've only got 2. If the enemy team starts to figure out who those 2 Cordys are and plays around it, it is something that can be dealt with. On a map like this, it's going to be interesting. Having 2 Cordys on one team and 0 on the other is going to be a significant disadvantage, but maybe they can, skull those Cordys and start paying attention to them and prevent them from snowballing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very interested to see if they're going to be able to make anything happen. We are into the live match now. This is the first time that we have actually seen this map chosen in this tournament. And it looks like Lords of the Dead are first ones to the point, or actually, no. It's gonna be first to the point, but no, Lords of the Dead is up there. They're all caught in a choke, Morlin. That's a little rough. Catches them on the low ground. A huge concave right there, and not all of Lord of the Dead was really ready, set, and ready to go on this one. And it looks like Ruh-roh Raggy is right, Morlin.
Yeah, I mean, that is what tends to happen on this map. You do have only a few points to get in, and if you get caught on one of those chokes and you're not ready, on Pakilo, you have to be ready to go as soon as you spawn in. Everyone needs to be on the same portal. Everyone needs to be ready to buff and take that first engage. You can't just assume that the fight is going to be on the objective. You're going to have a fight on the way to that objective as well, and that's probably the most important one. Getting that first advantage and taking over this stone early is very, very important. So you've got to be ready for that first skirmish, and you've got to be ready to receive whatever the other team's bringing to you.
Yeah, I completely agree on this one. I'm locked onto one of the Cordy users here. It is Grim and Zilling. Guys, are the names to look out for the Cordy users on the side of So I'm locked onto him currently right now, and it does look like that Lords of the Dead are really struggling to get a foothold here, as I believe the term I like to use normally is called pack-manning, or is totally grouped up like the Pac-Man, and we have Lords of the Dead just trickling back to the fight. You see them trickling in kind of one at a time. They're not really pushing in as like a full ball with each other, and they're just being eaten alive kind of one at a time, Morlin. Just a little rough. I think that they need to try a different spawn angle here.
Yeah, definitely a full regroup. The thing is, in fights like this, in 48v48, because we're in a more defensive meta, these fights really get extended even if you're not winning, and so you can get kind of baited into regrouping into or re-entering into a bad fight when you should be probably pausing, pulling back, and doing a full regroup. If they continue to trickle in with half health and half buffs like this, then is just going to continue to hold them here. We can see that isn't really even bothering to back up and enter the the choke point and hold the stone. I mean, they can't capture it yet anyways, but normally at this point, if we won the first engage, we would probably hurry up the stairs and get into position. Doesn't even really feel the pressure to do that yet. So I think this would be a good opportunity for LOTD to choose a different spawn and come at a different angle, or if they're not going to do that, they at least need to do a full regroup here and actually clash into in a way that's going to make them nervous and force them to reposition.
Yeah, and we're seeing actually the first few kills now come through for Lord of the Dead as they start to get their bearings in this match. You can see the kill feed doesn't look quite as one-sided now. And this is the problem with large-scale PvP. You need to group up and engage with each other. You have got to work together. And right now, it looks like is constantly making sure that they are grouped up. You see Lumineus on this high ground up here is actually super gaming to get up on these little pillars. Every little advantage you can get, but good pull down to the low ground right there by the tanks on the side of Lords of the Dead. Not gonna let those pesky healers sit up on that high ground and get those big heals down for their allies, Marlon.
Yeah, I mean, the high ground here, there is a lot of different high ground to take, especially on the objective itself. Any high ground is going to be good because you can get those bonus stats, obviously, but on this map, there's some particularly egregious high ground that you can take if you have. You can either parkour to it, or there's some different grapples you can take. But if you can get established on this map, and if you can hold that high ground and with your tanks down below, kind of hooking people and throwing people off, then it's going to be a very difficult position to push. We can see is finally now kind of backpedaling into that choke. So this is kind of what I would have expected them to do after winning the first engage, is to kind of take these stairs here, start to move up the ramp, and think about holding the objective. It looks like LOTD has still not decided to really change their angle that much, but they are at least pushing into that choke. This would be a great opportunity if they did have Cordy spinners to just absolutely blast those stairs where is funneled. Possible that knows they don't have any Cordy spinners and therefore isn't too scared about getting caught in this choke, but normally this would be a really precarious situation to just be completely funneled onto those stairs like that. But without the threat of LOTD's Cordies, maybe they don't have to worry about it. Maybe they can ball up pretty hard and feel confident on those stairs just holding that narrow passageway. It does look like LOTD is going around the other side now, though. They're using that grapple. They're flying up, a bit of a split push now. And so the fight is up on the platform. LOTD is up on the ramp as well above. That thing can move up and down, if I recall correctly. If the lever is part of war games, then that could be really interesting, but it doesn't look like they're focusing too much.
Wait a minute now, Morlin. Look at the fight on the Riftstone. As one-sided as this has been so far, now you're seeing Lords of the Dead flip the switch. Look at how many people they have on the stone. 28 against 29, now 30. More so than sometimes here, as both percentages struggling to get off the ground initially here. Both guilds in an all-out brawl. And like you said, this platform is actually a floating platform. Believe it or not, guys, this can go up and down. If you press the lever there on your screen, that can go up and down, and it can dictate the pace of the fight. Right now, you see Lords of the Dead have high ground control up there, but our boy Crispy is trying to do the Lord's work and knock them off this high ground so that his guild can safely take control of the low ground. And that's exactly what Crispy has allowed here on this crossbow dagger. That's a perfectly played crossbow dagger. Isolate and destroy the targets that you absolutely can. Find those squishies that are trying to abuse high ground advantage, that are maybe too far from their healers to make anything happen. Beautiful play coming out for the crossbow dagger there, Marlon.
Blue, that is actually such a high impact play. It's hard to, when you're looking at it from this angle, it's hard to see how high of an impact that has. One of the biggest key points to this map is holding that platform there and allowing your range to have that high ground. They can just rain down damage right onto the objective for free. And the fact that Crispy was able to get up there and almost single-handedly clear that platform off can turn the tide of this entire fight. If LOTD was allowed to just stay up on that platform and free cast, that could be the thing that allowed them to get the advantage, but Crispy just kind of went up there and took care of it.
Yeah, he just did it again. I was locked on again to another staff trying to demonstrate how much damage you can actually get done if you're unobstructed sitting up on that high ground. And Crispy immediately noticed it. The awareness that you have to have in order to do that with, look at everything that is currently going on your screen, guys. And this is what makes large scale PvP so cool in basically any MMO is the fact that everyone has to contribute, everyone has to do their job. And you can see Crispy with the heads up awareness, not only to just get kills on the low ground, but to constantly be looking up to that high ground and to stop that advantage there. Sliz actually managing to get up here, but oh my goodness, pulled right down by a tank there, and now he's stuck on the low ground. Another beautiful play on the side of great point control so far for them, up at 28 people on the point, but Lords of the Dead are not giving up easy, Marlon. They consistently keep capping the point, which is not something weak guilds can do regularly.
Yeah, no, this is very back and forth and looking a lot more so than it was at the beginning when they were kind of caught off guard. At least now they are pushing from multiple angles. They're doing a good job of using that grappling hook to re-enter the fight without getting picked off too much on the way back. I'm not really seeing too many active kill squads or anything farming respawn, so it looks like LOTD has been able to get back and reinforce. Both teams now are using that grappling hook in their own way. Might be some value there to actually hold that grappling hook. It's kind of just free for both teams actually to just run over there and get back, and that seems to be what they're doing. We're seeing both teams kind of pour in right on the same spot. Very back and forth at the moment.
Yeah, super back and forth, but definitely, getting the early advantage. But guys, look, there's only 11 minutes left on the clock at this point, and we're only at 50% on a cap. LOTD fighting for every piece of life that they can get. I would love to see try to disrupt them taking the point at least a couple times here, instead of just letting them have it every single time. But there's almost just too much going on for the front line to constantly be paying attention to who is trying to take the point. Just trying to stay on top. And look at that, now they're not on top. We have Lords of the Dead rallying right now for their guild. They have 23 people, 24 people on the point, over 17. And if they get over 2 times as many people on the point, Marlon, the percentage starts shooting up awful quick.
Yeah, and that platform is turning more and more red. If they can hold this and if they can do something about those respawns, I really think this is going to come down to the reinforcement. The spawn portals are a little close on this one, and neither team is really doing anything to disrupt reinforcements from the other side. And as we can see, even though LOTD had a lot of foothold there, was able to just completely respawn and reinforce, and now we're back into more of a 50-50 situation when that could have been a more overwhelming win for LOTD if they can find some way to stop those reinforcements. But it's possible that they just don't have enough to dedicate a kill squad to that. Maybe they need every last person on the stone right now. It doesn't look like even over by the grapple, nobody's camping it or anything. Both guilds are just all in, 48 out of 48 on the objective. We don't see anyone up on the platform.
Yeah,
we don't see anyone on the grapple.
It's
all in the middle.
Yep, this is what happens is guilds have a strategy until you get punched in the face. On this, it's like, okay, yeah, we're gonna hold the high ground, we're gonna have this static for this and that, and then ultimately the shot caller like, we're really struggling here. Everyone get your boots on the point right now. You just need one more set of boots on the point than your opponent to start gaining more percentage. Lords of the Dead starting to climb now. We're starting to see decline in percentage. They were up at 63% before, now down to 47 and falling. Lords of the Dead has never seen 23% before, but here they are fighting for everything that they're worth. Finally, Goldfish gets up to the high ground on the side of right here, and I'm not sure that, honestly, look at the damage that he is putting down from this high ground. Oh my goodness, he went invisible. Never mind. He was putting down a lot of damage there for just a split moment right there, but a lot of standing all together on the point. They know that they don't have a Cordy crossbow to deal with on one side, and again, Lords of the Dead are fighting into 2 Cordy crossbows like this and still making this as close as it is, Marlon.
Yeah, being able to fight on a tiny square like this with no quarties and keep this even, you definitely got to give them prompts for that. We can see also that the stand on the ledge and hook as many people as you can strategy, of course, is fully in effect on this map, as it is with many maps. You have that little gutter kind of in between the grapple and the objective, and lots of players from both teams getting tossed down there and having to run all the way back. Honestly, probably takes about as much time, as just respawning or running from from the respawn portal would take. So really high value for each one of those throws, and not a ton of places that you can stand really to avoid it. You might be able to do a little bit of line of sight, but if you're fighting anywhere near that kind of alleyway side of the stone, you're going to be in constant risk of getting chain hooked and having to do the little run around the outside to get back into the fight.
Yeah, literally insane. Finally finding their footing now, up at 72% and climbing. And now it looks like Lords of the Dead slipping a little bit on their control. Hey, you're cute. Sitting in the corner right now, just barely has high ground control. But please bear in mind, guys, he is not actually contributing to the point overall. He does not count as a player on the point. It does look like Lords of the Dead have taken back that high ground. We'll see for how long those meteors can be devastating if you let staffs fire from up there like pigeons. Oh, look at the pulls. Oh, get over here as they knock him down. Moist gonna try to lock down the remaining member and keep him from putting down people on his guild. But as Marlon said, look at all those knockoffs right there on the side of Lords of the Dead, just pulling people. Samuel Jackson said, I want these mother freaking people off my mother freaking platform right now, as that tank continuously pulls person after person. There it goes again, off the edge of the platform. But managing to stay up on top. They're at 83% now. This is actually a very close match in this one. Normally we see a cap come through much faster than this, Marlon.
Yeah, it is definitely taking a long time, and there are I'm just watching this gutter and just seeing, dozens of people having to run around. It's crazy from both teams, actually, just getting thrown off. I think that if they can find an opportunity to capitalize on that, I mean, there was a moment where I saw like 6 or 8 in that alleyway all at once. That's really the opportunity that LOTD needs to find those key players, that whether it's Cordies or staffs or whatever it is, and lock them down while their healers or while their tanks are getting thrown off. Yeah. But it looks like they have just not been able to do that yet. Is really starting to dominate that main platform now. We're starting to see almost an echo of that first encounter where LOTD might be trickling in just a little bit too much. It might need to get with their statics and group up and make a more coordinated push in order to get a foothold here.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, is in a unique position. Lords of the Dead can absolutely burn this back. Right now, is standing on top of this match. They own the Riftstone, but oh my goodness, they were trying to interrupt that, but just couldn't get it done. Now, Lords of the Dead are the only ones that can gain percentage over time, guys, which means slowly but surely their percentage is going to climb. It's on to make sure that they don't have enough time to climb that to 100%. And as long as Lord of the Dead stays on top of this, they have plenty of time to bring this back. It took I would say it took probably 7 or 8 minutes to get that cap originally. But again, you pop Guardians, you get a big wipe on this. The percentage can get out of control super quickly, Marlon.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there's still a lot of different macro that could be put into action here. I know it feels like there's not a lot of time, and it feels like you've got to get as many feet on that objective as possible, and of course you do. But I still think that having some presence up on that upper platform, or having some crossbows and great swords to lock down that grapple and catch people as they're trying to fly in, could have some enormous value here. And it does look like might be starting to do that over by the grapple. I see a significant amount of them over there, but whether it's catching people who are trying to fly in or catching people that are spawning back in, there's probably some sort of macro play that needs to happen here from LOTD to really turn the tide of the fight. As close as it is, they've just been a little bit behind this entire time. If they can make some sort of change, they've still got a few minutes left. If they can make some change that will catch off guard, I think they can still flip this.
Yeah, I think so as well. Honestly, interestingly enough, they're at 20% with 3.5 minutes left to go. They need to basically push the pedal to the metal at this moment if they're going to make it. But I think that might just have their number overall, as just consistently has more boots on the point. But you can see that this format of a tournament, when the matches are 20 minutes long like this, there's not a lot of room for error. Fortunately, there is a loser's bracket if you do go down here as we take a look at the leaderboards. Basically owning the damage dealt and the defeat leaderboards. Damage taken owned by Lords of the Dead. You expect that from the guild that is losing the matchup currently. And then the healers are the ultimate teller. Is your guild doing really well? You see Tentacles actually doing really well for Lord of the Dead right here, but overall with the stronger healing force.
Yeah, and again, this alleyway, I'm just seeing so many. There's 6 players in that alleyway right now. LOTD is really kind of winning when it comes to the hook game. If they can find a way to capitalize on that, I do think that they have a shot. I'm seeing some LOTD players get thrown off, but overall, when it comes to those throws, it is really that is spending more time in that gutter having to run back. And I do think that has about as much value as a kill. So even if the kill feed is slanted more in O's direction, the kill feed is not necessarily going to reflect all those chain hooks, all those people that are getting thrown off that have to waste all that time to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that might just secure this. It looked crazy good there for a moment. They almost had 2 times as many people for Lord of the Dead on the point then. But I think just can keep slamming the door shut on this matchup. They came prepared for this map. They chose this map, which means that, I'll be honest with you, any guilds looking to fight them in the future are probably looking at this going, okay, so they know how to play on that map. We might want to take that away from them in the future here. But Lords of the Dead with a great showing in this match. I don't think they're going to be able to come up with it with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. But honestly, a relatively close match, and we're going to see them come back in the losers bracket, and we'll see if they're able to come up with something. These matches are much tighter with a shorter match time than we've seen in the other regions. You really cannot afford to make mistakes. I'm sure that is sweating a little bit on this one. Lords of the Dead coming out, giving them a run for their money, Marlon.
Yeah, that initial encounter looked a little bit one-sided, but then in the middle there, it really did feel like anybody's game. I think that was a lot closer than we expected after seeing that initial fight, and that ended up being a really exciting match. Well done, guys.
Absolutely. 55 seconds left on the clock. Lords of the Dead are just out of time in this one. They do manage to get more people on the point, but sadly only able to build it up to 25%. I don't think that 5 more minutes would necessarily have made the difference. I do feel like the does look like the stronger guild here, but we will see Lords of the Dead progress to the lower bracket of this tournament later in the tournament here. It does look like, again, just with a dominating performance across the board. If you look at the kill feed right now, I think Lords of the Dead is basically called out, okay, it's probably over. Everybody just kind of get as many kills as you can. But honestly, the strategy with the high grounds and things, I've got to give it to Crispy, who went up to that high ground and stopped so many people from firing down on his guild, because I'll be honest with you, the match was really close until he made those plays actually happen for his guild. As we look over at the defeats for the match, it is looking, that is a whole lot of on the leaderboard right there. Damage dealt again, so defeats looks like it's Grim. That's one of the corny users. Goldfish is not, though, on the staff dagger. We come to see that a lot in the tournament so far because they are the tank busting class. Gladiator coming in with the spear greatsword, which I think is what Moreland plays. Moreland, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Neff coming in at third. Yeah, right there. On the defeats, damage dealt overall, it's Goldfish, then Grim, then Jafar from Lord of the Dead, and that should show you how close it was. Not a complete shutout. Lords of the Dead definitely has some great people in that guild. 1.6 million damage taken by Good Guy Lonzo, Quacken, and Samuel L. Jackson. Like I said, the amount healed, 13.5 million. Damage dealed, Dr. Liara Tisoni, and Shoe Cream, and then Tentacles, the top 3 healers of the lobby. But honestly, pretty close. Pretty close round 1 of the tournament there.
Yeah, and one of the things I noticed there, if you look at the damage dealt, you had the 2 Cordy players. One of the Cordys had over 3 times as much damage as another one, and so that I find that really interesting because we like to kind of roast Cordy players as like a one-button class, but if you've got one Cordy player that's tripling the damage of another Cordy player, it would be really interesting to see what exactly is allowing that to happen. Is that positioning? Is that target acquisition? Is that just tanks that are kind of hooking in a different way than the other group? 3 times more damage is a big that's a big gap between your 2 Cordys.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look over at the instant replay from that last match. I'll be honest with you, didn't really do it justice. This was one of the first engages of the match right here, and it looked like it was going heavily in Oh's favor. I thought that this was going to be a landslide for just based on this first engagement. Look at that kill feed on the right side of your screen. Lords of the Dead deciding to turn around and come down the stairs, kind of foolhardily on that and just cost them dearly in the first part of the match. They really struggled as a result, Marlon.
Yeah, that initial push on a map like this that's got, all that different terrain that you have to deal with, that first engage is going to be really important. But honestly, I think LOTD made a pretty good comeback after that. They were able to kind of figure out that they could go around the other side and take that grapple. It took them a few minutes to kind of get their bearings on the map. I don't know if it's a map they've practiced before. It was that picked this map. But eventually we did see LOTD flying from that other side, and they were able to contest that stone a lot more fiercely than I thought they would, given how badly that first engage went for them.
Yeah, absolutely. If we look ahead to our next match of the day, we're actually going to have a little bit of time because there's a peace arc boss going on right now in North America. So we're going to let our players participate in that, but that's okay because we have time to break down the next match. And I think you're going to be very interested to see the next opponents here. You probably recognize Villainous. Maybe not Gwenchana though, but these are the same Villainous you probably remember from Black Desert Online. So I'll let you introduce them a little bit. But Gwenchana from the Snowburn server, again, in an alliance with themselves, but they are a brand new guild. Apparently they're kind of a piece-made guild from a bunch of other guilds, and they pieced it together, and they're just happy to be able to participate in the tournament with everybody else. I'm sure you probably know who Villainous is.
Yeah, Villainous looks like they believe that they are their alliance strength on the server. They have themselves at second, but within their alliance, they believe that they are the strongest guild. 4 Sieges 1 is definitely respectable. So these are guys that, they've PvP'd in Throne, they've PvP'd in BDO, maybe other games as well. It looks like their alliance has some decent strength if they've been able to win 4 Sieges. And so I'm expecting them to show up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Villainous was a super respectable PvP guild in Black Desert Online, led by Blargo. I'm not sure if he's here with his boys today. I will know once I get into the lobby on this one. But absolutely a super respectable guild for many, many years in Black Desert on this. And it is Blargo helping represent his guild. Super exciting to see that. And he's playing a... Dust my eyes deceive me. He's playing a bow SNS on this one. Interestingly enough, that's probably because he needs the tankiness from the SNS, and then he knows maybe he knows the flash wave cooldowns. I don't know. I'd have to ask him, but not a very common weapon combination that we see very frequently. Let's take a look at our next match for the day. We'll break these down as the guilds are still doing their Arc Boss event. We've got these matches coming up here. We have Cursed versus the Wave. Believe it or not, Wave actually just picked up new allies, and I believe that it's Supple Alliance. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that alliance was just changed minutes before the broadcast went live. Cursed, hailing from the Carnage server, rank 2 on their server, alongside Nordic, Nemesis Pride, and Polarity. I'm sorry, rank 1 on their server, rank 2 in their alliance. They feel they're the second strongest guild in their alliance. They want to get to round 3 of this tournament, so high hopes here.
Yeah, I mean, round 3, look, you never know who you're going to go against, especially if you get a tough seed in those early rounds. So predicting that they're going to get to round 3, that I respect it.
Yeah, absolutely. Wave on the other side of things hails from the Ivory server. Rank 1 Nemesis in their alliance. Although, again, their alliance just changed, so I would assume that you're going to put Supple as rank 1 in the alliance, as Wave is probably down at probably number 4 on there. I think they changed their name to Supple Wave and everything on that one. So we should see just a few Supple members, although it'll probably be their 3rd string. So, we'll see. But I do know that the Wave boys are really powerful. I played with them a little bit in my guild, got the shot call for them, so I know they know how to flank really well. They said we are the underdogs like Rudy in that football movie. And then for chat PvP, they had a lot to say. They said suck Supple, tier is F tier, bricked is cooked, Nihowing is freelo, TC need to take care of their grandparents, Harmonia is dog poop, Flex just flexes L's, and if the tournament was GTA, Boo's Guild would win. So you know what? Just a lot of smack talk coming out of a guild that barely got into the Supple Alliance just before things started up.
Yeah, a lot of trash talk directed towards guilds that haven't even existed for several weeks. So I'm not quite sure, what's going on there. But Brick catching some strays, Harmonia. I don't know if they're. I don't know what the deal is there, but these guys have a lot to say. It's going to be fun to see if they can back it up.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be our next match. It does look like that the Arc Boss event has finished. We try to accommodate people here. And so we're going to look over at pick a ban for this match right now. It is going to be, let's see, who won the coin toss? Gwenchana won the coin toss. They chose to pick, which means Villainous banned. Villainous banned Dwagon, Pacolo, Manticus, and Leviathan. Really don't want to play on those T2 maps. And the choice coming out for Gwenchana was Azrael. Tried and true, Morlin.
Yep, tried and true. It is definitely a safety pick. It's the map that most guilds have a lot of practice on. I don't know. I feel like that's a little bit double-edged because even though your guild has probably practiced on Azrael 100 times, everyone else has as well. So we'll see if that actually ends up working to their advantage or not. I'm not expecting that anyone has some like 600 IQ new Azrael strat that nobody's seen before. So well, I don't know if it's much of an advantage, but at the very least, they can prevent any of the maps that they are less familiar with from being entered in and for them to get caught off guard through one of those other scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. Full 48v48 in the lobby. It does look like we have hit go here. And again, Azrael, that just comfort map for a lot of guilds. We'll see who can get to the Riftstone first here. There's a lot of different strategy that goes into a map like this. Villainous going to be represented in the yellow. Those are my homeboys. So I will be rooting for Villainous. You can have Gwenchana this time if you'd like, Morlin. But again, I feel very attached to Blargo and the boys there. But Gwenchana looks like they're going to be the first one to the Riftstone, spawning out at 0.3, oddly enough, and running all the way down here. The spawn points on this map are something definitely to talk about. We've talked about it for EU and NA West already, but points 1 and 2 are definitely closer to spawn at. Sadly, Blargo a little bit slower off the gun, shot calling for his guild. Right now, Villainous stuck outside. Now they have to push through this choke point, but fortunately for Blargo, there are multiple choke points. If you want to go cover the flanking choke point more or less for us so we can get that perspective with the main ball as well, that would be absolutely fantastic. There we go. We can see the picture in picture. That's the flank squad going in for Villainous. And here they come across on my screen now as well. Hard engage straight through the choke point. Cumin getting a big kill feed on the side of Villainous right there. Gwenchana just choking it up in a bad way on that initial push right there. They had all the positioning in the world. We're not ready for the multi-prong aggression. Villainous does get the better of them, but now we're seeing Gwenchana start to get their footing a little bit. The kill feed starting to go back the other way a little bit, but Villainous definitely pushing their way through here on this first one, Marlon.
Yeah, a lot of value from that flank push over there. I think they only sent maybe one static in that direction, but it brought a lot of attention from Gwenchana to look in that direction, allowing the main push to come through those stairs when they probably should have been able to get stuffed in that choke. Instead, they were able to push Gwenchana all the way back now into the objective. The objective is not live yet, but it's still going to be very important to get your footing here and get secured for when it does come up.
Yeah, interestingly enough, there are 2 Cordy crossbow users. If you can find them and lock onto them, that would be great. Again, that T button, I don't know if you've rebounded or if it's struggling on this one, but there are 2 Cordy crossbow users on the side of Villainous. That's Cumin and Spirit Wolf that we're looking for on this one. And on the other side, there's actually only 1 Cordy crossbow on Gwenchana, and that's Keishu. As well. So interestingly enough, I mean, 1 Cordy crossbow should be enough if they play really, really well. We've seen definitely a lot of guilds win despite the fact they've been disadvantaged with Cordys. We saw LOTD was down 2 Cordys in the last match, actually was managed to make it look really close, and I'm not sure that the Cordys were necessarily the difference in that match either. But one important thing to note on this match is this is an all-out brawl right now, is that you can knock people off the side of the map over here where Blargo is standing, and that's why he's positioned in this way, guys, is he's going to try to pull people off the side, and if you get pulled off, it's actually a longer regroup than if you had died, although honestly it's costing them dearly because he's not really involved in the fight at the moment. He does get 1 victim right there, but you see the big kill feed coming through for Gwenchana right now. I'm not sure that you necessarily want to stand there all the time, Marlon.
Yeah, if you're going to be positioned there, you got to make sure that you're getting a lot of value. I do think Gwenchana is standing close enough to that ledge to where they could be getting some picks, but you've got to make sure that you're actually dedicating a couple people to go over there and get it done. It looked like Blargo might have been a little bit on his own out there. Maybe his skill just doesn't quite have enough space taken here for him to go for that play. They're going to have to push in a little bit more before they can really own that ledge and start throwing people off consistently.
Yeah, I'm trying to check the spawn points over here to see if anyone is spawn camping, because normally we see at least 1 or 2 statics dedicated to spawn camping. That's what we see some really good guilds do, is dedicate their guild members to spawn camping to disrupt regroups for the enemy guild. But sadly, nothing to see there, as we see Villainous running back to the fight. Now they're the ones, again, caught in this choke point here, Moreland, as they try to move forward. Fortunately, a lot of them do manage to get through. The front line slips through, but a big kill feed coming through on the side of Gwenchana. Really rough, although it's super back and forth. Moreland, I'm not sure who's necessarily winning.
I think it is leaning towards Gwenchana's favor at this point. I have their Cordy Keishu locked on. He is taking a lot of hits. They are definitely focusing him down. But so far, he's been up the entire time. Big spin on the stairs right there. Looks like he got a couple people. Overall, Keishu playing pretty safely here, and I think that's going to be necessary because he is definitely being hard targeted by a lot of people from Villainous. We have the fight now drifting a little bit towards that cliff, so we might see some more of those hook plays coming out. But I do think Gwenchana's doing a good job of holding the objective, of not overextending or panicking too much. And I think they have the advantage here. We'll see who gets the cap.
Yeah, we see people getting knocked down to the low ground consistently, but now the Rift Zone has started right now. Highest percentage wins in the result of a guild not able to cap the Rift Stone completely on their end, but it does look like Gwenchana has 41 people, 43 people now standing on the point right now to Villainous's 30. Villainous still not participating in the Riftstone yet, although there's the cap going through. Not quite gonna get it. Good job on Gwenchana to interrupt the front line for Villainous right now. Here's brother Monkey trying to go for a cap himself, gets pushed off at the last minute. Critically good play right there from Luna to get that push down on the side of Gwenchana. The more you can keep them from trying to gain percentage on you, the better off you are, because now Villainous basically has to forehead onto the objective with their front line. They can't focus on locking people down. They can't focus on helping their healers. They have to try to get onto this objective, and Gwenchana's doing an exceptional job keeping them away from it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to lock on and watch the perspective of these Cordies, but both teams are actually doing a pretty good job of shutting these guys down. I'll follow them for a few seconds, and then they'll just kind of explode. So possibly that these Cordies are going to need a little bit more support from their statics to really make some plays here, or they might just have to be a little bit more careful with their positioning. But it's not necessarily a whoever has more Cordies wins here. Both teams are doing a good job of shutting those players down.
Oh, interestingly enough, we have Tugami on the on the Wand Dagger in this one. I believe he played in the EU tournament, and you're more than happy to play across tournaments as well. He had the top damage, if I remember correctly, in his match in the EU tournament, in the match that we've seen him playing as well. This must be his NA account as well. How dedicated do you have to be to have 2 accounts that have a lot of gear in Throne and Liberty? Holy moly. This guy, although we don't see him at the top of the leaderboards here, so NA just must be on top. I guess he's just, NA players are just better. It is than EU. It is what it is. What are you going to do about it at the end of the day? Gwenchana does secure the Rift, and look how much faster that actually was secured than our last match here. And now Villainous really struggling to get anyone that can interact with the point.
Yeah, and I wonder if, this is the map that everybody practices, but I almost wonder if Villainous has put in the time here, because I'm noticing that some of the people that are getting thrown off of that cliff on Villainous, I just saw 3 people get thrown off, and they kind of just sat there stun locked for a bit, like they weren't really sure what to do about that. So maybe they're getting surprised by some of these collision plays that are going out. But definitely you're starting to see people avoid that cliff and play more to the wall side of the objective, where they don't have to worry about that open pit to fall in.
Yeah, I think that Villainous might want to back up at this point, regroup, and try for a big push from the courtyard here, as this we're going to dive onto the objective is clearly not working. But this Riftstone is actually super snowbally on this one. Blargo going for yet another pull right there, not making it happen. That's why I gotta believe the Villainous members know that it's possible you can get pulled off like that. Maybe again, stun locked IRL, not me. It couldn't happen to me, and then it happens to you, and it's a little rough. But I'd love to see them back up, try to get their footing and push back in again, because this long skirmish right here, no one is even able to interact with the point for Villainous right now. With 11 minutes on the clock, it might be part of Blargo's master plan to not interact with the point quite yet, because they don't want them to reverse cap it potentially, and then like with like 8 minutes left to go, you try to cap it and then you try to run it back on your opponent, and don't give them time to basically try to recap on you as well, Marlon.
Yeah, and oh, it looks like Human, one of the Quarties, just got knocked off as soon as I locked on him. Very unfortunate. He's going to have to fly all the way around. Both teams are starting to play this cliff a little bit more now. I'm seeing Blargo be aggressive. I'm seeing Milkman be aggressive. They are doing the hook and shove combo. Really hard to do anything about that. Between the hook range and the shield charge range, you can really catch someone from downtown, bring them across a lot of this objective, and still throw them off that cliff. So almost no matter where you are on this side of the objective, you are in danger of being thrown off. That's why we see both guilds really kind of funneling in towards the wall side, and it's looking like Villainous is able to finally get some presence established here. They have that back corner pretty much secured. That's a nice little pocket for their DPS, their staff players, to hang out and get some damage and feel somewhat safe. This is a pretty big spread out map, so once you can control that space and create those pockets for your range players to feel safe, they can do a lot of work once they have that confidence and that security.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree right now. Look at AshQ on the back line here. This perfect healer positioning. Look at this, just waiting, looking for a low health bar. It says, okay, there's a low health bar. Boom. Not under any threat at all. And this is the story of the match so far. But there's Villainous actually getting a cap down and climbing up to 23% already. That is not good for Gwenchana at this point, because if Villainous does manage to get on top of this percentage, Gwenchana could lose control of this pretty quickly, and they will not have time to recap this if Villainous takes it initially from them. 30 people on the point for Villainous to the 36 from Gwenchana. The margin is actually closing, but look at that kill feed in favor of Villainous there, or I mean in favor of Gwenchana rather, going really hard, very long way to securing that victory right there, down at 13% already and falling.
Yeah, I'm watching some of these run backs, whether it's from respawns or from the cliff. Both guilds are definitely focusing on just getting back to that objective. I'm not seeing a whole lot of skirmishing out here. There might be some, some stuns or some hooks thrown out or something like that, but overall, pretty good discipline by both guilds to just not spend a lot of time fighting outside of the objective. Even if they see enemy players injured next to them, they're kind of just ignoring them and getting back into the square where they can start ticking that cap.
Yeah, but Villainous gets back on top again. They're not going to go down without a fight on this one. It's also possible, and we haven't talked about this yet, Morland, but people have a lot of gear swaps ready for this tournament, and you can swap that gear mid-match. So if you know you're getting blown up, or you know they're built a certain way, you can absolutely swap your gear in the middle of the match and try to mix it up on them, and then it's on your opponent to try to counter you once again. So the most competitive guilds in this tournament are coming geared to the teeth. Fortunately, there's a tag item copy system in the game, which makes it much easier to have different gear sets available to you, but you have to have those builds filled out ahead of time. Big spin from Cumin right there with that Cordy on the side of Villainous, making a big deal. I'll be honest with you, are we watching? Gwenchana only has one Cordy against the two from Villainous. And again, the people that said that Cordy was going to be the difference in this tournament, yes, it is a very impactful weapon, but we're consistently seeing the guilds that run one Cordy outperform the guilds with two Cordy.
Yeah, and on this map, Cordy, it's still going to be really strong if you're fighting on the stairs or something like that, trying to stuff a push, but there hasn't really been any choke point fighting other than that very original push, and even that was kind of a split. Other than that, the fight has really been on this large open objective here. Cordy's still going to get a lot of value in an open area, but not nearly as much as a scenario where a guild is forced to go through a choke point. So these spinners are really going to have to pick and choose when the best time to do that is, and they're going to be relying on their tanks to hook people in to get the most value. You're not going to see a huge clump really form naturally when you have this much space. Your tanks are going to have to create that clump for you if you really want to capitalize on each of those spins.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see again, Villainous trying to struggle to keep it together right now. Gwenchana just consistently gets on top in terms of the number count on the point, and they're just squashing Villainous's ability to really make anything happen. We saw them shoot up over 26% relatively quickly, but now they're struggling down at 4% and falling. Huge kill feed comes through on the side of Gwenchana right there. That is not a good sign for Villainous, 1% and falling. Down goes this cap, certainly for Villainous right there. They're going to have to recap this as quickly as possible. Blargo has his work cut out for him for those Villainous boys. Uh-oh. I'm seeing people flying down from point 3. Where are you going? Brother, where are you headed right now? I'm not... Maybe he's waiting for his static right now. Oh, this would be why Villainous is losing. They're all spawning up at point 3. At least a lot of them are spawning up at point 3. I'm not really sure what we're all waiting for up at point 3 right now.
Massive regroup up there. I guess they're all going to go in together. There's probably 15 Villainous at least stacked up on point 3 right now.
Yeah, like 2, 3 full statics up here. As the rest of the guild still skirmishing down below.
Even on the other side, it looks like Villainous is completely pulling out and trying to get up the stairs just to regroup with the rest of their guild. I think they're going to do a full 100% regroup here.
Yeah, go check the other choke points, see if there's any Villainous pushing in from that other way. Villainous going to try for one big push here to try to make something happen here. Blargo, legendary for that shot calling ability, but he's running out of time. He needs to pull this trigger. We cannot wait this long. There's 5 minutes on the clock. They need to basically get down these stairs, and people are getting picked off left, right, and center. Oh boy, here comes the big engage. No flankers in sight on Moreland's camera right there. They're flying in, and it's going to be the Alamo. That's not what you want to see, as you're completely out of stamina when you land. Look at the kill feed in favor of Gwenchana. A bold effort, but sadly, landing like that in the middle of the enemy guild is going to end up being a little bit rocky, Moreland.
Yeah, pretty devastating there for Villainous. I appreciate the fly play, especially from res point 3, but if you're gonna land like that, you kind of have to spread out like crazy. The fact that your stamina is low, you might not be out of stamina. It's a fairly short distance to fly, but a lot of these guys, you know, you're still gonna have to spread out. You're not gonna be in a good position. You're gonna be getting hit with range abilities before you hit the ground. It's an advantage to the team that is receiving you when you're landing on top of them. So if you're gonna do that, you definitely got to spread out, and it doesn't look like they were able to get it going there. They kind of just got stuffed as they landed.
Yeah, you love to see stuff like that, but I'll be honest with you, Merlin, I think they waited a little bit too long if they were going to try something like that. I think it should have been a lot sooner. And again, because the regroup takes...
Gwenchana was ready for it.
Yeah, it takes a minute or two, and then Gwenchana's ready. You need to have flankers in position too. You have the flankers come in from behind them first to get some distractions down, then the main ball comes through, and you might be able to make something happen. Brother trying to go for a cap on the point, gets interrupted though with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. I think Villainous might be knocked down to the lower bracket, sadly, in the tournament, but they are not out of this one yet. Human with a big kill feed on the side of Villainous right there, but showing a little bit of life. Jove Jupiter going in with another kill himself right there. Blargo steps forward to try to take a cap on the point, but I think it's too little too late.
Yeah, this is looking like a really good push, and if they had been able to do this instead of that flying play, maybe they would have enough time. We'll see here. There's still some minutes on the clock, but they're going to need a pretty overwhelming stranglehold at this point to get this going. I am seeing a lot of yellow flood this point, though. However, Gwenchana is reinforcing really quickly. Their respawns are doing a good job of flooding right back in from 1 or 2. I think Villainous might be hurting themselves a little bit by coming from the further away respawn. They're just not quite able to reinforce with the same pace. Even when they get a good wipe like that, the fight of attrition is just, it's going in the way of the team that's spawning closer.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I think that they are really struggling to get onto this point. It's really important. Gwenchana actually got mainly wiped there for a moment, and their tanks held it together. They basically kept Villainous from getting the cap down on the point while their guild basically got to respawn and run back. It's a very critical 20 to 25 seconds or so that they were able to regroup back to the point, basically ruling that entire wipe null and void because their tanks did their jobs. You can see cap after cap getting interrupted as we tick down below the 2-minute mark. Time has run out for the most part for Villainous in this one, so it does look like that Gwenchana, the brand new guild, the piece-made guild from a bunch of other basically pieces of cores of other guilds that have died recently, coming and showing up for the tournament, coming out really strong in this first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming out and with, half as many Cordies as the other team, putting up a really good showing, receiving that split push at the beginning, and just really holding down the objective for most of the fight. Better reactions on the cliff. Overall, there's a lot of really good things that they did here. For a newer guild, this is pretty impressive.
Extra, I don't know. Okay, so they're a newer guild organization, but these players are definitely experienced. There's just no way that they're not that experienced. Honestly, Villainous, 38 people on the point. They did get a cap down. They are climbing. There is no way, right? Like, there's just no shot. Unless they get a full wipe right now. There is no... We see a big yellow kill feed at this moment. And no, we're not. Gwenchana is going to take it all the way home. You're making me a little bit nervous, Gwenchana. We can't start talking about how you're going to move on and how great you are, and then you immediately start throwing. What are we doing? It is caster curse every single time. 36%. I think Villainous showed that they can absolutely tango with the best of them here, but it is going to be Gwenchana moving on to the next round of this one. I think Villainous has a lot to look back on and reflect on. Although that push looked a little rough for them, I'll be honest with you, I give the shot caller credit. I just think he should have done it a little bit sooner. I think that Blargo had the right idea. Okay, we should regroup and try to push this. Sadly, just a little bit too late in the game. Time is going to tick down in this one. 40 people on the point for Gwenchana, only 13 for Villainous. They will go to the losers bracket. They're not quite out of this one yet. 60 defeats for Keyboard Cowboys. Froani right there on the staff dagger with 60 kills. Highest assists in the match is 146. Again, Froani, again, hard carrying. And you see Gwenchana dominating that leaderboard right there. Damage dealt 7.2 million. Again, Froani. Human coming in at number 2 with that Cordy, and then Slipper G and Melee. Kushu with the Cordy on the side of Gwenchana as well right there. And keep in mind, Gwenchana just won 1 Cordy against 2. Damage taken 1.8 million from Ray, Crowned Ruin, Moonborn, and Renamed from Villainous. Doing a great job right there. 20.2 million damage dealt from Museri and Zeri Tolan right there. Kepi and Findale also having great healing numbers for that lobby. But overall, relatively close match, Moreland.
Yeah, that was very close. And I mean, again, it just goes to show whoever has the most Cordies does not necessarily win. Both teams were doing a pretty good job of focusing those Cordies, but they were able to perform pretty well. I think both teams, we saw a lot of kills there, but not necessarily as many as they could have. We didn't have a Cordy top frag or anything like that. It was a staff dagger by far, really, in both kills and damage that brought the most offense to that fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was a significant margin. I mean, with an extra 2 mil damage, 50% more damage and 50% more kills, basically, compared to all the Cordy players. So Staff Dagger, possibly a little bit underrated right now. I mean, everyone knows they're good, but the fact that they're able to put in more damage than a Cordy in a 48v48 like this, just goes to show if you play the class right, if you have good positioning and good target acquisition, you can still do some crazy things with Staff right now.
Yeah, absolutely you can. If we take a look at the instant replay from that last match, this was the push where Blargo pulled them off, and just a little too late. No flankers on the backside of the fight to support it. They just land into the Alamo. As I said before, it's just a slaughter as they land on the ground. You really need to have flankers basically coming at the side of the fight from the other side to distract them before the main ball engages. If you're gonna do something like that, just a really tough play. But honestly, you give them credit, because if you just slam your head against the wall, any shot caller can just say, oh, let's just trickle in, and we will lose, sadly, over time. Although the push didn't look super good and it didn't work out, at least they tried something. You must try something if you are going to make it work in a situation like that. We look ahead to the next match of the day. We've already broken this one down a little bit on this one, but honestly, kind of a little bit of a more hyped match now. I'll reintroduce Cursed here. Cursed from the Carnage server, rank 2 in their alliance overall, rank 1 on the server. Siege is 1-0 so far, but again, they're predicting round 3, so very confident so far. I'll let you introduce Waves since you are a part of Supple.
Yeah, so I don't know the full lore behind Wave or their relationship with Supple. I'm gonna have to get the information on that. I do see from their chat PvP that at least very recently they might have had some beef, but it seems like these guys possibly have some beef with everyone. So it says that alliance strength on server. We are the underdogs, like Rudy in that football movie. We showed that quote earlier as well. I mean, look, who isn't a fan of Rudy, right? I mean, it's hard not to want these guys to have success with a line like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, they flung a lot of poop at everyone. Suck Supple, tier is F tier, bricked is cooked, meowing is freelo. TC need to take care of their grandparents. Harmonia is dog poop. Flex only flexes L's, and if the tournament was GTA, Booze Guild would win. You just love to say that, but I'll tell you right now, you better win. You start flinging stuff like that, but you expect that from Fuego Wave. Fuego is kind of a poop starter, if you will, in the community here. Do you want to cover pick ban for us real quick, as it's already happened?
Yeah, let me just get this up real quick. So it looks like Cursed won the and chose to pick. The bans were Malachar, Leviathan, Paquilo, and Manticus, and the map that Cursed ended up picking is going to be Talus, an old classic.
Cinema. Yeah, Talus, a very dynamic Riftstone, really wide open, just about as balanced as you can get it on both sides. Two different spawns that are really, really close and viable. The point is really small, but the fighting area around the point is really big. I would say that this map definitely favors more of a tank style meta because they can stand on the port more confidently. Do you agree, Morland?
Yeah, I think I think it does have a little, kind of that same vibe as Azrael, where it's a bit spread out, not quite as much space, but it also doesn't have really any of those like devastating cliffs that you can throw people off as much as some of the other maps do. So it's a very, very brawly map, and this is, I think, our first match where both guilds are actually bringing two full-blown Cordies, right? It's always either 0 or 1 on one side. I think this is the first time where both teams are bringing two, so it's gonna be a big brawl on that stone.
Yeah, on the side of Wave, we have Jimmy and Kiki. And on the side of Cursed, we have Strider 4 and Aether Stink on this one. So, interestingly enough, again, Wave managing to pick up some extra members. I see Dotseb in this lobby. That's the old isolated GM. That means his boys must be here. He's probably the shot caller on the side of Wave. In this one, so very interesting to see him come in. Are you familiar? You should be familiar with Isolated from the old T1 days.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of names that I'm recognizing here from Supple as well. Definitely some heavy hitters in terms of the Cordies, but also just the other players that are here as well. This is going to be a really competitive showing from Wave.
Okay, it looks like Wave is just short one player, but they say go, so it's 47v48. Hopefully hopefully you guys are ready to go. They're down one player, but you know what? One player doesn't make the difference. Talus is a very back and forth Riftstone. I'm very excited to see this. This is also the first time we've gotten to see the Supple members basically play yet in this tournament. Most of them, honestly, we will see them again later today. Their B team plays in the next match. Actually, it'll be Supple Abyss on that one. So very interested to see them play. But again, some of the winners of the last tournament certainly in this match. Wave of primarily what represented in this one, but we'll see if they can make it happen, Morland.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Like I said, I've been a little bit out of the loop the past couple days as far as how the roster's been putting together with Wave, and now that I'm seeing it, and now that I'm seeing the names that are on this list, this is definitely going to be a very competitive team that they've brought out here. It's going to be interesting to see what they can put together.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like the bot lobby did bug, so we're gonna have to remake the lobby. That's fine. We'll come back to the caster desk. I'm curious, Morland, without giving away too much strategy, how do you feel the meta is right now? Because we've seen 3 different meta games. NA West is focused much more on ranged and DPS meta. EU is definitely more focused on healers and tanks. How do you feel the meta for NA East is shaping up right now? Do you feel like Spear Dagger is very dominant as a DPS class since everybody's running that DR set or the endurance set in the Vanguard?
I think it's starting to become more popular. There are a few comps that are running heavy spear dagger. I think when we fought against Velocity, they had a lot of them, but a lot of comps honestly are barely running any DPS at all. I mean, I've seen some war games against these top tier guilds where I swear there's like 10 DPS players in their whole 48 stack. Everyone else is a tank or a healer, especially with the Cordy meta where you can have SNS crossbow as well as Templars, the SNS wand. I mean, technically these are DPS classes, but because they have that SNS, especially the Templar, can be very hard to take down. And so you might not necessarily see a lot of straight up DPS players in these compositions, but there is a little bit of variety on NA East. I would say there are some guilds that are going super heavy into tank healer, and there are other guilds that are running multiple spear daggers. Some guilds you might not see any spear daggers, or maybe like one or two in their whole roster. So it depends on who you're looking at really when it comes to NA East.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that every guild has a different idea of what the meta is, and it's funny because in the toxic chats for all three regions, I see people poop talk at each other based on, it's like, oh my god, I can't believe you would run 3 healers in a party. Oh, I can't believe that you would run 2 tanks, or I can't believe that you would run like the tornado skill or what have you. But I think it really kind of just depends on what your opponent is really doing. We kind of jumped on NA East. We definitely jumped on the hype train for Vanguards really hard. So a lot of players running that set. So if you're running a counter to that set, which every build in Throne of Liberty has a counter to it, and that's what makes the game super interesting for a lot of players, is that you can still get hard counter even if you're running the meta build. You're just not going to be completely unkillable. There will be somebody that can kill you, and that's why having gear swaps is important.
Yeah, you know, playing a gladiator, my initial goal with this build in tier 2 was just to have an absurd amount of hit chance, so that if there was an evasion staff player, or especially an evasion crossbow dag, something like that, I would be able to kind of lock them down and deal with them when no other class had the enough hit to get a hold of them. But honestly, fighting some of these guilds in a 48 stack, I feel like some of these guys only have like 5 evasion players on their whole team. And as a, you know, low to medium crit gladiator with a ton of hit, if there's only 5 evasion targets to go after, I'm feeling pretty useless. And so at that point, having some kind of gear swap is almost mandatory, or else I'm just not going to really bring a lot of value to that encounter.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to see who the top DPS is going to be for this lobby. I mean, again, you're limited to 2 Cordy crossbows, and every meta has been different so far, but I will say consistently, we've seen Staff Dagger be very good at DPS. On EU, we actually saw a crazy amount of spear daggers. Do you feel that spear is still just as oppressive as it was in the last tournament for T1?
Oh no, it's definitely not as bad. I mean, I do think it's strong, but spear in T1, especially before the nerfs, was, you know, it was a lot stronger. First of all, you do have the meta shift towards a more defensive angle, to where you can't one-shot people nearly as easily as you did in T1, and spear really benefits from getting those one-shots, getting those kills, bouncing people up, and being very bursty. It doesn't have a whole lot of like ongoing sustained DPS. It's all about that explosive kind of clump, and so I don't think that's as strong in T2. Plus, you had the 25% nerf to Fire Javelin at the end of T1, which kind of brought spear down a peg. So certainly not as oppressive as it was in Tier 1, but with this endurance heavy meta, any DPS that's pairing with a dagger to get that extra crit, it's becoming more and more essential if you actually want to be able to deal any damage at all.
Okay, yeah, no, I generally agree with that assessment. I feel like it's still really strong, but it's not like quintessentially like important that every single one of your DPS is playing spear in the current metagame. It does look like the lobby is ready once again for our Talus Riftstone against Cursed versus the Wave. We've had some great matchups so far, very close games so far in the tournament. So very excited, in the lobby. Did work this time. God bless it. Good things happen to good people, Marlon. We are on the Talus Riftstone, and I'm not sure. I don't see... Oh, it does look like Wave is already spawned in. They're blitzing for the point as quickly as they can. Yesterday, we saw an EU guild basically climb up behind their enemy. They spawned in right behind them and just ate their entire tail on the way to the Riftstone. It does look like only one person spawned in for Cursed. That's a scout. That's a good strategy for the guild. So Cursed only sending in Gum right there to make sure that they all don't spawn into a slaughter. But here comes the first engage. Cursed is ready. set, and go. They're not going to waste any time to let Wave get into position. The front line just dives immediately in, but that means that the flankers can't get in position behind them. I would love to have seen a few of them spawn at the other spawn, but it does look like it's a very back and forth initial engagement right here, Moreland, with both sides taking heavy damage.
Yeah, it does look like Red has the advantage here. So, you know, Wave with that mixed roster maybe doesn't, maybe they're going to have a bit of a rough start here. Might have to get a little bit of that chemistry or synergy up and running before they're able to make a full push. But a pretty big clash so far, but it does look pretty red over here by the stone.
It does look pretty red over here by the stone. I don't know, I see a fair amount of yellow as well, but Cursed coming out really strong. I think a lot of people thought, oh yeah, they're allied with Supple. They've got Dotset. They've got a lot of name brand players, as we like to say in here. And Cursed showing up really strong in this match, but you can see it's definitely a little bit back and forth, and this is how Talus typically plays out. It could go either way for both guilds. It's really going to come down to those flanking assassins and then how strong the tanks are on both sides. You're really going to need your staffs to be doing a lot of work as well, because staffs are the way that you knock down tanks in Throne and Liberty. You need to have staff daggers. You need to have staffs that make sure that they can do their jobs. It does look like, again, Curse starting to clamp down the vice. Look at this concave they have closing in on Wave here, Moreland.
Yeah, absolutely. Just not letting any space near the stone be taken at all. Curse has a very nice spread here. I'm seeing a lot of their DPS kind of just chilling and getting that free damage, and it does not look like Wave is really able to penetrate that line and get back to where those squishies are going to be able to be taken down.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I don't see very many flankers on the backside over here. It's just Evie's on the backside of the fight here, and this is a healer.
I've got Kiki here, one of the Cordies. It does look like he's ready to make a play here, hopefully within the next few seconds, as long as he doesn't take too many hits. We'll see if he's able to do something and get some momentum going for Wave.
Yeah, Evie's, thank you for giving us that perspective there. He's getting really low on health. I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold on
nope,
too
there
much.
He goes.
Yeah, down he goes, and such is the life of a corny. If your team is not there, or your static rather is not there to support you, that's how it is. Evie's pretending, it's standing in the Wave backline right now, is Evie's. And it's hello, fellow Wave members. It's like they don't even know that they're there. I mean, this is a healer, guys, that we are locked onto right now, doing the Lord's work. What an absolute goat. How does this never works for me, Moreland? I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't dive the backline as a healer and just kind of play for free? That's not your style?
What an absolute unit. Just standing on the back line, keeping his entire dive party healed. Right now, there's 1 minute before the stone opens up, and this is going to be an all-out brawl. Look at the fight start to shift towards the stone, and I'll be honest with you, Wave takes Shuko, makes a big play on behalf of Wave right there. Huge for Wave to be able to push towards the stone and gain momentum at this moment. Cursed had momentum most of the fight, but now they're starting to lose control of the fight right as it starts. Cursed all around them. Wave mainly focused on the objective right now. Ooh, Cursed with a big kill feed right there coming in. Every kill matters with 45 seconds left on the clock, Moreland.
Yeah, and again, a lot of focus going out on these Cordies. I keep trying to lock in to see if they're going to make some plays, but both teams are doing a pretty good job of shutting those spinners down. They know who they are. They're taking this seriously. These guys are probably familiar with each other, and they probably have those skulls marked out. We're not seeing them able to get a lot of value. I do have Aether staying locked onto now, and we've got a bit of a spin here. I don't know if he was able to pick up much from that, but he's at least staying alive and able to get into position and maybe try to pick up some kills for Cursed. We'll see if he's able to do something else once his cooldowns are up.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing a great job right there. Here we go. 7 seconds left on the clock as we just took a look at the leaderboards. It's very split back and forth. One of the highest DPS dealers of the entire lobby is Gun Wallet. I'm locked onto him right now. It's the staff dagger, as we talked about how important those are. Who's going to get the first cap down? It does look like it's going to be Cursed on the board first right now, but Wave battling back. Dotsep interacting with the point. No one stops him, and now both guilds are interacting with the point right now. It does look like that our boy went down there, so one of the primary damage dealers on the side of Cursed going down at a critical moment right there, and we're starting to see Cursed pull ahead, Moreland.
Yeah, and I think that they've, there's a lot of red on the stone here. They were able to kind of hold that line in the beginning and get their position. It looked like Wave was able to break through a little bit, but then Curse just regrouped and is doing a really good job of just controlling the space. Wave almost seems a little timid here, like they're not really wanting to push that deep, whereas you have Curse players that are all the way in the back of Wave's ball, just kind of healing and staying alive and causing disruption. So we might have to see a little bit more aggression from Wave here if they really want to take up this space from Cursed and try to make some sort of play.
Yeah, they backed up and then engaged again, Marlon, on this one. And 81% of the point was given away. Their participation on the point was given away as well. I'm not sure that that was necessarily the play, but they wanted to attack like a wave on that one, which is pretty cool. And now they're giving a good fight to the Riftstone. 90% on the cap right now as Hades steps forward to try to make the big play for his team. Can he get it in the midst of all the chaos? He does manage to find that cap. Now can they keep enough people on the point to stop Curse from capping? They're already at 97% and climbing. I think it's too little too late. They're gonna have to cap it again. Disaster strikes on behalf of Wave right there. Just a little too much time given over to them, but now the match is not over yet, Marlon. There's 13 minutes left, and now the reverse cap from Wave is super potent here.
Yeah, I'm watching Aether Sting again, and he is doing a really good job of staying just on the edge of that dangerous territory. He's got a lot of friendlies around him that are keeping him safe, and he's just waiting for those cooldowns so he can get one of those spins. I saw him a moment ago spin right on the stone and hit probably 6 or 8 Wave players with that Cordy spin. That's going to be a serious impact here. If you can pick up 6 or 8 kills with a Cordy spin, I mean, that's a hard thing to recover from in this scale of a fight.
Yeah, big pulls going down right there. And ultimately, Cursed ends up the better for it. And Cursed going to shut the door on Wave right now, despite the fact that they have some very strong members. Cursed showing up in a big way. I think a lot of people counted these guys down and out at the start. Here's Gunwallet. Again, one of the top DPS of the lobby here out in front. Again, number 2 right now behind Params, who is also in his guild at number 1. And you can see you're only, as a DPS, you are only as good as your healer allows it. You can see he's got his shield on him at all times. His healer is always in close proximity, allowing Gunwallet to be aggressive, allowing him to find those priority targets and lock them down. Wave is pushed all the way back to the side of the arena right now. Not a good look for them. It looks like they're just trying to regroup, Marlon.
Yeah, and if they're gonna regroup, I think that they might have to pull back a little bit more. It almost seems like they're not quite sure if they're pushing or regrouping. We're seeing a little bit of both. I want to see them either fully commit to a push here or fully commit to a regroup. This kind of in between, I don't think is really working out for them. Cursed is able to just kind of pick them off as they come in. They're getting those hooks and they're getting those corny spins. Here's another one coming up from Aether Sting right there on the stone, and just no one is hitting him. I mean, he's above half. He's healthy. Now he's back to full again. There's no real reaction to those spins. They're giving this guy way too much of an opportunity and his tanks to set up these pulls and these spins.
Yeah, absolutely. Another cap goes down, so credit where credit's due to Wave. Another cap comes down on the Riftstone for them, so successfully getting that off. Hades doing the Lord's work. Goated frontline tank on behalf of Wave to step forward and consistently get that cap down for his team. Sadly, no one is able to follow this up. Look how tough it is for them to stand on this point. They're just getting absolutely pelted on the side of Cursed over here.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe that first clash kind of had some psychological damage there, because I'm seeing way too much passivity from the side of Wave here. They need to come in as a group. They need to take up more of this space, and they need to be willing to commit. I think I haven't seen more than 1 or 2 Wave players actually step on the other side of this stone. They're all playing very far back, and that can work if you're doing a good job of hooking the team in and getting those spins, but I'm just not really seeing them capitalize. In fact, I'm even seeing Curse spread out all the way over on Wave's side of the field and just taking that space from them, kind of bullying them from every angle.
Yeah, and I just saw one Cordy crossbow user pulled in and killed by another Cordy crossbow user. So they're really targeting each other on this one. But honestly, there's really the only ones that they killed right there. Hero Mike in the middle of everything on this point right now on that Crusader. And this is why it's important to have tanks on this point. You guys can see in the audience just how small that capture point actually is on Talus. Wave finally getting on top of this one.
Here we go.
Saves the cap. Yeah, saves the cap. They have twice as many people on the point. Look at that percentage climb right now.
Massive wipes.
Big wipe on behalf of Wave as they push forward. Finally, some life on the side of Wave. Curse needs to regroup and get back in here. Gun wallet still firing on the half of Curse. Steps too close to the sun though and gets wiped off. Another big wipe on behalf of Wave. Look at them pour onto the point, up at 31% and climbing. Morlin, what are we watching?
I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to see. They're finally committing. It looks like they got a little bit of confidence. Perhaps the shot caller finally, you know, raised his voice and got their blood pumping a little bit, because it looks like we're pressing W and getting onto this stone now. We're seeing a completely different sort of posture from Wave, much more confident, much more forward, actually, and it's actually paying off for them. I'm seeing some big clumps on the stone. I'm seeing them capitalize, pull people in, get those spins, get those fireballs, and just a sudden rapid change of pace from Wave, and I think that they might be able to make this comeback.
Yeah, if you're looking at Halex right now on my screen, this is a healer POV from the outside of the fight, and this is exactly what you want to be doing as a healer. You're trying to get AoE heals down. You're clicking on the priority targets, trying to keep them healthy. You're stepping onto the point where you can. You're very close by, so you can step in if you need to, but honestly, his guild is just getting wiped off. There's just not much he can do right now. Is Wade battling up at 83% as Dotseb rallies the boys. Hades in the middle of everything, tanking it down for him. A big wipe. Foulix gets a big kill feed on the side of Wave one more time. It's like they flipped the switch and suddenly Wave is just not going to go down without a fight. Honestly, maybe living up to their namesake on this one, Morlin. Unbelievable. As finally Curse gets a little bit of control back on the stone.
Yeah, I'm seeing some pretty scary regroups from Curse, but honestly, it's not having as much impact as I would expect. 10, 20 red names flooding onto the stone, and I'm thinking, oh, Wave is cooked here, but Wave is still doing a pretty good job of bracing for those regroups and holding this space. We need to see Wave getting back to the stone a little bit more quickly. If they can do that and maintain that pace, they are continuing to get a lot of kills on the stone here, and I think just spreading Cursed out and kind of throwing them off balance a little bit is what they're going to need to do.
Yeah, oh my gosh, look at everybody just pouring onto the point from both sides of your screen. Everyone's trying to stand in this box, guys, and so many classes in Throne of Liberty are just squishy as all heck. You're susceptible to AoEs, you're susceptible to damage, you're susceptible to dying, but your shot caller is saying, we have to stand on the point or we're going to lose. And right now, Curse just has one more person on the point than their opponent, getting it back down to 68%, down from 87%. A monumental task for them to shut the door right now. 6 minutes on the clock. There will not be enough time to recap if Curse takes or loses control one more time like this. That had to be super scary for them. Look at this. This is one person makes the difference, guys. In large scale PvP, you can be the difference for your guild. Look, if just one more person steps onto the point for yellow right now, if just two more people step onto the point, but a huge surge for Curse right there, a wipe on the side, for Wave right there, a wipe on the side of Curse, and they have to flood to get back here, and they do just in time. They are barely staying on top of Wave in this one.
Yeah, I'm seeing Wave pour in from both respawn points, and I wonder if there is any kind of skirmishing. We might have to go take a look, because pouring in from both respawns here is a bit of a risky move. In a situation like this where it's this close, I probably would not be prioritizing running or skirmishing on the outskirts. You really want to get back to the stone and try to be the one or two people that tips that scale, because this is very close at the moment.
Well, at the moment, Cursed has twice as many people on the point than their opponent right now, guys. So that percentage is actually falling at 2 times the speed it would otherwise. Right now, Wave really fumbling the ball right now for their guild. Cursed dominating at a very critical moment, bringing that percentage all the way down to 40%. Under 5 minutes left on the clock. Zoida on the backline right here. You see perfect positioning out of this healer. He's just trying to make sure he's just in range of his DPS to support them when they need it. He doesn't want to step up too close and get pulled right here, but he does want to make sure that he's in range if they need him. There he goes. He's going to step forward, puts himself at risk, gets CC'd, has to back up right now. Here comes the big push in from Wave on that side. Gets caught in the middle of everything. That's not what you want for the healer. Massive feed for Wave right there. Huge kill feed. Wave should surge onto the point right now into the 4-minute mark, but Strider coming up really big right there on his side. The Cordy spin went huge back the other way, Morlin.
It looks like they're able to do it again. It was looking completely red there for a second, but Wave with that strong regroup, just like the last time, a huge push and a huge kill feed, and now an enormous amount of presence on the stone where just a minute ago they had nearly nobody. We'll see if they can respawn and reinforce. This is a little bit of a fight of attrition at this point. A lot of tanks standing on that objective and just burning time. So this is all about who can get back and reinforce more quickly. Wave is going to need to crash a little bit faster if they want to make something happen here. Time is running out.
Poor Dr. Nick, he's a healer in the middle of his guild. He can't save everyone. They're dying in his arms. The call is to back up. Nick gets pulled back in, and Cursed is eating. They smell blood in the water, and it looks like Wave knows they get one more shot at this. 3 minutes on the clock. If they lose control of this cap, they need to go right now. They have to pull that trigger. If they lose full control, there goes the push right there. They know they have to go. They have people on their backline. Eevee's still on their backline with his static over there with Metal Mark doing a great job on behalf of Cursed. Can they get through though? It's back and forth, a split engage, but it does look like Cursed gets a better kill feed on it as Wave is forced to plant all of their boys on the point. They save it at 0.7%. They barely save it. They cannot afford to lose from this point forward. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. It is all Guardians and go. 10% and climbing. They have control. They have the time. Borland, do they have it in them?
Man, this guild, it's really back and forth. One moment they're so timid and passive, and another moment they're completely just blasting the objective and clearing it out. What are they going to do in this last 2 minutes? Are they going to fall back? Are they going to keep that confidence?
22% and climbing. 37 people rallying for Wave on the point right now. Curse losing a tremendous amount of control, but a good kill feed going through. 27 to 23. We're back up at 30%. Guardians have been used on behalf of Wave. Curse just needs to hold on for 2 more minutes. They know Wave's ability to push back through. Look at everyone just pouring onto the point. Every single person matters, Marlon.
Yeah, and I'm watching some of the top damage from Cursed hang out around the edge and really not even be bothered. I'm on Params right now, free casting for the last minute or two. Not a single player hitting him, just getting an insane amount of value right there on the edge of the objective. Somebody has got to look at these staff players and do something about this if they want to make a play here in these final seconds.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to come up with it. They've lost control, and Cursed is holding on for dear life. I would be scared to go up against Wave in a situation like this. Dude, the amount of surge that we've seen out of this guild living true to their namesake, I think that they are going to go down now as 38 people are standing on it for Curse. They held their ground. They said, absolutely not. Are you allowed to take this point from us?
Wow, man, it really looked for a second like Wave was going to have a heroic moment there, but I think they weren't really able to see where the value on Curse side is coming from, whether it's those staff players or those Cordy players. Aether, Params on Curse side, both just playing a little bit too free and not feeling that pressure, able to get way too much damage and way too much value for their team at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. A good match by both sides. Cursed, a hard-fought victory. Wave busting out a couple strategies out of the playbook with some big surges right there, but Cursed able to hold on going into it. Both, honestly, our closest match of the day so far. 2 seconds left on the clock. Frank the Tank will get the cap attempt down, but it is just not enough. Curse takes it all the way home. 78 kills for Params on that Staff Dagger. Gun Wallet on Staff Dagger as well. He's in at number 2. Interestingly enough, a great Sword Dagger. Flacco coming in at number 3. I know him. I believe one of the old Isolated boys showing up here. 230 assists as well for Params. Gun Wallet at 229. Baby at 156 there. Damage dealt coming in for Params. Gun Wallet and Okami are the top DPSs of the lobby. Again, all Staff Daggers on this one. Damage taken. It does look like that again. Supple Void coming in. Wave coming in. Showing up. Doing what they could, but it just wasn't enough. 20 million damage deal from Lodi, the strongest healer in the lobby, but sadly still lost. You just hate to see it. It's like the Alistar in League that carries the whole game and your team still loses. Support L at the end of the day there, but look at the rest of the Cursed healers showing up for their guild. My God, that was a crazy match, Marlon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you have to respect the numbers on some of these things. A Ravager getting 64 kills. You got to remember that's a class with basically no AoE. So the positioning and just knowing where to be and who to hit to get 64 kills in a fight like this on a Ravager, definitely very impressive there. That's a spot that's usually going to go to, you know, like we see like a Staff Dagger or something like that. But you know, we could see here Params did twice as many kills, 3 times as much damage as these Cordy players. So again, as for as much hype as Cordy gets, these Staff Dagger players over and over again in these matches are at the top of the board. And we even saw, you know, from Param's perspective at the end of that fight, just the tremendous consistent value. He doesn't necessarily have to wait on that spin cooldown. He was where he needed to be, getting constant damage out that entire time without that much pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. We take a look over at the instant replay as the first engage of the match, and it happened so quickly. If you blinked, you missed it. And this is just how close it was. Curse, I think, had the right idea. Blitz them immediately. Look at the flankers just jump straight in on that side like that. The tanks have absolutely no fear diving in, but oh my goodness, it was a back and forth bloodbath, front to back, but ultimately Cursed winning out at the end of the day consistently over Wave. Good fights to both teams. We will see Wave in the lower bracket later in this tournament. And now for one of our main event matches of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of introducing to you Supple Abyss, which is the B team for Supple versus Hikikomori. I'm going to introduce Hikikomori. I'll let you introduce Supple. Hikikomori from the Ivory server, ranked 3 in their alliance with Take Care. Bubble Blowers and Ormong, that might be out of date now. I think Take Care has moved alliances, but they believe their alliance was ranked 3 on the server. Prediction for the tournament is top 20. And they said, for chat PvP, Hikikomori may not be the strongest guild, but we've always been the #1 cutest guild on the internet. My experience with Hikikomori is one of my fondest memories in Black Desert Online, ironically enough, because I remember the first time I walked through Calpheon City. I see this, how do I say this? Lewd-faced anime girl on the banners of the entire city, just dominating everything in Calpheon. And I'm like, why is there this crazy anime girl on the front of all these banners? It's because Hikikomori owned that region, and that was their guild emblem that week. And they always represented like that when they owned the region. A very strong siege guild from back in the day in BDO, and I have very fond memories. I'm super excited to see them in the tournament and participating, repping this today. I'll be gunning for them. I'll let you introduce Supple Abyss.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Hickey in this as well. I fight these guys pretty much on a daily basis at every guild event. They love showing out to those. But Supple Abyss in what is currently probably the strongest alliance on Ivory. There has been, of course, some politics going back and forth with guilds merging and disbanding, and so it's always kind of a moving target. But Supple, historically, just an absolute powerhouse for months now, going all the way back into T1, and this is the second guild in that alliance. So this isn't the A-Team Supple arc, but there are still going to be a lot of very strong players in this lineup. In fact, probably some of the A-Team, since there's only 48 slots, and there's 70 members. Some of the people from Supple Arc probably will be participating with Abyss here, so I'm expecting this to be a highly competitive group.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close. We're going to come back to the caster desk. Let's talk about pick ban a little bit. Supple won the coin toss. They chose to pick, which means Hikikomori banned, and they chose to ban Dwagon, Leviathan, Maticus, and Kawazan. The choice, Morlin, we're going back to Talus, brother.
Back to Talus, and this is going to be a map I know for a fact that Supple has a million reps on, and so I expect them to be very prepared for this match.
Looking over at the Cordy users, it does look like that Supple Abyss has Odom and Or as Cordy users. No Cordy users on the side of the cutest RP guild that has ever existed in MMO history, Hikikomori over there. But it is looking like, so they have an uphill battle, but we have seen, honestly, we've seen the guild without Cordys win more than the guild with Cordys in the tournament.
In our last Talus fight, the Cordys were, 10th in kills, 15th in kills. They weren't the 1 and 2 spots. So there is enough space on this map that if you have good hooks, Cordy is still valuable, but it's not necessarily a slam dunk. We could see a lot more value coming out of those classes like Staff Dagger here.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, the audience now familiar with the Talus map. Gotta be excited to see that map again because it's super back and forth. Although I'll be honest with you, I think that Supple Abyss might be the more favorite of the two, but I'm going with my boys in Hikikomori, the underdogs of the match. We're gonna go over to our live scene where the action is, oh my gosh, they're all swimming with each other like a school of fish. Look at them just running through. Hello, fellow Supple members. Hello, fellow Hiko members. They find, as if awaking from a dream, they finally realize, oh, we should be fighting. These people aren't in our guilds, and they start fighting each other immediately on that one, and the feed is very red in favor of Supple Morlin.
Yeah, a brief moment there with the spawn invulnerability. Always a nervous thing when you spawn on top of the enemy guild. You're not sure whether to press forward or whether to hold your ground and get ready for the fight to begin. But a pretty chaotic here. A little bit back and forth, but definitely looking like Supple has the upper hand in this first encounter.
Yeah, back and forth in the sense of like Megamind, where Megamind would win some. All right, he would win some. Megamind would almost win others. Hiko getting close to killing some people, but finally gets the first kill in the match. Loki coming up huge for Hikikomori right there. There we go. Lashina. Finally, Hikikomori starts to get on the board a little bit more here because Supple Abyss coming out really strong in the first round of this one, asserting dominance over this wonderful cat girl guild.
Indeed. And, Hiki actually doing a pretty good job of taking space and staying alive here. But as you pointed out, the offense is a little bit lacking. They're not really able to threaten Supple enough to scare them off or to secure those kills. So even though there's a lot of Hiki standing near the objective and kind of, posturing in a way that is maybe going to allow them to do something here, they just have to start getting some kills to be able to actually push the objective once it comes live.
Yeah, right now, and that's the benefit of Talus, is that you can have your flankers spawn on one side and your main ball spawn on the other side, and you can have people come at them from both sides. So while Supple's looking one way, you can have them come at you from behind there. But gosh, look at those yellow health bars just dropping so quickly. I don't want to say it, Morlin, but I think there might be a little bit of a gear diff here.
Yeah, very likely. I mean, anyone who is in the even the B team for Supple here, you're not going to really have any gaps in your gear at this point. You might be missing an Arc Boss weapon or a Nebula accessory, but for the most part, you've got your runes, you've got your synergies, you've got your trait resonances. You're going to be taking this pretty seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. Ice Cream Man charging up for Iku right here trying to do what he can as a healer. I'll tell you right now, my experience, when you're in the losing guild as a healer, it is a rough time, man, because it is so much harder to position when you're when your tanks are out in front of you, or not out in front of you rather, and he just gets blown away at a moment's notice. He looked like he was fine until he wasn't right there. And we see Kismet trying to keep his distance. And this is what happens with the healers. You're like, I don't want to go anywhere. I'll throw you a flash wave from way over here. But that's basically all he can do, which adds more insult to injury on it, Morlin. Tough to position when you're in the losing guild like this.
Yeah, it is tough indeed, and you kind of have to rely on your static members to stay near you so that you don't have to chase after them. I think probably most of us have experienced having that debate with our healer at some point, and so it's going to be tough in a fight like this. I like the fact that Hiki is trying to position more aggressively here, but at the end of the day, they are going to need to start getting some kills, or else if they spread too thin here, you are putting too much pressure on your healers, and it's just going to fall apart.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, we saw like 4 healers over there. So most of the healers for Hikikomori were separated from everybody else, which is a really bad thing to have happen. I think Supple may have recognized it and just let him stand over there. They're still over there right there. And that just makes Supple's job so much easier if you separate the healers from the rest of their parties. Yeah, it gets... Oh my gosh, look at those pulls right there in a big spin. My goodness, they just get eaten alive on this one. Honestly, I've heard a lot of people talking lately, more or less, a little off subject, but I've heard a lot of people talking about this new patch. I have not seen the Tico talks recently, but apparently there's a new big balance patch coming with this maintenance. Can you tell me what exactly is going on with that, and how is that going to change the meta up a little bit?
Yeah, I haven't seen the full details yet, but I did hear Tico talk about it a little bit. There's going to be a debuff on Blood Devotion so that it can't just be permanently spammed over and over again. Once you receive a Blood Devotion, there's going to be a cooling off period before you can get hit with another one. So this kind of forever God mode, Blood Devo cycle that we have now, where everybody hardly takes any damage, is definitely going to take a big hit. And there are going to be openings, if you're paying attention, where when that Blood Devo drops, you know that target is not going to be able to get another one for a certain amount of time, and that's going to open up windows to get kills that were not previously there in this current meta.
Okay, yeah, if that's the case, I would definitely agree with that assessment, and I can't believe the words coming out of my mouth, but Hikikomori is the first one to attempt to cap the point here, and actually had more people on the point than Supple for just a brief moment there as Supple starts to slam the door on this. But I think that if you spam Ayaya, it actually gives Hikikomori more power. The more Ayayas I see in chat, the stronger that cute guild seems to become on this one, because like, look at them rallying strong onto the point now versus before they were just getting absolutely bulldozed on this one, Morlin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, knowing Hiki, I do think that they will transcendentally pull energy from those Ayayas in chat. I think that is pretty much what they subsist on. And so who knows, maybe that'll be enough to get them going here.
Yeah, absolutely. As Hiku getting a lot of representation in chat right now. You love to see all of that presence right there. If we bring the chat onto the screen, you can see the Ayaya spam so that they can see it in post too. Look at all that support coming down right there. And look how many of them. They have 20 of these cute gamers on the point right now. And they get the cap off again. Supple, let's have it. Supple, they have gotten 2 attempted caps down. Unbelievable. Look at the kill feed. It is solid red on the kill feed, but these guys, they're getting this power from somewhere. I don't understand it, Marlon.
These anime tanks, they're just hard to deal with. They have too much determination. They get in there. You can't shove them. You can't hook them. They're too resilient. If they want to get that cap, they're going to get that cap. Yeah, honestly, at the end of the day, man, they're going to get it. You say cap, they say cat, and it's like, oh, cat. We can go get them. We get some cats. We love cats. Over here, Supple is going to shut the door on that. They will take control of the point. We'll see just if
if Hiku can actually get in range of this one now, because again, when you see a kill feed this one-sided, guys, you never expect Hikikomori to even get close to capping this point. Not in the face of Supple like this, not in the face of their tanks like this. You just don't see that happen very often right now. You see a complete shutout most of the time, and that's what we're seeing. Supple start to push them all the way back. Hikikomori seems to be licking their wounds and backing up right now. As they've seen the Ayaya spam has subsided. They back up, they try to regroup, but look at the Supple attempted engage right now. They've got the flankers on the side. Hiku does manage to get a solid regroup forward. Mel focus down, gets flipped back in. They get a couple kills right there. Good picks for Hiku. Their tanks dive onto the point. All of Supple are looking at the tanks. There's the rest of the class from Hikikomori. Good opportunity. Excellent engage on the side of those wonderful cute gamers, but look at the kill feed is a
Blue, I just
little
saw an
rough.
absolutely devastating spin from Odom. He must have dropped 8 or 9 players. Perfect pulls right on top of him towards Hiki's side of the fight. I've got his perspective locked on here. We'll see if he does it again when these cooldowns come up. But Odom, been playing Cordy for a little while now, knows where to be, knows how to capitalize, and that was just an absolutely shattering play that he just made there. We're going to see the screen turn pretty red here. I think that Hiki was doing a lot better when they were approaching this from both sides. Just pushing this from one side is allowing Supple to just play way too confidently here. Even though that was a fantastic push from Hiki, I think they're going to have to cause some sort of distraction, some sort of spreading, getting Supple to move a little bit in both directions. And here we go again with Odom, another spin, and everyone around him, again, you just see them vaporize.
Oh, big Terra step forward. He goes, okay, guys, let's get on to the point. Guys, he turned around and his whole team just got completely obliterated. Thank you, Marlon, for giving us that perspective back there. The tanks were let through and everyone else kind of cleaned up behind him. A beautiful execution for Supple on that push. Absolutely crisp to let the tanks through, but not allow them to cap the point. Looks like Charlotte is gonna go for the cap, not gonna find it on behalf of Hikikomori. Xavier is actually going for it right now, getting very close. 90%, 95, they get it! The Ayayas have another victory right there. They are getting absolutely Baja blasted, and they still manage 15 people on the point. How is this even possible? These guys have industrial grade helmets on right now, Morlin.
Yeah, honestly, Blue, I think that if Hiki had just shown up with 24 tanks and 24 healers, they probably could have made something happen here, because it seems like their ability
They're not doing any damage anyway.
I'm not seeing them in the kill feed, but when it comes to the objective, they are taking it seriously.
Bro, you gotta respect the grit in this guild to just keep running forward on the regular and just not stop. The gas pedal is down, and they just keep running it in. Bella on the backside right now on that staff. Dagger doing her best to try to make something happen, throwing down some DPS, but finally does manage to get picked off. I would not want to be a DPS on the side of Hikikomori. Here's another big push coming in for these boys right here in yellow right now. But honestly, Chops getting really low. Ooh, almost got Jolteon. Managed to let him go away, and now Chops is under pressure, taking a lot of damage, gets sniped off, but now they're gonna pay for it. Good push back from Hiku right there, firing back on this side of Ayaya. Looking good. Honestly, some promising movements coming out for Hikikomori right there, not allowing Supple to have everything. You saying, no, you don't get just to kill somebody for free. Charlotte diving through right now. MNO diving in.
Again here, and it looks like he's going in for this spin. We just saw the hook, and yet again, another 5 or 6 players near him just completely vaporizing. The tanks responding well there as well, just stacking everybody right on top of him.
They got up to 20% on the cap, Borland. They had 10 people on the point. They just didn't have any answer. They're at 18% on that cap right now still, and they're still flooding onto the point. How do they keep doing this? They're not getting any kills. No one on the side of Supple is taking any damage. Like, I just, like, at the start of the fight, you see 1s and 2s picked off right there, but like, look at these guys standing tall on this point. 16 people, 20 people on the point. Are they actually getting more contribution than Supple when the kill feed is that red?
Blue, we are really seeing the power of friendship here, the absolute pacifist strategy of just coming in and hugging the enemy team, not getting any kills, but still able to get a significant amount of contribution on that objective. I really think if they had committed harder to this, they could have been perhaps the first pacifist guild to win one of these matches.
And by pacifists, of course, you mean no kills whatsoever. True, brother. So true. They commit a little harder on this. They could have absolutely been the first pacifist guild to wipe out one of the top guilds in the tournament. Would have been sick. God's going to go for another cap. They get it. They got another one. They just can't stop. I mean, honestly, I don't know how you commit any harder to an objective than this. I don't even know if they're even looking at the objective. Sunbury says, okay, we got it. Our work here is done. And now we're going to do it again. They just keep backing up. You see some emotes coming out on the side of Hikikomori right there as they just take a mouthful of Supple in the face right there. And Supple's just trying to keep them off the point. But honestly, the yellow health bars swarming in right now to try to save the cap. Unbelievably enough, they got 20 people on the point. It's not going to be enough. Zavi is going to step forward, try to cap it again. Supple really struggling to keep them off the point. This is something other guilds can look at as they can say, well, even if they farm you really hard, their front line is not performing the way that they need to be to keep these caps from getting off. And Hikikomori showing tremendous resilience in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, the tanks and healers are in a very good spot right now. So even if you are a little bit outmatched, or even if your team is busy regrouping or something, there's still a lot of value that you can get with one of these defensive setups. And I think Hiki is really showing that here. I mean, some of these players are able to stay alive against quite the onslaught, fully channel one of those caps when maybe their healer isn't even that close or able to give them much support.
Yeah, I'm really struggling. You see the DPS. I was locked onto a DPS there for, oh my goodness, look at Sunbury. Hello, fellow Supple members. Standing on the back line of Supple, but Supple is not going to allow that to happen. Oh my gosh, look away. If you're a healer, kind of a rough place to be standing right there. Divine, the only man left alive, the boy who lived from the last engagement right there, limping back as the Templar back to his team, which is under a lot of pressure. Another big engage from Supple coming in right there, and it's just a little rough. Look at the pulls come in. The Cordy spin comes through. Not that it was necessary, but the AoE comes down, and it's Jexel coming up with a big kill feed for Supple.
Yeah, and at this point, Supple getting a little bit more aggressive, pushing out, but it looks like they are going to maintain that discipline and pull back and hold the objective. They're probably wanting to not get too cocky here, even though they have been very one-sided in terms of the kill feed. They have seen that cap slip away several times, so we don't want to overextend and push all the way back to the respawn. Probably wise of them to play it safe here, despite the consistent dominance that they've had so far.
Yeah, and this is about as dominant as you can be over another guild. That guild is, again, Charlotte going for another cap on behalf of Hikikomori right now, going absolutely in. The only person trying to stand tall, they're all, Zavi is trying to support right there. Big, lovable guy in the middle you see right there as well. Even their names are cute, Merlin. It's disgusting. It's crazy. How cute these guys are, funneling onto the point, saying, please don't hurt us, we just want to win, as they dive in and get cap after cap. They're actually contesting pretty closely right now, 17 to 21, 20 to 24.
Yeah, I mean, if you see someone named Big Lovable Guy charging at the objective, you really have to hesitate before taking a hit at them. You're not just going to open up on your rotation. You're going to think twice about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Going down right there. Oh gosh, look at the Supple swallowing. It looked like, again, they basically came around. Huge ball of Supple came down and wiping out the rest of Hiku off the point right there. But then they rally right back, and they are still on there. MNMO in the middle of everyone. Zavia in there as well. EO him doing his best. Vils doing his best as well, but Supple just cleaning them up left, right, and center. Big lovable guy is going to go for a cap on the point, but Supple just says death is the best CC. We don't need to push him off. We just kill him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even in the tank meta, if you've got 20 people hitting you on that stone, it's not going to be good news. You do have to have a healer backing you up eventually. So those solo caps, as heroic as they look, we're going to need to see a little bit more presence from Hiki before, at least just as a distraction, before that cap can finish like it did earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Hiku stepping back off the point now, trying to lick their wounds, but Supple not letting them as Mugen steps a little bit too, or Minun steps a little bit too forward, gets punished for it. Jolteon a little far forward now as well. Not sure where his healer is, but he's down at 20% and falling, but they are going to clean up the rest of the fight. Look at the confidence to know that you can step that far forward. The rest of Hiku just decided to commit onto the point as they got yet another cap. Down to the 2-minute mark right now, 18 to 24. You have got to respect the strength of the helmet that Hiku strapped on for this fight and just charged into battle. No, absolutely nothing held back.
No, they did not hold back at all. Very consistent. Honestly, even though they perhaps are a little bit outmatched here, some of the best regrouping that I've seen in the tournament so far, Hiki is consistently diving right back into this fight. No hesitation, no timidity, no passivity. They might be pacifists, but they certainly are not passive. They are always moving forward together as a group. It's really, really quite something.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch if you're a fan of red and yellow always being on the same side of the kill feed every single time consistently. You know, I'm rooting for my boys over in Hikikomori, but I think they're going to come up short on this one as Supple pushes them convincingly off, and Mo says he's sweating right there. The emote coming down. He says, no, 1v1 me. 1v1 me right now. It's two Crusaders going at it. Just two pool noodles doing their best to fight each other while the rest of them fight off screen right there. NMO tries to join the fight again. All of Hiku getting pulled in right there, and Supple just having a grand old time.
We've got a little bit of a side skirmish, 3v3 on the other side of the arena. We'll see if one team is going to spawn and reinforce this, but there is, at least for the now, okay, it looks like they're merging back into the main fight there. But for a moment, there was some Hiki holding their own there.
Yeah, Hikikomori definitely doing a good job of showing up in this one. Honestly, if you're looking at this, this is kind of scary. Why are there 30 people from Hiku standing on the point right now? Why is it going up at all? There's only 10 seconds left, so they cannot win at this point. It's not possible. But 30 people getting to the point in the midst of all of this death and carnage is so impressive. And there's the Awowis coming out right there. The Ayaya spam in chat, so supportive of Hiku the entire time right there. And I needless to say, the leaderboard looks a bit Supple favored here. Jexel, Odom, and Dad at the top of the leaderboards here. Assists wise, it does look like that Jexel is at the top of that one as well. Looks like damage dealt. Again, the same 3. Damage taken. There we go. Big Terrace. This is what you look at if you're a Hikikomori fan. This is where you succeed. Damage taken because you took a lot of damage in that fight. 25 million damage healed for Bella in Supple Void right there. The best healer in the lobby getting messy, and then Burbix and Ray right behind them. Not a single, let's see, who's the top one? Who is the top healer? Oh, I guess it's bugged for that. If I do top healer, can I do top? No, I cannot. So top healer on the other side for Hiku is Styre. Could be Duckstorm as well. So great match for both teams. Honestly, holy freaking cannoli. That was a rough match for Hiku, but honestly, they made it super entertaining.
They did, yeah. We did not see them giving up. We did not really even see them slowing down. In fact, I almost feel like they picked up steam as the fight went on. You know, the kill feed might not have really changed, but those guys never paused at all. They just kept coming back with the same amount of gusto over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. They just kept getting back in again and again and again on this one. So great match from both guilds. We can take a look over at our instant replay from that match. If we take a look at this, this was pretty much the story of the match. Watching Supple hard engage on a Hikikomori here. Look at the pulls come in on the side of Supple, and then once everyone's clubbed up, they basically just, there's the pulls right there. They clean up shop. Look at the kill feed. It's absolute perfection coming down on that side. I would not want to be going up against that team right there. Moreland, oof.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these Supple Abyss players have been playing together for a while now. They probably pulled a few people in from some of the other Supple guilds, but for the most part, this is going to be a group of players that are used to each other. They're used to the shock calls. They're used to playing around each other. I mean, the clumps that I saw getting made for Odom there were fantastic over and over again. There's a reason like he was at the top of the kill feed when some of the other Cordy players that we've seen in this tournament have been, 5, 10, or 15 slots down, and it's your decision making as a Cordy player, but it's also your chemistry with your static and their ability to kind of set things up for you so that you can really capitalize and get the most out of that build.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree. If we look ahead to our next match of the game, we have another hype team in this tournament. Right now, it's going to be Dwagon versus Awowis. And I know that text is really small, so don't worry. I will read it for you. Dwagon from the Snowburn server. Dwagon in the rank 1 slot in their alliance, allied with Flex Infamy and CPQ. They said, can't wait to run Cobra Kai's pockets again for the 5th time. All that money won't buy you a win when it's just us head to head. Daddy Hailstorm won't be there, but maybe you can get loads to shock call for you like Android does. No amount of rats in our comms will save you from getting portal camped during the tournament. What cope will your members use this time? Touch grass, you jobless bums who do nothing but sit in this game 24/7. Well, honestly, I don't know about the sitting in the game 24/7 there, Marlon, because like, if they're sitting in the game 24/7 and you have more gear than they do, what does that say about you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the trash talk is exactly coherent here, but it does have a certain energy behind it that that I think might work in their favor.
I thought it was pretty cool. I was like, okay, I guess they got some serious beef with Cobra Kai, who is in the tournament. Awowis on the other side. For the representing the Stellarite server, rank 3 in their alliance with Privateers, everybody's favorite VOD review guild. On that one, Tetrify and Blood Paradox. Rank 1 on the server, they win Siege every week. They've prediction for the tournament is top 50%, and then they said chat PvP, world's first cat girl guild. And I know that they only mean enthroned because, Hiku, they existed long before this.
Yeah, I don't know if they can authentically claim that they are the world's first cat girl guild, but having another cat girl guild in this tournament is arguably exciting, I guess, if you are into that.
Yeah, if you're into that. You more of a dog person or a cat person, Marlon?
What, like the actual animal, or are we still
the
talking
actual
about
animal.
girls?
No, not the girls, not the girls.
No, I'm a dog person personally.
My man. All right. I knew we were going to get along on this one. We'll bring it back to the caster desk. I'll let you talk about pick ban for this one. Dwagon, I think, certainly is the more favored of the two guilds. They've been dominant on Snowburn for a long time, but we'll see if they can pull it out of this one. So why don't you cover pick ban for us?
I don't know if those got sent my way quite yet. I'm trying to see if I can get
I've got it then.
there.
It's okay. They sent it to me. Bans, Dwagon. Okay, so hold on. Dwagon won the coin toss they chose to pick, which means Awowis banned. They get 4 bans. They banned Daigon, Talus, Chernobog, and Adentis. And the choice on Dwagon's side was to go to Azrael. Safe and sound for Azrael on this one. So interesting match coming up here. A lot of the same Riftstones guilds definitely want to play this in this best of 1 format. They definitely want to play this relatively safe. Moreland, Azrael, definitely the safe choice.
Yeah, a safe choice, and again, it is safe for both teams usually. So I don't know if that actually makes it safe, but it at least eliminates some of the more, hard to predict or hard to manage elements of these other maps.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are go for this one, it does look like I think Awowis is fighting a massively uphill battle for this one. Arlight on the side of Dwagon certainly had a lot to say in the chat PvP portion of the tournament sign up there, but we are in the thick of it. Here we go. Let's see which guild will spawn in first. It is Dwagon in the yellow. Oh my goodness. Awowis actually spawned behind them and pulling in the tail of Dwagon right now and gonna go ahead and do no damage. This is not good on the side of Awowis. The cat girls, oh my goodness, I saw a tornado come out there as well. The cat girls not looking super great. They had a great engagement right there. We should have seen a little bit more of a feed, but uh-oh, Moreland.
Yeah, and honestly, most of Dwagon isn't even in this fight. A lot of them were already over by the objective. They're starting to pull back now and reinforce. But considering that that was only a fraction of Dwagon and that was still pretty one-sided, this is looking scary for Awowis.
Sweet mother mercy. We've got another Hikikomori situation on our hands right now. Awowis getting pushed all the way back to the spawn by Dwagon right now. Dwagon pushing all the way in. I would be spawning at point 3 at this point to try to get out of this situation. If I were Awowis, as they're starting to get over, well, it's not starting to, getting overwhelmed on the point right now. It's so hard to get your foothold when it looks this one-sided and the guild turns around and just absolutely smacks you. It's time to just spawn at a different location right now as the final stragglers, Jordina in the middle of everything, gonna get cleaned up. All the last stragglers on behalf of Awowis just getting cleaned up right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of guilds might be used to maybe friendlier Azrael matches where you can spawn in and kind of casually stroll over to the objective. But in a tournament like this, you better be ready to fight a few seconds after you spawn in, and your team better be there with you. If you're caught off guard, you're probably not going to be able to respawn and make a comeback. You're going to have to completely abandon that position and, like you said, respawn on another portal and try again.
Yeah, it does look like a lot of support in chat for Dwagon. I know that they're a very popular guild on Snowburn here, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure why Awowis continues to spawn at this location. If you could check the other spawn locations to see if they're getting up over there, because I don't see them all here quite yet.
I do see them at the other nearby portal. I don't know. I don't remember if it's 1 or 2, but just across the river here, I'm seeing them spawn. But already they're getting clashed into by Dwagon. No hesitation. As soon as they started spawning over there, Dwagon is on top of it, just camping them out of existence. They are going to have to take Portal 3 here. It's the only option.
Yeah, I saw Ringer get a kill there. That might be the first kill of the match for Awowis right there. Again, I think Portal 3 is the play. That's the one that's way up top. You have all of Dwagon committed to this low ground aggression like this, and they're just trying to sit on top of your portal spawn right now. I personally, as a shot caller, would be running up to Portal 3 to get a regroup down, so at least you can try to make some sort of a gauge happen. But you can see Awowis backed into the corner here. What remains of this guild is backed into the corner right now as they get cleaned up. I'll go ahead and check the other, actually, Moreland, if you could go check the other spawns for us one more time. Go check that top spawn, see if anybody's quite over there right now. Awowis really struggling in the opening moments of this one.
I am seeing a few Awowis posturing over towards the objective, probably waiting for it to go live. Maybe they are just not really taking this portion of the fight seriously quite yet. But yeah, the trickle respawn is just not really going to work. There might have been a time in the past where there's longer respawn shields would allow you to spawn in on top of the enemy and make a play. But with these shorter timers, you're just going to trickle in and die one by one. You don't really have an opportunity to get set up.
Yeah, and if we talk about the Cordy crossbows for a moment, Dwagon has 2, Frosh and 10 bands. Awowis does have 1 on Martin, although I haven't seen him yet. It's very difficult to lock on to targets that are disappearing this quickly right now, but it has to be so hard in a position like this to make Cordy work, because you need your entire static there to buff you up and really make that spin impactful. And then on the other side, Dwagon's Cordys are extra effective because they have that time. So really struggle in large-scale PvP. It kind of snowballs like this, which is why you really want to try to get a full regroup down. You do not want to just trickle spawn like this on repeat. Look at, they're like Terminators. No, they're not even taking damage. It's a little rough. There we go. There's a few kills coming through for Awowis right there. I'm not sure where they... Oh, on the other side, hitting Dwagon in the back on this one. Did pick up a few kills, a pretty solid kill feed, and that's what you get. Oh, they're actually running over to the point. They're going to try to control this choke point right here. They're going to try to catch them as they come through. Or I'm sorry, Dwagon's going to try to catch Awowis rather as they come through. This is not good for Awowis. You do not want to try to step into that choke point. Please don't do it. Oh God, Catgirl fans, look away. It's going to be a little rough, Marlon.
Yeah, we had Awowis set up on the objective. They had some staff players up above ready to go, but now that Dwagon has responded, that whole area is just kind of cleared out. They weren't really able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We take a look at the leaderboards here for the first time in this match. I expect it to be a little bit Dwagon favored here. The first Awowis coming in at number 17, Daddy Dan and Round and Perky. Can't imagine what he's referring to there. Flash Me Mommy in it. The 90 assists. Interesting enough name right there. Damage dealt 1.4 million coming in for 10 bands. Awowis Daddy Dan actually doing pretty well on damage dealt right there. Very impressive for him to be pulling down that much damage. Damage taken, definitely Awowis taking the heat on this one. And then the healers, very owned by Dwagon. Hey Bunny and Two Tone 32, Jalen's as well, coming up as big healers for their team.
Yes, and of course, with how important of a skill Flash Wave is, who would not want to be flashed in this game? It looks like Awowis is starting to spawn in on Portal 3 and try to fly down, but still kind of trickling in. I'm not seeing them make too much of a coordinated push.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe if we try to get the Yaya spam going for these wonderful cat girls. Spam this flower to give cat girls power, maybe. Situation going on. Maybe they just need a little chat motivation to get things going, as they are starting to get a few members onto the point at least.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a few of them kind of on the outskirts, and it's hard to tell if that's because they actually have some presence or if because Dwagon just doesn't really want to push any further. Dwagon is really locking down the stairs and not letting a single player through, but there are a couple Awowis on the other side of the arena, the more open flank area, that have a little bit of presence here. If they're able to coordinate and get some more respawns, they might be able to start taking this space.
Yeah, absolutely. Right there, as we need to keep the spammers under control, mods. Please keep those spammers under control. One message is enough. We don't need more than that. Oh my goodness, look at this. As we see Awowis try to engage on this other side over here. Looks a little rough for Awowis, but honestly, a pretty solid attempt to come at the fight from both sides. Not able to come up with anything though, as again, Dwagon already owns the Riftstone, and it's looking very dominant for them right now.
Yeah, a little bit of a more coordinated push. I do like the fact that they were able to split off and take that flank, but ultimately they just didn't quite have the numbers there. I think they need to work on those regroups a little bit faster. If you're going to be fighting on the stairs and doing the flank play, that flank play is going to need to be more significant than just the 8 or 10 people that ended up pouring through.
Yeah, absolutely. Although a lot of red names starting to pour onto the point now. Those helmets have been put on the side of Awowis, and they are managing to get at least a few members through in here to try to create some disruption on the side of Dwagon. When you are ready set this much, all of your statics are sitting right next to each other. Everyone is alive. Everyone's coordinating really well with each other. Versus on the side of Awowis, where you're constantly stagger spawning. No one's really grouped up with one another. You're always under a lot of pressure. Very difficult, so to cause any amount of disruption is really good for them. Does look like Awowis did manage to cap the point, interestingly enough, for a moment there, but it was immediately snuffed out on the side of Dwagon.
I'm seeing a lot of Awowis fighting over on Portal 1, perhaps trying to get their respawns healed up and safe rather than making a push. So we'll see if they are able to stack up here, but Dwagon is already responding aggressively and pushing them out, and I would expect Dwagon to push them all the way to that respawn portal and force them to go take spawn 3 probably once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Pandox on the outside of this fight right now, doing a great job on this Templar. Not much for him to do, though, when the enemy team dies just this quickly or like this. Yoru coming back as a Crusader to help his backline. A big static from Awowis has managed to get into the backline, and he's trying to flip them. He's trying to peel them off so that nobody dies back there. Saki with a big kill feed right there. Awowis just getting cleaned up left, right, and center. Boons spamming L in the chat right there, interestingly enough. Badminton on the backline as well, and this is a crossbow dagger. How do you feel about crossbow dagger in the current metagame? Normally, all we like to talk about is the Cordy spinners on the SNS sword and shield daggers, but how do you feel how crossbow dagger is doing right now?
I think it really depends on the person who's playing it. A lot of crossbow daggers are used to, just the T1 kind of brain dead spin meta, and that doesn't really work without the Cordy anymore. But there are still some extremely skilled crossbow dagger players in T2, and when you encounter those players, it is absolutely game changing, especially in a kill squad or kind of spawn camping scenario. If they can play towards the edge of the fight, they can be very difficult to lock down and get any damage on, but they can one of the few DPS classes that can just shred through high health, high defense, high endurance targets. So absolutely valuable if they're in the hands of a player who knows how to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you want too many of them, but we saw a crossbow dagger earlier today on one of our T2 maps that we saw. And again, he was doing a great job of finding those high priority targets, locking them down, and doing a great job for his team right there. There's Arlight. That is the GM of Dwagon, as far as I'm aware. And he is just standing tall in the middle of his boys, and girls, letting all of these people do the Lord's work. There's Fish God right there, kind of based. To be honest, if you ask me, Sebastian on that healer right there gets pushed around, but his static is right there to help him, and that's what's beneficial of having your static right in the middle of everything right now. Illegal backing up over here, trying to heal his static, trying to get in. Ooh, not trying to go this deep on it. He is pulled a little bit in right now. Awowis going for a camp on the point. Illegal is just a little bit deep. Does manage to get himself out of that situation. Xylaris really doesn't want to approach the fight in a crazy aggressive way, because I understand, because you just get blown up. Evasion Wookie over here playing the healer role in the middle, honestly, behind enemy lines on the side of Awowis. Keeping his static alive over here. God Turtle doing his best in the corner right here. He is going to go down right there. It looked like an Invoker, believe it or not. That's the first staff wand that I've seen in the tournament so far. Still a great class, but I think it gets outshined if you're going to look for a healer by that Seeker class.
Yeah, and we have some Dwagon Kill Squad players out fighting in between respawns 1 and 2, and they are just free farming out here. It's going to be impossible for Awowis to get any kind of reasonable regroup without dealing with this squad. I'm seeing 50% of the Awowis players die before they even get to those stairs, so it's going to be hard to them to get anyone inside the objective if they do not deal with this. Even their Cordy player, Martin, I had his perspective for a second, but he was just annihilated before he even got into the main fight.
Yeah, that's really rough, and that's what I was talking about before. Cordy is only as good as your static party kind of allows you to be, and right now Dwagon putting their foot down in this tournament is what looks like coming out of the gate to be one of the more dominant teams that should go really, really far in this tournament. Up in the middle of everything right now on that spear dagger, putting down a crazy amount of DPS, gets pulled even further in. He says thank you as he runs through to the priority targets. Valhalla is very low as well, waiting on those cooldowns as he rotates back in to help the rest of his guild. Looks like there's a cap going down, or an attempted cap going down on the point. We'll see. Arlight did notice it. He's moving over towards it now. Doesn't get the CC down. Kind of a fumble, but there's just so many Dwagon here, Moreland.
Yeah, that cap was a little bit sneaky, but I do think that Dwagon reacted quickly enough that it's probably not going to be much of an issue for them. They're already backpedaling into the objective, and honestly, it doesn't even look like they're worried too much about it. A lot of them are just walking completely off the cap now and letting it tick, so they're feeling pretty confident at this point. I don't think they're too stressed about any back caps.
Yeah, you say that, but you just never know at the end of the day. You get a little too cocky, and then you run out of time at the I'll just let them have it. It'll be fine. You run out of time, and then you end up running out of time altogether. Strider on the point right now. One of the healers on the side of Awowis doing his best to heal the other cat girls around him. Not gonna find it. So basically everyone just dying in his arms. You hate to see that with all of the Dwagon around him. Honestly, surprisingly, not getting focused down. Normally you see healers get locked down pretty quickly here, Moreland.
Yeah, I just, man, they're, I don't know if they're going to be able to lock anyone down in this kind of scenario. I would want to see a more coordinated regroup at some point with Awowis. I feel like it's been a trickle the entire time. There hasn't been a lot of people kind of waiting for their static. I'm seeing a lot of people flying in with half health, and you know, they're not really putting too much pressure on Dwagon if they're going to continue that kind of pace.
Right on, yeah. I think that Awowis really struggling here, but I'll be honest with you, they're going to do a great job in the lower bracket. Let's just be real for a moment here. I'm curious just how much this newest patch is going to impact the metagame of the entire tournament. I know a lot of players were a little upset that they're introducing a patch in the middle of the tournament, but like, let's be honest about some of these changes. These are kind of, at least the Blood Devo change by far is definitely a W. That should have probably been changed a while ago.
Yeah, I think that for the most part, people are going to be happy for the meta to shift away from being so overly defensive. Obviously, no one wants their class to be nerfed, so you're going to see some people upset about the specifics of how this goes down. But everyone across the board agrees that, you know, some of these changes need to be made so that the meta can be a little bit more active, a little bit more exciting, and less stalematey.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's going to shake things up. And honestly, it really does show you who the best guild is, who can actually adapt and overcome to the new metagame the fastest. And I think there's earrings being introduced towards the later half of the tournament as well. So we'll see if that patch comes through on time as well. Kami firing from the high ground on behalf of Dwagon right here. Another staff dagger. If we look at the leaderboards, I'm almost scared to look right now. It does look like Flash Me Mommy in yellow. That's Dwagon, is the staff dagger holding it down. Myth, Saki, and Tsukusayo over here. Again, a spear dagger finally making it into the top 3. We see spear dagger a lot more prevalent in EU than it is in NA. We don't see them nearly as many of them in NA. With the damage taken definitely dominated by Awowis. 17 million though by Challenge and Two-Tone. Definitely the two best healers in the lobby. No question about that. Doing a great job on behalf of their guild. You are only as good as your healers.
Yeah, you know, once again, I'm trying to get the perspective of some of these more dangerous Awowis players, but as soon as they step forward to make a play, Dwagon is just shutting them down. Martin being the only Cordy on the enemy team, I'm sure is getting a lot of attention. Everyone's got him feuded, everyone's got him scolded. He's just, every time he gets close, I'm seeing his health bar just disintegrate.
Yeah, here's Ringer on the backside of the fight. Again, this is this Invoker. It's the first time I've seen this in the tournament. Look how aggressive he can actually be with himself, but now he's getting focused down by 4 members. Look at him standing tall, though he needs a heal really badly. Does manage to get out of there. Finds the heal, barely alive, gets back to full health. Honestly, what a gamer right now. Ringer doing his best and putting down damage all the while. There's the focus fireball going down. That's what I'm saying. This class can be very resilient. The best part of playing a staff wand is that you can heal yourself. You can take as many DPS skills as you need to and still pump down some frontline tanks. And as I say that, he finally gets flipped into the middle of Dwagon and gets snuffed out.
We're seeing some Awowis players now starting to play towards the cliff/pit a little bit, and you know, honestly, I think that's probably their best play at the moment. They're clearly having trouble with the direct clash, but if they can get some of their tanks to throw 5 or 6 people off that ledge, then maybe they could get some momentum going here. Up until this point, the fight has been really far away from this ledge. We didn't see it played nearly as much as the previous Azrael match, but now that the fight has moved more in this direction, I am seeing some of these Awowis tanks get some picks. Maybe they'll be able to get some Dwagon members to run around the side, but ultimately it looks like the kill feed is just too overwhelming for them to really get established.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing what they can. Yearn on that high ground. Look at this gamer right here. Absolutely throwing down DPS. And they're honestly probably wondering where it's coming from. You get more DPS the higher you are above your opponent. He did just stealth right there. I do expect him. Oh, no, he went down to the low ground to support his guild down there. There he goes right now. The staff dagger to the low ground. Honestly, one of the better DPS players I've seen on the side of Awowis here, keeping himself alive. alive, constantly moving around, constantly being slippery. Another attempted point taken right there. Yearn, ooh, this is really risky. He gets hit by one thing. He's going to get killed immediately. The cap actually does go through, and they have 21 people on the point. Yearn tries to step forward, get on that point, but he's really, really low, but so resilient. Can he win the 1v1 when he's already at 10% health? I don't believe he can, but he jumps to the low ground. He is still alive. What is this guy made of? The healer W right there, because he can't really heal himself. Never mind. There he goes. But the healer did what he could to make that happen. Time runs out. Awowis had a great showing there. Sadly, they got matched up with I believe one of the stronger guilds in the tournament right there. So, well, I'll be privileged to see them in the lower bracket here. Flash Me Mummy, Saki, Myth, and Tusayo, all the top killers in the match on the staff dagger, the spear dagger, staff dagger, and then the bow staff, respectively. We don't see bow staffs necessarily topping the kill leaderboards all that often, but 258 assists, 220 assists, 212 for Sukayo, Myth, and Flash Me Mommy, respectively. Again, damage dealt, it's the same people, except It's Fits comes in at 3.1k damage dealt on that spear dagger right there. 1.59 million damage taken by Razum, Yimmy, and Matt, and Melody doing their best on behalf of Awowis there. A good showing by the front line. 21 million damage healed for Jolens, Hey Bunny, and Dreamy, and then Chain Me Daddy. I expected that to be an Awowis member, but another great healer on behalf of Dwagon.
Yeah, and looking at the damage feeds, there were a few Awowis players that were up in the 2 to 3 mil damage range, but their kills were still in the single digits. And that's just what happens. Even if you are an outstanding player in a scenario like this, if your team is not there to kind of capitalize on that, you might be dealing a lot of damage, but that damage is just going to get soaked and healed back up. So it might look good on the damage column, but it's just not going to really do much in the kills column.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sadly, Awowis, a little bit of a one-sided fight for them right there, but it's okay. We will see them in the lower bracket, and they showed up 48 men strong for the tournament. I'm sorry, 48 cat girls strong for the tournament today. And certainly one of the first cat girl guilds in at least North America for Throne and Liberty. If we look ahead to our next match of the day, it's going to be Velocity versus Blood Paradox. Velocity from Snowburn, rank 1 in their alliance, allied with Flex Dwagon, which we just saw, and Take Care right there. Rank 1 on their server. Their T1 finish, so the best in guild T1 finish, they got 3rd. So these are the Press W. This is the Press W team from the original, or from the T1 tournament, and they got 3rd in 28 teams last time, so I expect them to go really far in this tournament, and so do they're predicting 3rd to 6th here.
Yeah, we've done some war games against Velocity, and they are legitimately very strong. I think that prediction of 3rd to 6th is very valid. This is going to be one of the top contenders in this tournament, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Blood Paradox from Snowburn, rank 1 and 2 in their alliance with Privateers, Awowis, and Tetra Phi. Again, we just saw Awowis sadly go down right there. Well, Privateers is also in the tournament, I believe, as well as Tetra Phi. But rank 1 on their server, 7 siege wins. Prediction, we have no beef with anyone. How respectful is that, Morlin?
That's so wholesome. There's a lot of wholesome guilds participating in the NA East section of this tournament today, Blue.
Yeah, uninteresting, but you know what? I'm okay with uninteresting as the person running the production. I'm okay with that. Don't need to censor anything there, but we'll bring it back to the caster net. I'll let you go through picks and bans this time, since I've kind of hogged it the last two.
So it looks like Blood Paradox is going to be, well, they could have picked the Mac, but they chose to ban instead. They banned Morokai, Chernobog, Leviathan, and Manticus, meaning that Velocity got to pick, and wouldn't you know it, they picked Talus.
Yep, Talus again. we go again. And I gotta say, I think that Velocity is probably favored in this matchup over Blood Paradox. I don't know too much about Blood Paradox, but I am recognizing some of these names in the guild as I see them join the lobby. But I also see D-Bones on the other team is running Dagger. That's not a thing, right? That's trolling. He's trolling.
That's probably a super secret new strat that he is unveiling for the first time here. I expect that to really blow a lot of minds tonight.
I can't believe somebody just said we look like a pair of blue M&Ms. Just get me off the screen. I just can't even believe these people right now. Unbelievable. Velocity versus Blood Paradox getting ready to go in this lobby. So make sure you have your predictions in on this one. Look, you try to match your shirts, and this is what people give you.
Absolutely, Blue. I mean, at least the bald comments have only been about 1 out of every 3 messages in chat today.
1 out of every 3 is right, next to the Awowis spam, or the Ayaya spam, with the wonderful Hikikomori and Awowis that we saw right there. And big W's to them for showing up to the tournament and representing so well. Blood Paradox definitely fighting an uphill battle. Velocity is considered one of the strongest guilds and one of the favorites to potentially even win the tournament overall with their lineup here. So definitely a tough lineup, but we're going to see what Blood Paradox has to offer. 1 person left to join the lobby left at this point. I do think that they are trying to hide a little bit of their weapon setups from the enemy guilds. Let's talk about Cordy's for a second. Blood Paradox has Knight, which is their only Cordy user, and Velocity has Type and Midas Whale are the 2 Cordy users for them. So 2 against 1. Velocity definitely has the upper hand in terms of Cordy's. But again, we've seen multiple times in all 3 tournaments so far where 1 Cordy user actually outperforms the 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, especially on the Talus map, you can always get good value out of a Cordy if you've got tanks that know how to pull. But as far as the terrain itself, Talus isn't really funneling people into a free Cordy choke kind of situation. They're going to have to create that scenario if they want to get the most value out of those Cordys.
Yeah, and we should talk about for a moment, a lot of guilds feel strongly that castle buffs and things like this should not apply in War Games lobby. I generally agree with that sentiment, but I think guilds are honestly, the last siege we saw a lot of guilds reposition in preparation for the tournament to kind of get ready for that, Morlin. And again, so guilds are trying to get that castle buff for owning the castle. You get like, what, 50 heavy attack evasion and 50 heavy attack. It's kind of a big deal. It can mean the difference in some of these lobbies.
Yeah, I mean, if the fight is really, really close, it might be the thing that tips the scales. I don't know that we've seen any fights where 50 heavy attack or something like that is really going to be enough to make a significant difference, especially in T2 when people are running enormous amounts of heavy attack anyways. I think it could go either way. Maybe a setting that you could check to ignore certain buffs in War Games could be something they could implement in the future. But I think the politics of everyone shuffling around is kind of fun too.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting on this. But Velocity versus Blood Paradox, we are underway, and both guilds spawned in directly on top of one another. A little rocky right now. Velocity is solid red. Blood Paradox in a lot of trouble on the first engage. Should have probably sent a scout in. That's what I recommend doing in basically every matchup. You always want to send a scout first to make sure you don't spawn in like that. Velocity was all spawned, and then Blood Paradox decided to spawn in. They just got absolutely run there, Morlin.
Yeah, and you know, I'm going to try to grab Rhythm's perspective here. It's going to be a little tough because he's dagger going invis a lot. But we fought against these guys recently, and even their squishier players, Rhythm, for example, has a very aggressive build. Shouldn't in theory be the hardest person to kill, but his guild does such a good job of keeping him safe and alive that he can play that aggressive build, super high crit, not the highest defense, get a lot of value, and still be very hard to take down.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we're seeing skirmishing go on all over the map. You normally don't see people fighting this far from the objective on Talus like this, and we're watching 2 different parties basically just go at it with one another all over the place. And then if you look over towards the objective itself, it looks like Velocity is pushing across right now. Here's the primary engage. There's Blood Paradox fighting their first front to back team fight, but it's not quite all of them. And Flux gets a crazy feed alongside Midas right there on the side of Velocity. And I can see just why people think this guild is so strong, Marlon.
Yeah, and again, taking Rhythm's perspective here, Shields covering 80% of his health bar, didn't even get below 100% there, despite playing pretty aggressively. His team knows how to take care of him, and the other DPS and Velocity as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, they're looking really, really strong at the outset of this one. It does look like Blood Paradox gonna have to mix it up a little bit if they want to make something happen here. But a few of their members are managing to sneak through. MP Panda, oh, gets blasted down. Lixin, SL678 is through as well. That is a healer. He's running around doing what he can to try to keep his static alive right there. But his team is being swarmed. Look at the backline flankers back here over with Dog and Dravix onto the backline of Blood Paradox back here. It's just an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah, and Velocity being very aggressive and confident here. They can do this early on since the objective isn't quite available yet, but they're pushing practically all the way back to the respawn portal, and I almost wonder if it's going to force Blood Paradox to have to spawn somewhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I would be doing on the other side. And here we go. As Roxy running across right now as a healer, wondering where all of his friends are. This is not the position that you want to be in, Roxy. All alone, but can Roxy live? Oh my gosh. How are you still alive? Walks all the way through the Velocity ball, still alive. When he gets to the other side of it, he says, no problem, guys. I'm here to heal you now. And then catches 2 heals, keeping Nolov alive at the last moment. Roxy, the GOAT right now. What an absolute unit, keeping his members alive. I think he is going to go down right there just a little bit too much. The pull coming in and then the Cordy spin on top of it is a little too much.
Yeah, continuing to follow Flux's perspective. Now, I'm trying to stick to some of these spear dags, even though they're kind of stealthing away from me. But very interesting to see just how well these guys play their lives. I know they're playing some pretty glassy builds, and yet even when they do get caught, they know how to perfect dodge. They know how to use their stealth, and really, I just have not seen them get put in that much danger.
Yeah, 1-2 on the hunt for Hunter right now. Gonna run him down. And look, now he's got that AoE on that Gladiator right now. That great sword spear. Such a mighty combination right there. But he does get blown up. And that's the problem with great sword spear, is you are ultimately not that tanky. When it comes right down to it, they can just blow you up. And that's exactly what we see. Blood Paradox battling back a little bit. They are certainly struggling, getting pulled in, doing the damage they need to, but are managing to find kills here and there.
Yeah, they're managing to find them here and there, but I mean, something is going to have to change here. Velocity playing very aggressively, no hesitation, not really allowing Blood Paradox to do a proper regroup. So if Blood Paradox wants to get together and make a push, they're going to have to be a little bit more intentional than this. They can't trickle in. Even though the respawn is close here, the trickle in is very tempting because you're spawning 10 seconds away. But if you continue doing that, you're just not going to get momentum.
Absolutely ruthless on the backline right now as a Crusader, just tearing through all of Blood Paradox. The cap is open, and believe it or not, Blood Paradox did get a cap off initially, but there's the cap over for Velocity. They just couldn't hold on. Not enough people on the point for Blood Paradox, but impressively enough, they were the first ones to attempt to cap the point. So still playing very objective based. To their credit, they are doing what they can in this situation, but it is certainly a very difficult one for them to fight their way out of. You can see everybody that basically pushes through to the point, whether they're a tank or not, is really struggling to interact with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they probably could sneak a few tanks over to grab the cap, but what benefit is that really going to offer if the rest of their team is not able to back them up?
Yeah, absolutely. Spell user over here doing his best. Ironically enough, a Crusader named Spell user Goofy. Bathrobe Dave. An interesting name for a frontline tank. They're doing a really good job for his team. Dog out in front as well. Tanks well positioned on behalf. Oh, Gar. One of the better tanks in the T1 tournament, if I remember correctly here. Viola. Certainly, this is not all of Press W. There are some Press W members that I recognize, but a lot of the Velocity members are not the Press W members that I remember from the first tournament. Look at them pushing off the point right now and onto Blood Paradox way off the cap right now, getting a big feed, catching Blood Paradox Blood Paradox unawares as they were trying to regroup.
Yeah, an absolutely devastating push there. Velocity doing a very good job of just synchronizing, moving forward as a group and crashing hard into Blood Paradox. It doesn't look like they were quite ready for that level of aggression this far away from the point. But if, Velocity is able to maintain this kind of presence, then they can just push all the way to that respawn point if they want to.
Yeah, honestly, Zura over here. Oh, this is not necessarily where you want to be, is the first one in for your team. Ooh, navigates his way out of that position. Some clever movement to get himself out of a tough position. Still takes some damage, though, as he will need to catch a... Oh, God, steps into a meteor, and down he goes. So Staff is pretty good, Morlin. This is a little rough. Crossbow dagger, Stormy Rat doing what he can as well, but you can see the DPS for Blood Paradox really just coming up short.
Yeah, and interestingly, it does look to me like there are a lot of Blood Paradox DPS players, but that might actually be working against them here. They might not have the tanks and support necessary to stay alive because they just can't find the opportunity to really use those offensive abilities. If they push too far forward, that dominating wave of Velocity players just lands right on top of them and takes them out.
Yo, Roxy the Goat. The boy who lived in that last engagement limps away as the only remaining member and waits for his guild to respawn back in. This is a good thing for Blood Paradox. They can fully regroup, get ready, set. We got Cash Money out in front as well here, trying to do something.
I've got the perspective of the Blood Paradox Cordy. We'll see with this full regroup if he's able to make a play here. Velocity is playing pretty balled up, so if he can get a few tanks to pull some people into him, then maybe he can make something happen here. We'll be watching.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the front line, so you tell us how things go. Blood Paradox doing a push-pull right now. This is actually a pretty common strategy. You push forward, you get your enemies to blow cooldowns, which is exactly what they did. You hard pull back like this, then you turn on them when the cooldowns are done. There's the turn. Beautiful push for Blood Paradox right there. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Matthias finds a kill right there. Good start for them. Excellent engage, but I'm not sure it's necessarily going to be enough. Knight finds a kill. Another kill. Tylenol gets a kill as well. Outplayed right there for Blood Paradox. Beautiful play by the shot caller to bait Velocity into a horrendous engagement.
Yeah, Velocity players were not quite sure where to go there. I saw them running on both sides of these rocks, getting a little bit spread out, and then Knight was able to get a decent spin off and catch 3 or 4 players. So a little bit better than what they've been doing early on. If they can innovate on that strategy a little bit more, they might be able to get something going here.
Yeah, absolutely. We see LX Sun on this great sword dagger, which you don't see very often in large-scale PvP. You really want to isolate your targets and knock them down quickly. He does find one right there, but then gets CC'd again himself on the side of the fight. Goes in, chooses to go invisible. We'll see if he comes back out here in a second. Not so much here. Adar on the outside as well, and the Templar trying to keep his allies healthy while staying on that front line. D-Bone's really low on the back line. We'll see if they can get onto him. They do find him at the end of the day, it looks like right there. And this battle just rages on. Blood Paradox starting to make things happen for their team right here.
I wonder if spreading the fight out like this will actually work in Blood Paradox's favor, because Velocity is very strong when they're moving as one coherent ball. Maybe fighting a very wide flank here could open up some opportunities, since Velocity really likes to respond aggressively to those pushes.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're seeing some of the staff users go down before the fight even starts. This is actually not the worst. This takes me back to the old Talus days. Remember the old conflict boss days where we were all positioned around Talus and it was the best staff in the game and we were all waiting to go in and there's so many guilds here. This just takes me back right now, but it does look like Blood Paradox is getting completely routed from that high ground. Lost too many people at the start of the fight. Ended up being a disaster. Might want to spawn at the other spawn right now because they have Velocity all over them here.
Yeah, again, fighting this close to the portal, you just bait yourself. They are right on top of the respawn, and as much as you want to spawn and get back in the fight as quickly as possible, realistically, you're spawning with half health right next to the full strength enemy team. It's probably not going to work out for you. You gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, absolutely. 8.5 minutes left on the clock, and certainly Velocity super dominant in this matchup so far. Blood Paradox coming at them from the other side, though. Interestingly enough, the push is coming from the other side. They need to push in right now. Blood Paradox has precious seconds before Velocity gets here, and it all is wasted. Now they are going to get wasted themselves. They actually had a moment where they were rotating. Did that guy just say bald? Okay, this guy.
He's been saying it, yeah.
This guy, yeah, you're done. You're done, kid. Right now, and Blood Paradox in full retreat right now, as I think they just waited a little bit too long to take that engage right there.
Yeah, I think that, spreading the fight out or taking the fight in multiple directions, because Velocity is so willing to commit to these pushes, they could do a bait like they did earlier. They could drag Velocity in one direction and then try to break their ankles a little bit, but it's going to require a lot of coordination and communication on Blood Paradox to communicate and to get the members to understand where they need to be to pull that off.
Yeah, I'm on Moshi right now. Interestingly enough, wonderful player. I've played alongside them before, but you can see just how much damage a staff dagger can do when in the right position. So we'll watch them on this fight. He sees Bulat right in front of him right there. Gonna take that free one as they step forward, sprinting forward. A little late on the engage, but honestly, it's your job. There's the meteor cast going in there as well. Look at the DPS. Not a single person touching Moshi the entire time. That's how dominant Velocity looks right now. There we go. Moshi starting to take some damage right now, decides to back up a little bit, catches a heal from his healer, W healer right there as their static moves forward together. But Blood Paradox honestly battling back a little bit on this push, not allowing Velocity to get all the way on top of them.
Yeah, the stone just completely empty right now. There is a Blood Paradox player walking up and capping it. No one is even on the screen with him. We'll see how long it takes for Velocity to react, but just a completely free cap. There's a few Blood Paradox players starting to move in, but it looks like Velocity is now going to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Moshi still firing away. Just not enough people on the points. A cheeky little attempt on the point right there with 6 minutes left on the clock. You love to see it. You got to try something as a guild to try to pull the enemy guild out of position, and that's all you have to do at this point stage in time. That it's a little rough in this particular situation. So you really want to pull Velocity to one side of the map and then push them to the other side of the map. So by basically spawn on the other side and then just try to hard engage when you catch them out of position with all your cooldowns up and just run through them. Stormy Rat getting a kill on that crossbow dagger, I believe, as we saw before. So good W there. Tylenol Cold and Flu is the name. You can be named anything in the world, Timmy. Anything you want. What do you want to be named? I would like to be named Tylenol Cold and Flu, he said. Interesting character name right there. Majin Buu right here, certainly an iconic member of the Throne and Liberty community for NA East. Struggling to get up this rock right here. A little embarrassing, but that's okay. We got there. Got all the way up here. Skipper Dude tries to go for the cap. Not gonna find it, though, as Majin Buu just walks through the carnage.
It looks like Blood Paradox is finally starting to make some movement towards the stone. I think they did a pretty good job earlier of pulling Velocity off and sending a few people to back cap. If they had sent a larger force that had some more staying power, then they might have been able to charge up that percentage a little bit. But sending 3 or 4 people the other direction probably just isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Finally, they were able to move the fight over onto the point. I'm not exactly sure if that was necessarily a great idea, but of course it's always going to end up there anyway. Spare constantly spamming bald so that we will see it here. What a goofball he is. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Salga doing his best on the back line on behalf of Blood Paradox. This is a crossbow dagger POV, and this is beautiful because honestly, you're most effective when the enemy doesn't see you coming, guys. This is what flanking assassins do right now, as he's trying to basically float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, as it were, trying to fight around the outside of the fight and pick his targets wisely. Spell user diving in, of course, don't be fooled. Spell user playing that tank. It should be foot pedal user moving forward here with the Crusader on, trying to get the cap after cap down, but keeps getting interrupted by Velocity.
Yeah, and at this point, trying to sneak the cap is probably not going to do much. You're not really going to distract the Velocity when their entire guild is standing right on top of it. Probably better to do what they did earlier and try to draw them away to make some sort of play. But I understand the temptation to try to, press the button when you're standing next to that thing.
Yeah, I absolutely do. Blood Paradox goes for another regroup, but they are right on top of it. Velocity trying to show just how strong they are. Rhythm going for a big spin. Or I'm sorry, someone next to Rhythm was going for a big spin right there, and Rhythm cleaning up what was left right there. Barryax finding a kill on behalf of Blood Paradox, and they actually do manage to get a regroup going here. Stormy Rat looking for a side engage. Like I said, this crossbow dagger, you're looking to assassinate people. You do not want to run straight at your opponent. You want to try to get outside on the flank of the fight, but there's just not a confident way to do that at the moment, aside from stealthing through, and then that's your only stealth. Knight dives in. There goes the front line. I'd love to see Stormy decides to peel the back line instead. Maybe that's a good idea. Looks for some damage down, but this is a lot of tanks. You do not, the target acquisition just not looking super great for this guild right now. Matthias does manage to pick up a kill on behalf of Blood Paradox, but the rest of the guild is brutally slaughtered on the backside of the fight there, Morlip.
Yeah, I'm watching Knight go in and look for those spins, and he's getting a lot of targets caught in that Cordy spin, but the damage just isn't there. Velocity's doing a good job keeping their buffs up, keeping their heals up, and really their health bars are barely even moving when they're catching these spins.
Yeah, CJ Breezy now on this Gladiator. We've seen the Gladiator POV once before on this Spear Greatsword right now. Oh my goodness, that's not where you necessarily want to be. Is right in the middle of everything. D-Bones dives in on top of him, right next to him right there as he backs up, looking for a target to honestly lock down here. Taking a while to do so, gets shoved back into the fight, unable to put any damage down. Finally peels onto the backline, and Stormy picks up that kill back there. So that must be his static group he's trying to stay with. The rest of the guild is sacrificed, thrown to the wolves as Breezy backs up here, but they do manage to pick up just a couple more kills.
I'm watching the Blood Paradox bow staff user now kind of fighting off to the side, surprisingly not really getting focused as Velocity moves back. I'm trying to see if Blood Paradox has any heavy hitters here off to the side that are getting some value, and it looks like they do. I'm noticing several different staff players that are actually doing a decent job of staying alive and getting some damage on these outskirts, but it just doesn't seem to be enough to really move those Velocity health bars. They have such a good habit of playing with their statics and keeping each other healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. And then lots of tanks on the side of Velocity. I'm just finding a lot of people are playing tank in this minigame, and I'll be honest with you, maybe that's intentional as they are on Talus, and they know that Talus can be a very contested Riftstone. Zell has an engage over on the right side as Blood Paradox tries to make something happen with about half of their offense. Ball over here, Knight doing what he can, but has forced to retreat and back up there. CJ Breezy running in on that Gladiator as we saw before. Knight in a lot of trouble getting focused down on the backside. Does manage to actually pick up a heal though. There we go, I finally get locked on. This is the corny user for Blood Paradox here. As he steps forward, he is getting his buffs up. He finally has this moment. There's the cap going down. Let's see if he can find a feed right now. Drops in. There's the Cordy spin. Does pick up 2 kills. Okay, Knight. There you go, buddy. And that's how effective it can be. Sadly, it is too little, too late right there. Moshi, who again we were locked on to for a solid amount during that fight, is the top kills and the top DPS. Nope, second to top DPS of the lobby. Rhythm at the top DPS on that spear dagger, as it were. Moshi, Flux, Rhythm, and Daikon Soup at the top of the leaderboards. No surprises here. Again, Staff Dagger and Spear Dagger really dominating today on the leaderboards for NA East. The top assists is Rhythm, Moshi, and Flux. Again, we looked at damage dealt already. Again, so we will look over at Blood Paradox's damage taken, because that's where you see the W's. Skyman, Lade, and a Soluble Jaguar 4 are the top tanks of the lobby. One of them, Lade, of course, being actually a healer. 26.3 million damage healed by Razorwing. Breezy at 25.7. Sin at 23.6. The top healers in that lobby.
And interestingly, once again, if you look at the top DPS, the Cordy spinners are not even in the top 5 or 8. I think the first one was like maybe rank 8 or so. It's Velocity, more than I think any other guild in NA East, is really making use of spear daggers. I know you said it was popular in EU, and it looks like maybe they're starting to make it popular in NA as well, because we're seeing more top fragging spear daggers in this comp than any other NA East guild so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look over at our instant replay for that match. We had a great push coming out for Blood Paradox, one of their better moments here. As you see them step forward, they bait Velocity because they know they've been chopping at the bit. All of them turn around at the same time. The calls to back up. All of the cooldowns are blown for Velocity as they step forward. They expected a hard engage on that one. A beautiful push pull, the first one I've seen in the whole tournament so far. And they actually, this is the best engagement that they had. They stopped them right here. Absolutely beautiful engagement coming out for Blood Paradox. So although they lost, they still had some great moments there.
Yeah, absolutely. They did a really good job on some of those bait pulls, getting Velocity out of position. I think with a little bit more practice and a little bit more coordination, they can learn how to capitalize on those plays and get something going.
Yeah,
It'll be interesting to see what they do in the other bracket.
Yeah, I think they're one of the stronger guilds that we've seen lose today, for sure. GG's to both guilds. We look over toward our next match. Honestly, it's been a rough day for the Privateers Alliance. Okay, Privateers, again, on the Adrenaline server. This is the rank 1 guild and their alliance. Awowis has gone down. Blood Paradox has gone down. It's just Privateers left alive on this one. Rank 1 on their server. They got to the second round in the Best in Guild T1 tournament, and then in the chat PvP they said, "Stop macroing Black Anvil, you trash can losers. Astral hunting was removed from the game. Please just play the game." Kind of based coming out from there. Infamy on the other side of it. Ivory coming from the Ivory server. Rank 2 in their alliance with Dwagon, Flex, and Can't Press Q. I'm not sure if that's quite up to date as of right now. They're not sure how strong they were on the server on Ivory, at least. Siege has won 5. Their prediction was top 10. And then their chat PvP was thigh highs belong on guys.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, not exactly what I was expecting to be there, but I guess that is one angle to go with as far as the chat PvP. With some of the guilds that they're fighting against in this tournament, I don't really know if there will be PvP. I think there will just be a lot of agreement, but you know, they're really coming out blazing.
Yeah, how do you feel about the thigh highs belong on guys? Seeing a lot of based spam in the chat on that one. Very interesting comment. I assume he means the characters in game, of course. What kind of drip do you prefer on your character?
I mean, I'm pretty much just care about shoulder pads. Nothing else really matters. The larger of the shoulder pad, the better. I don't think I really have the fashion sense to base my character around anything other than that.
All right. Okay. All right. I'll stop torturing you now. Okay. Let's go over the pick ban for that match. It looks like Infamy won the coin toss. They chose to pick. Oddly enough, Marlon, we've seen guilds choose ban almost more than we've seen them choose pick lately. So definitely a little bit, you know, it could go either way depending on how you want pick ban to really go for yourself. But Infamy won and chose to pick, which means Privateers ban. They chose to ban Kawazan, Talus, Chernobog, and Dwagon. Trying to avoid
banning
probably
Talus is an interesting choice. I wonder if that's just fatigue, because it's not that risky of a map to play, but maybe they were just tired of it.
Well, either way, the choice was Azrael, so we're getting another Azrael match. Here we go on this one. Infamy versus Privateers. I'm curious, what's your prediction for this map based on what you know about these guilds?
Well, Infamy recently joined up with Supple, and you know, I've had a chance to fight with these guys like in Nebula a couple times. I think that they have a pretty solid showing, and playing with Supple, they, I'm sure, are getting a lot of coaching and a lot of help to kind of climb the ladder and become even stronger. So I would expect that Infamy has drastically improved in recent time, and I'm expecting them to be competitive here.
Yeah, absolutely, as we do manage to get into the match for yet another match for the day. Remember, guys, we have 2 more matches after this one. NA East with a lot of matches on the schedule every single day. It does look like Infamy is the first one, to the point they rush it straight out the gate here. sprinting straight over here. Roxy taking position. I'm sorry, Revy rather taking position on the high ground right here, waiting for the enemy guild. Privateers, of course, led by Beck. They always submit their VOD for review for Siege so that they can constantly improve and try to get better. They're one of my fan favorites personally. There's Beck right there out in front leading his guild. He is the shot caller for his guild as well. And boy, oh boy, they stand on the precipice this time as it looks like they've just been spotted by INFAMY. INFAMY spreading out on the low ground. Beck calling for his boys to drop down into the courtyard right now. It looks like they're going to look for a courtyard engage. I'm hoping INFAMY doesn't just go for it right now. Moreland, there it is. Hardcore lawn just goes straight in. There goes Beck on that side. Both flankers are going to get a massive play on this one. Beru on the right side of your screen over there doing a lot. And it looks like Privateers getting the first feed of the match, but it's answered again by INFAMY, Moreland.
Very interesting how Privateers kind of had a few people. It almost looked like they got caught, but then they ended up kind of doing some work over on the side, even though it looked like they were out of position, also allowing their main ball to wrap around and get a pretty solid feed over by the stairs. I did not expect that to go as well as it did for Privateers.
You gotta hand it to Beck. I actually thought it was actually a pretty good engage. He had his flankers come in from the other side. The main ball engaged as far southwest as they possibly could in the courtyard, which drew the attention away from INFAMY, and the flankers got into a good position. Look at the flankers for Privateers ripping apart the backline for INFAMY, doing the Lord's work right here as Frank's static group back here on that Crusader, allowing the rest of Privateers to try to push through, but INFAMY seems to be doing a good job of cleaning this up. This is not a one-sided match. This is very back and forth. We have a game on our hands, Moreland.
Yeah, Privateers just doing a really good job of constantly wrapping. INFAMY has pretty much no backline here. Since the beginning of the fight, there's no direction that they can retreat to. They're going to have to engage. Privateers is doing a good job of kind of having that crescent formation, just left, right, spreading out and trying to constantly collapse on INFAMY. And it's looking more and more dire as INFAMY is really clumped right now near the objective, and Privateers just continues to take up more and more space.
Yeah, honestly, it's tough to tell who is winning at this moment because there's 2 minutes on the clock. It's going to come down to who can get the cap off on the point. When you're in a match that is this close, on a map that is this balanced, and you're all running back from basically the same points, it's going to be a little rough. Let's look at Cordy's for a second. It's Moradin and Jensu for Privateers are the names you want to look out for. So see if you can find a couple of them. JDMXD and Tarnished Maiden from INFAMY are the two on the other side. So Cordy's on both sides here. Crappy, one of the best guilds one of the best tanks rather in Privateers. He always submits his VOD for review. This guy is as tanky gets in Throne and Liberty. He is almost an unkillable god, and he understands how to lock down his targets, standing tall for Privateers right now.
Absolutely, and every single VOD that you submit makes you at least 3% better of a player. So if you're doing that every single time, you're going to get that compounded VOD interest when it comes to your gamer skill.
Yeah, absolutely. Dubious trying to stay in a good healing position for INFAMY right now. But when you're in a really scattered fight like this, the only thing you can really do as a healer is try to stay to the outside, as much to the outside of the fight as you can. Beru just went invisible. You can still see him standing up on this platform, though. You can see the silhouette of his character right there as he's invisible. He doesn't want to reveal himself quite yet. He knows people were locking him down. There he goes right back to anyway. I started blasting. Beru doing a great job on this staff dagger, opening up the objective for his team in the critical closing 30 seconds right now. We'll see which guild does manage to get the objective right here. Beru doing a great job, just doing as much damage as he possibly can, but it looks like INFAMY is going to get the upper hand just before the objective unlocks. If you look at the leaderboard the last 10 seconds very quickly, you can see it's super back and forth with both guilds all over the leaderboards, back and forth the whole way down the list. But INFAMY with this much stronger healers just doing a much better job saying milkies in there. Honestly, interestingly enough, you can get mana back if you drink milk in the middle of the fight. It's like the tech for a lot of people, so I'm sure that's what he meant by that. It does look like we saw INFAMY get the cap down first, Moreland. They are on the board.
Yeah, and I've got the perspective of one of the privateers, Cordy's over here on Morden. Just saw him spin kind of on the outskirts, maybe not quite as much value as he could be getting. He's playing a little bit safe, possibly still feeling out this particular matchup, and there he goes. That's probably why he's playing the outskirts. Because he's worried about situations like that where he just gets disintegrated. But with the way that Infamy is playing, really kind of stacked on top of each other, it's going to be a great value for their healers. But that's exactly the kind of positioning you want to punish as a Cordy. So Privateers is going to want to look for those clumps and really capitalize on them with their Cordys. They can't really hang too far back.
Yeah, absolutely. I see Zagara as a healer for Privateers here. It's a super based name. See if anybody in chat knows where that's from, but I know exactly what he is referencing on that one. We'll see if anybody knows what game that is actually from. I doubt that Morlin knows. Zagara dives right in and tries to help out his team members, keeping himself alive. He's got the Baitmaster title on too. It is StarCraft 2. The goats of my chat know that it is StarCraft 2 Co-op Commander. Zagara is the queen of Co-op Commander and an excellent support. Great hero for Co-op Commander, one of the best in the game in my opinion. So really cool to see that represented here. You'll never know when you're gonna see one of the StarCraft 2 homies right there. Neo Bahamut out in front for his guild right now. They're just trying to stop Privateers from capping the point. 78% and climbing for Infamy right now. Privateers can't even get in range of the point. Look at them trying to pull off little cheeky plays right there. Beck doing what he can to try to get onto the point 90. Can he get it all the way? No, he can't get it. Beck is going to try to interact with the point one more time. Can Beck get this off for his guild? He is really struggling right there. Can they CC him? 80, 90, and no, he gets CC'd at the last moment. Privateers just getting robbed right now. They have so many people on the point. They just can't interact with it.
Yeah, and Blue, of course, I have no idea what StarCraft is, but I am familiar with Zagara from the popular MOBA Heroes of the Storm, which I think is probably where most people know her from. StarCraft, never heard of it. But, you know, back to the fight. I am still looking for these privateer Cordy spinners. It looks like they do have a lot of the space around the objective now. I think they are going to get this cap off, and if they can maintain this and kind of control that back area, then this could go their way.
Yeah, Crappy keeps trying to go for the point here, but at this point, it's almost better to just wait, let them have it, and then try to take it. Now, that's what I think Crappy is trying to do. 99. He knows that we should see him attempt right after they take it there. There we go. Infamy securing potential victory for the first time on Azrael against Privateers in a very, very close match on this one. Very close to the stone. Crappy does manage to get it. Beautiful job by Crappy to finally put Privateers on the board, and that is why you submit VODs every week. This guy knows how to play an objective. That's the front line you need right there. Good play for Crappy, the MVP right now for Privateers, making it work right now. Endless doing his best on this bow staff, firing from the side of the fight. You see Morrow Seeker, really low on the backline, but manages to catch a heal at the last moment, keeping him safe from Ven. And again, Endless bouncing around the side of the fight, but not enough people on the point for Privateers. Only 30 to the crazy 40 from Infamy. It looks like their cap might get thwarted here.
Yeah, and interestingly, neither one of these teams, again, really playing the cliff. They really just want to brawl inside the objective. Not a lot of chain hook, shield charge, shield pushes going out. They really just want to brawl out, and both guilds feel like they can win that direct confrontation. We'll see who ends up being correct.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Crappy and Beck have more work to do as they need to go try to recap the point one more time. Nero on the back line for his guild. Revi finds the kill there. Riberu finding another kill as well. Privateers battling back, but honestly, again, their front line needs to cap this point. They struggled with this in the first tournament as well, so they are trying to get through and cap this point, but Infamy is making it really, really hard on them. If we take a look over at the leaderboards to see who the top killers are, it is Whalen, Zoomtar, and JDMXD. That's the Cordy spinner right there. Damage dealt. Again, it's Whalen, JDMX. Damage taken, Pink Uni, Max, Alpaca, and Symphonia right there on the side of Privateers. 11.5 million damage heal for Cozy's. Riexin is also on the board, and Infamy's healers are just stronger.
Yeah, I've got Moradin's perspective again, and I'm still seeing him spin on the outskirt of this fight. His health is just constantly chunking from full down to 20%, and he again is dropped down. Jinsu right next to him getting dropped as well. Both of the Privateer Cordy players are just being absolutely hunted right now. They can't even get into the objective. They're dying on the outskirts, trying to set up a spin on 1 or 2 people at a time, but they just cannot seem to play the game right now.
Yeah, I'm just seeing, I saw a wand dagger in the middle of everyone there. You do not see that class very often. How do you feel about it in the current metagame right now?
I mean, it's hard to justify playing it over wand SNS where you have that extra tankiness, but you can still just one-shot people.
Yeah, absolutely. Nubcake doing what he can on the front line for his guild. Lusha standing in the back, but there's a lot of red health bars around him. He's trying to stay in range of his tank, but it may have gotten him killed in this case. Lusha does manage to survive. Backing up right now, losing HPs. The only member of his party, it looks like, left alive. His Privateers is limping back away as they're realizing they are just not going to win the small-scale skirmish. They have got to get someone over to interact with the point right now. They've got to sneak someone over. They're fighting out in the field like this, but I just don't see it happening right now.
I think it could work if they use this open field as an opportunity to regroup and really take enough space to crash towards the objective. If they can win this fight that they're in right now, then the cap kind of becomes free. I've got Moradin's perspective here again, and we will see if he's able to do something this time. He's standing in the middle of a lot of red. Surely he's going to make a play here within the next few seconds. Big pulls coming in, spinning on maybe 5 or 6 people, but I just don't know if it was there.
Yeah. Just not quite finding the play that he needs to for Privateers here. Coming up short. INFAMY coming out really strong in the first round of this tournament, shutting the door on Privateers, and it looks like it's very back and forth as it is, but INFAMY constantly managing to find that edge with its static groups just playing better than its respective opponents' static groups. The front line for Privateers certainly doing a lot for them, but it just doesn't do much if your backline is constantly dead. Endless getting hunted down. You can see the flankers on the side of INFAMY doing a great job. This Gladiator on Mingeski, look at him diving through and trying to put damage down, causing as much disruption as possible. This is why INFAMY is coming out on top in this match. These flankers are just doing a crazy good job as Mingeski continues to put down damage.
Yeah, and the actual stone itself being fairly ignored right now. If Privateers wanted to send a tank to walk up and cap it, they probably could, but instead they are really just focusing on this brawl, probably trying to get established, knowing that they're just going to lose that cap if they send someone over. That tank probably has more value just buffing his team and trying to brawl out.
Yeah, absolutely they do. We're watching Deuces right now. That's the Templar, a safe perspective for me, standing forward for Privateers, and it tells you how long he's staying alive. Again, this is mainly because the target acquisition for INFAMY is just so good. Their communication between their statics is really good. Blue Rhino tries to dive through, gets killed. Beru doing his best. We talked about him DPSing earlier, but look how quickly they jumped on him right there as he tries to push through. Very resilient, though, as he catches a heal from his healer. He just has to trust as he dives through. Is the trust there? Catches a swift heal right there. Loses health again. Gets healthy again. The healers from Privateers keeping Beru alive. That is why you have to trust your team right there. You just have to trust that you're going to step forward and someone is going to be able to catch you when you step through. And that is exactly what happened. And now Beru in a great position to put down damage on this side of the fight. Crappy going for a cap on the point right now. Privateers finally finding some room right now, Merlin.
Yeah, in fact, they have quite a lot of room. They've got the entire kind of cliff back section of the objective is just covered in yellow right now. If they can continue to reinforce this, they might be able to cause some kind of snowball here.
Yeah, absolutely. Beru in a great spot right now, actually putting down so much damage. Look at that. He's getting a kill after kill on the backline. Endless. There we go. Another kill for him as well. Finally, the DPS for Privateers getting a second to set their feet. And now is when Crappy goes for that point, that cap point back on the other side. He's there to pick him up. They're trying to stop him. They don't get there, though. And now Privateers has 31 people on the point with 5 minutes remaining. This probably is their last-ditch attempt to try to get onto this point. And INFAMY is flooding in to try try to stop them, but the cap has already started. Infamy's flood, 42 people on the point. Where's the rest of Privateers?
Yeah, we need fast regroups here to make this happen. And also that cliff side, I'm seeing a few tanks try to go for those hooks and maybe get one or two, but the more value you can get out of that cliff, when the fight is this close to the stone, you cannot sleep on that cliff. I know it seems like a gimmick to some people, but man, the value of throwing people off right there is huge. Like you said earlier, in some cases, you could argue that that's worth more than even killing the player because of how long it takes for them to get back. So we can see the fight kind of drifting in that direction, and there goes 3 Privateers players off the cliff. That's basically 3 kills in one button from that Infamy tank who just threw them all off.
Interestingly enough, Marlon, they're putting them into the jaws of the shark down there because they have to run all the way around the outside of the fight. And Infamy actually, or Privateers rather, had a static group out there to try to lock down those players. But I'll be honest with you, they just weren't doing a whole lot right there. They needed those players on the point. The cap gets shut down, and that is devastating for Privateers with only 3.5 minutes left on the clock. I'm not sure that they have enough time left in this match to make something happen. Fadex, one of the gladiators for Privateers, trying to get into position to find anything, finds Revy. That's a good DPS on the other side. Revy goes, I'm sorry, I think that, yeah, he's a DPS. Goes invisible with that dagger right there. Frank's in the middle of everything as well. Fadex dives forward to try to find something. This is exactly where you want your gladiators to really be, is on the DPS backline right now, but sadly he's not really able to find a priority target, and now he is the one being focused down, so he's got to be very careful. Moradin gets a pretty solid kill feed for Privateers right there, but unless they get a cap like right now, Marlon, I think time is running out.
Yeah, you know, I'm watching the perspective of Pendragonite right now, a Crusader player, and this is really a class that is not going to get a lot of credit on the leaderboard at the end. But man, this guy is just pulling people off the cliff every time his hook is off cooldown. He's not going to get any kills on the leaderboard for that, but the impact that he's having on the fight is massive. Whenever the chains are off cooldown, I'm seeing him run back into the fight, throw out his Blood Devo, buff his team, be disruptive. And again, like, none of those things are going to show up numbers-wise, but you can see the absolute obnoxious impact that this role is having in terms of both supporting his team and just tossing people out of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Privateers got shoved into a corner there. Infamy collapses down. They are just not going to let them have this cap. Crappy did what he could. Beck did what he could as well. As we tick down to the 2-minute mark, I fear that time has run out for Privateers. Not the best day. They did get a cap down, surprisingly enough. Another W. Crappy, it looked like, on that point right there. A rough day for the Privateers Alliance. All 3 of their Alliance guilds that played today are going to be knocked down to the losers bracket. Surely not all 3 of them will be knocked out of the losers in the first round as well, but they fought their hearts out. You love to see it. Privateers certainly putting up a crazy good fight against Infamy. Infamy, again, seated very highly in the tournament, known as one of the stronger guilds in Throne and Liberty. So to give them this much of a fight, I think speaks volumes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Privateers had some legitimately impressive pushes. You know, even that first engage kind of surprised me. I thought that it was a blunder the way that they split like that, but they ended up getting some pretty good value out of it. Unfortunately, Infamy was able to kind of adjust and adapt to that, and it looks like they were able to just plant their feet on the ground from there on out.
Yeah, with 59 seconds left on the clock, there is a cap currently running for Privateers, but unless Infamy just chooses to leave the point, there is no way they're going to get there in time, and Infamy is certainly not letting off the gas pedal at this point. It is full speed ahead to round 2 as they shut the door on the Privateers cap one more time. Infamy expresses dominance in the first round of this tournament, certainly looking very good up against honestly, their opponents for round 2 have got to be sweating a little bit watching this. I'm not sure. I don't have the bracket right in front of me. I'm not sure exactly who they will meet in the next round of the tournament, but with 20 seconds left on the clock, they will certainly make it through this one.
Yeah, congratulations to Infamy, but absolutely good fights to both teams. We saw some really good back and forth action there, and man, some of these matches are a lot closer than I thought. Even Privateers themselves, who run the NA East Guild spreadsheet, rank themselves lower than Infamy, but you know, they were able to put up a substantial contest there.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at the leaderboards, you see Jinsu from Privateers coming in with that Cordy spin, so really overperforming with that Cordy to come in at number 3. But Wayland on a Wand Dagger at number 2 on kills for Infamy. We've only saw that once yesterday. We saw a top fragger from EU have Wand Dagger, but we don't see that very often. What an absolute Gigachad. Leo on the Spear Dagger, 51 kills, damage dealt 4.8 million for Feldrock for Privateers, and this is how close it was, guys. Gensu and Feldrock, both the top 2, both Privateers member, and they ended up going down here. Damage taken 1.6 million on the side of Pink Uni, and then Max for Infamy, Alpaca and Blue Rhino and Lloyd for Privateers coming in next on them. 25.2 million, the highest for Cozy's. This is what wins Infamy the match. Look how dominant the leaderboard is. Cozy's, Rixon, White Ranga, Soft, Dubious, Shifu, Dawn, Bud, Valensky, and Barbie almost closing out the front page for the healers for Infamy, and that is what makes the difference. The healer diff is crazy. Corinne, the only healer on the front page for Privateers.
Yeah, if you look at the damage dealt here, it's actually pretty back and forth. You already pointed out the top 2 damage dealers were both in Privateers. The next 3 spots go to Infamy, and then it's back to Privateers again. Kind of 50-50 on damage, and yet when you look at kills, there's such a discrepancy, and that does come down, honestly, like you said, to healing difference. If both teams are dishing out similar amounts of damage, but one team is getting twice as many kills, that has to do with support.
Yeah, absolutely it does. Let's take a look at one of the better engages that we saw in that match. You commented on it once before. It didn't look like it was going to be super successful. Look at Privateers reaching out around in this courtyard. Both guilds trying to basically do a yin-yang structure right here, but the Privateers flankers actually come around the side. If you look at the right side of your screen, you see the Privateers flankers on that right side doing such a good job when the main ball engage comes down. Infamy actually does get a kill feed themselves, but a beautiful engage coming out on the side of Privateers to start that fight off. Really, really cool, and it speaks to how vibrant and alive that guild actually is when you see them all working together. It's just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I think that first push they had was by far the best, and you know, it surprised us, and I think it surprised Infamy too, because you had that small pocket of Privateers over in the side that ended up doing a lot of work and really getting getting that fight initiated.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to keep things moving, so we're going to move right on to the next match here. Tyr versus MiHoYo. Tyr is here to make a statement. One of the favorites to win the entire tournament. Lots of beef with Supple as well, and a lot of some of the better BDO players in Tyr as well. Here to make a statement on behalf of their various communities here. They represent the Ivory server. F's in chat for Bricked. They ended up going down before the tournament started, but it's Tyr, Hellowing, and Exodus together at least. I'm not sure who they filled out the 4th member of their alliance with, but they believe they're the 2nd strongest alliance on the server. Their best in guild T1 finish was 4th with 5 siege wins so far. These guys are them with a capital T. I'll let you introduce MiHoYo.
Yeah, Tyr, absolutely. A lot of my old, Brick friends are playing with him now as well. I think that they're going to do great. As far as MiHoYo, it looks like they consider themselves to be 3rd in terms of their alliance and also 3rd in terms of their rank in the alliance. But they predict that they are going to be in the top 10. So despite, ranking themselves pretty humbly in terms of both guild and alliance strength, top 10 means that they're going to have to at least get past this round here against one of the strongest guilds in the entire NA East scene. So we'll see if that prediction pans out.
Yeah, I will tell you right now, we saw Cursed play earlier today, and you saw how strong they were. MiHoYo themselves may be 3rd in the alliance, but Seraph and Seraphim are not actually in the tournament, if I remember correctly. So they can pull from some pretty strong guilds. Seraph and Seraphim are absolutely super strong guilds, so I wouldn't count them down and out here. But Tyr, I think, is here to make a statement on this side of the bracket. We will see, though. I'll let you cover picks and bans as you used to be a member of Tyr here. I'll let you do the honors. All right, you were a member of Bricked, I guess, yeah.
I was, yeah. But it looks like MiHoYo won the toss and wanted to pick, so Tyr banned Manticus, Dwagon, Kawazan, and Malakar. And the pick for this match is going to be a dentist.
We have not seen a dentist across all 3 regions quite yet. This is the first time we have actually seen a dentist played. This can be a very one-sided match, and honestly, we're gonna have to count on you, Moreland, to see some of what's going on kind of on the outside, maybe like where people are regrouping on the outside as well, and what the top DPS of each fight is. As far as Cordy users goes, MiHoYo has 1 Cordy user called Faint Smitle. And then there are 2 Cordy users on the side of Tier. That is Strex and Doodoo Dogwater. On the other side, so interesting name there. So definitely names to watch. Very excited to see a dentist, as you're going to be basically chained up in the walls. I remember the old conflict bosses on a dentist. This is very different though. Fighting for the stone on a dentist can be extremely difficult with the rooftops that you have to deal with, and the close quarter combats on the low ground. The walls constantly are a threat, but you don't want to commit too many people to the various rooftops either. And we're seeing the guilds finally come out here as the match begins. Look, there's Vert right there. Oh my gosh, my boy Moreland. There's one of your old friends right there.
So many familiar names, man. It's actually crazy to see, like, you know, half of my old guild up here in these red names. But yeah, I mean, look at them already getting set up on the objective, ready to go, taking the roofs, taking the floor, looking in every direction. They have a couple scouts off to the side. There are a lot of different angles you can approach this fight, and visibility isn't always great. So they are going to have a couple scouts in every direction. We'll see how MiHoYo wants to actually approach this.
Yeah, they've just let Tier just set up shop on the Riftstone, and this is a super dynamic Riftstone. This is one of the most common Riftstones we saw chosen in the T1 Best in Guild tournament. But ironically enough, this is the first time we've seen it chosen here. So guilds definitely not favoring this one, especially not getting there. I've seen it banned a couple times, but we have not seen MiHoYo actually spawn in yet. They might be all praying the rosary together. Before they spawn in with one another, but Tier certainly well positioned around the map right now as the rosary beads are being used on the side of MiHoYo.
Yeah, well, I don't know where they're deciding to approach this from, but it's gonna be tough in any direction. I expect that they're, I don't know, gonna try to spawn in at the end and do something surprising, but here we go. We're starting to see them now over towards Portal 1.
All right, so Portal 1, yep, there's the spawn in. They wanted to be careful about how they spawn in. They know that Tier is a very dangerous guild. Now they're all moving together towards the point. You can see them closing in on the objective right now. Surely Tier has scouted this. They're going to move over towards the church rooftop and then fly across towards Bell Tower right now. Get pulled down to the low ground.
They're coming in fast.
Yeah, coming in hot, coming in fast. McDanky, really bold, diving in as a Crusader on that front line right there. The first people diving across is T. Gets knocked down to the low ground right there, though. But Axbot running into the middle, asserting dominance in the middle of MiHoYo right now is Axbot right there. Tier certainly looking pretty good in the feed so far. But again, MiHoYo doing a pretty solid job of trying to lock down these high ground spots. Somehow got on this... I don't even know how this guy got up here, to be honest with you, but he knows the tech all the way up top. Never mind, gets pulled down immediately. He tried. He did try, to his credit. I thought that was pretty gamer, but sadly not going to find it right there. And Tier cleaning up shop on MiHoYo on the first push.
Man, from a macro perspective, that really looked good from MiHoYo's point of view. They came in quickly. Tier didn't really see them early enough to react. They were able to get a good position up above the cap, but from there it kind of just fell apart, pushing onto the next roof. They spread out a little bit too much, and it just didn't look like they were able to capitalize. But I'm kind of surprised, because that initial position that they took was probably the best option that was available to them.
Yeah, Massless, actually an old BDO streamer and then turned Throne and Liberty streamer. Once Throne came out, Mac just went down. He's playing. Oh no, he's actually still alive. He just went invisible. or I lost him for a second. Yeah, he's actually playing Great Sword Dagger. Interestingly enough, a difficult thing to make work for your composition. You don't want too many of them, but it's got the highest single target damage in the entire game. So if you can find those priority targets, it can be very, very good for your team there. So we'll see if he can lock those down. I've lost, I don't know where Vert actually is right now, but I'd love to see him. Look at all the high ground firing from Tier Eternal, just free firing right now. Oh, hits, tried to stop him.
I've got Vert's perspective up on the roof right now.
Okay, so we have the Vert perspective up on the bell tower rooftop there, doing what he can. Oh, hits, just getting knocked down by Orangutan. That's another Great Sword Dagger user right there, and that's a perfectly played Great Sword Dagger right there, locking down a priority target on the outside of the fight. Kurai, can he get a heal before he goes down? He desperately needs one ticking down right now. No one there to help him, sadly. Jesse, where were you, Jesse? Right there. He said, please heal me. Jesse says, sorry, bro, nothing I can do. Let him go down, sadly, on the side of MiHoYo. But, you know, it is what it is. You can't save them all at the end of the day. Tichu fighting it out on the low ground right now. But, boy, that kill feed looks awful Tier favored.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, a lot of these players that are in Tier have been playing together since BDO or since other games. These are guys who really know how to coordinate. They really understand how each other plays. When it comes to Vert's static, when it comes to Masilis' static, these guys know what to expect from each other. They have really clean comms, and they just have a lot of practice playing together. It's going to be difficult to deal with players that have, you know, that much history together.
Yeah, really, really tough for them to deal with that at all as they just keep diving in. This is the Cho Nation. These are like basically some of the top tier. For those of you that don't know the lore, Cho Nation was the top guild in North America for about 5 or 6 years. Some would say the top guild in the world, overwhelmingly dominant in Black Desert Online. Came to Throne and Liberty and have seen wild success in Throne and Liberty, but not the top guild in Throne. Always Supple standing in the way there. And here again, like I said, they are here to make a statement. They will meet Supple in the bracket later on in the tournament, assuming they are able to make it through. They are about to get this first cap down. They do secure it for them. No surprise there, as MiHoYo really struggling to find something.
Yeah, and, you know, MiHoYo, they keep taking good positions near the point, but they just can't really seem to capitalize on it. Even with the high ground over the objective, Tier is just not really phased. They've seen a lot of shields, seeing a lot of buffs, seeing a lot of really good heals, and they're kind of just untouchable right now playing around this stone.
Yeah, right now there's one static holding up all of MiHoYo. This is crazy. Mitten, Lemon Squeeze, Wando as well, although he's bugging out. He's roaching out over there, but Lemon Squeeze, the only one left alive. Look how many people they were able to hold up right there, as finally MiHoYo gets a regroup down there up on church rooftops. Now Tier waiting on the low ground to greet them if they move down there. Invulnerable, another streamer in the category, probably live right now, looking really good for his guild in the tournament so far. Crusader out in front helping represent Tier as well, looking super good. Mods, if we can get a shout out for Invulnerable GG as well as Vert, that would be, oh, we already got Vert, I think. That'd be great. There's the dive down onto the rooftop right there for MiHoYo, doing what they can, but oh my gosh, Tier is just all over the place, cleaning them up, winning the 1s and 2s, winning the 1v1s, winning with their small statics, and it's just a slaughter.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the most bloodthirsty groups of players, if not the most bloodthirsty group of players that you will ever see. There is a lot of individual player skill here. It can be kind of difficult to call for a group like this because there's so much individual confidence that a lot of these guys will kind of just do whatever they think is best, but they actually have, you know, kind of the ability to back that up to some degree. And so given that autonomy, they are just going to absolutely thirst and hunt for those kills. These guys want to be top on the leaderboard. They want to be top in the tournament, and they're not going to hesitate. If they see enemy players, they're going to be jumping on it before the shot caller even has a chance to queue down.
Yeah, they have. These guys are not used to. Oh my god, did Vert just jump me into a bell tower? Oh, thank goodness. I was able to lock onto somebody else. Vert literally jumped into the bell tower and locked me in the bell tower. Last time I follow him around on this one, T out in front for his for Tier here, and honestly doing a great job of it. Pretty much everybody from Tier doing their job perfectly on this one. Absolute cinema on behalf of Tier. Again, these guys are not used to losing. They were the top guild in BDO. At least a lot of them were the top guilds in BDO for 5 or 6 straight years. They did not like the fact that they lost the T1 tournament and went down. They placed very highly in it. But you know, there's no shame in losing like that, but they do feel that there is some shame, so they're back now with a vengeance, and sadly they're taking that out on poor MiHoYo, who is doing their best, I'll be honest with you, but it's very difficult to make anything happen. Good people firing from the high ground over here, though, from the bell tower.
Yeah, I saw a few MiHoYo try to spawn over at 3, but a tier static went over there and just completely demolished them and then rotated right back. I'm following what I believe is one of their kill squads right now with Chipotle, Burrito, and Competitive. They are cycling back and forth between a couple of the respawn points and just obliterating anyone who's spawning in. These guys are going to move really fast. A lot of dagger players. They're going to have that assassin step passive up, and this map isn't so big that they can't lock down multiple spawn points at once. So they're just going to completely grief MiHoYo on this particular spawn point, and then once MiHoYo rotates to another spawn point, they're going to rotate with him.
Yeah, heal me going down there as the gladiator that he was. Please heal me, he says. Chemo Curator over here as well, doing his best on the point. So MiHoYo tanks trying to get onto the point, but really just struggling to make anything happen as we tick down below the 10-minute mark. It's a very one-sided match here as Tier, like I said, man, they're out here with a vengeance. They're here to make it through to round 2. Sadly, somebody had to fight them. That is just how the bracket ends up being. You're going to have in the first round, you might have a few people that get knocked down. That's why there is a loser's bracket in this tournament to allow guilds another chance potentially so that they don't get knocked out by Supple or Tier in the first round of this one. But
Lemon once again fighting 1v50. Okay, he finally went down. I was going to have you grab that camera because that was just insane how long this guy can live with a whole guild hitting him.
Oh, Tenzuro finding a good kill there. That's perfect. Great sword dagger play right there on the outside. Again, you want to look for small engagements. You want to look for 1s and 2s that you can lock down to the best of your ability. Oh, Yoro getting locked down now. Oh my goodness, but Tenzuro left him in the dust. Can he make anything happen all by his lonesome with 4 or 5 tier members all around him? I don't think he's going to be able to do anything right now. Does decide to stealth and get out of there to the best of his ability. Netero on the low ground doing what he can as a healer on the side of MiHoYo, but it's very difficult to position correctly when your guild is dying this quickly. Breeze picks up a quick kill on behalf of MiHoYo. They do get a cap down, so it will not be a complete shutout on the side of Tier. So MiHoYo showing a little bit of strength right there, making it through. And I gotta say, the resiliency to keep coming out, the resiliency to keep fighting as a guild in a situation like this cannot be understated.
Yeah, you know, MiHoYo's doing a good job of taking this high ground repeatedly, and Tier has not, other than that kill squad, they have not really pushed out very far. But even with that high ground advantage, they just don't quite have enough range up there to create the pressure on the objective that they need. I'm seeing a lot of MiHoYo jump down, maybe a little bit preemptively, and kind of just get blendered. Maybe if they establish themselves a little bit more on that high ground, try to get some kills and work their way in, that may have some more success. But at the same time, they could just catch a Tier flank if they linger for too long.
Yeah, exactly. Kug over here actually doing a great job on behalf of MiHoYo. Has not been locked down yet, and honestly has a huge high ground advantage up here. Again, the staff dagger just putting down a crazy amount of damage. You can see every time he throws down a skill, he's getting chunks out of Tier here. Sadly, not putting is putting a dent in it, but it's just not enough. I'm sure he's going to be noticed here. Oh, there we go. Axbot finally pulls him down. He says, "Get over here, you." Good play. And then they chain pull him to the low ground. The coordination for Tier right there. What a cool play to see them chain pull to the low ground like that. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, those chains are really going to be taking away the high ground if you're stepping up towards that ledge. I just saw another chain hook go out, grabbing a bunch of people off that cliff right into the blender. So even if they wanted to post up, those tanks are just going to make it really, really difficult for them to do that.
Yeah, and if we look back at some of our other matches for today, again, we had our last match. We had Gwenchana win. We had INFAMY win. Velocity won. That means, honestly, Velocity versus INFAMY in round 2 is going to go really hard. That's going to be really cool. And then you have Supple Abyss immediately fighting Dwagon. That's going to be a crazy matchup as well. You look over at Toxic winning round 1. They're going to go into Supple. That's going to be a really tough match for them. Cursed moving through, and certainly will fight the winner of Toxic versus Supple there. But again, yeah, some great matches here. This is only the first half of round 1 for NA East on this one. The other half will be on Saturday. We have one more match to go for today with 5.5 minutes or so left on the clock. It does look like the tier is going to convincingly pick up this round, Marlon.
Yeah, absolutely. The round 2 of NA East is going to be just utterly insane. I mean, there's so many of these guilds, the history, the beef, the trash talk, you know, people playing against each other, people being part of the same guild, and then the guild splits and now they're enemies. There's just so much drama baked into each one of these fights. I think a lot of people are going to be highly invested in the outcome of these upcoming matches.
These guilds have been chat PvPing each other. Oh my God, big pull right there. Oh my goodness. On behalf of tier, these guilds have been chat PvPing each other for months now, and they have not been able to really fight each other in a head-to-head like this, and all of them think that they are the strongest guild in North America, or at least stronger than the people that they are chat PvPing. And so finally, we're going to see the rubber meet the road in this tournament. And it's not just one single round knockout. If you do end up losing, you go down to the losers bracket, you will have another chance. So there's a good chance we're going to see these guilds meet again in the losers bracket. The NA East bracket certainly looking like one of the most competitive brackets that we have overall. Certainly not in round 1. We've had a couple shutout rounds so far, but you're going to have that when you have a lot of really top tier guilds and you have a lot of really bottom or mid to bottom tier guilds enter the tournament. There's always got to be that first round. That's why there's the losers bracket, to try to help people kind of compete a little bit more accurately with each other. So we should see a pretty competitive losers bracket, and then the winners bracket should be absolute cinema. Who do you have winning Supple Abyss versus Dwagon? I'm curious.
Oh man, I mean, look, as a member of Supple Abyss, I gotta go with my boys. We did have a war game against Dwagon recently, though, in which they had a very strong showing. So if I'm being honest, I think it's you're getting rolled. I think it's a coin toss, man. I think it really could go either way.
Okay, buddy, Dwagon, I got you. I'll put it down on there. I think Dwagon's gonna come up with that win against Supple Abyss, man. I have seen VODs of both guilds. I think Dwagon might just have it, but we will see on that one.
I can tell you that the Supple guys really do not like losing, and any mistakes that they made in that recent fight with Dwagon are absolutely being ironed out in the time between then and the upcoming match.
Ooh, so you're telling me Dwagon won then? With no uncertain terms, Dwagon did win the war game.
I think I wasn't there, but I think that is what happened.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. I was gonna say, all right.
I mean, if I was there, you know.
Yeah, you're the difference, clearly. For sure. I'm curious if you'll be able to play in the next round if Supple is going to be fielding. I know that they're, like you said, they do not like losing, and I got to respect it, because honestly, if you remember Supple's history as a guild, they had a disastrous, I think it was third siege, where they were stuck standing on point 3, and they were the laughing stock of basically the entire community, only to have their leadership core shine through so strong, come back the next week and beat all of those same guilds with a super epic turnaround in the throne room. Just such a cinema play. Out strategized the enemy guilds and come back and won, and then came out and won the T1 Best in Guild tournament as well. Just super good arc as a guild. So definitely really resilient. I have a lot of faith in their leadership core, but I think, again, Supple Abyss being that B team, I think that Dwagon's bringing the A game that day.
Yeah, no, they absolutely will. But I mean, Supple, I think one of the things that stands out about them, a lot of these top tier guilds, if they take a few losses in a row, it really ends up badly for them. A lot of people that are used to winning every match, if they start to lose for a week or two, they'll just quit the game. They'll quit the guild. They'll look for where the grass is greener. With Supple, you got to hand it to these guys. When they lose, they just lock in, they study VODs, and they always come back stronger afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how you get better. You don't get any better by just taking a loss and saying, well, nothing we could do, GG. They must have been just more geared, nothing we can do. You just never improve like that. But these guilds, man, that they don't take no for an answer. They're going to review every single little thing. They're going to come to you. If you're making any mistakes, they're going to see it. And now we've got the bird's eye view on the whole thing, so they're not going to miss a second of the action. Invulnerable, not much to do in this round, although I think next round it might be a little tougher on him into the next round of this tournament here.
Yeah, a lot of these guilds are going to take this round 1 as a bit of a warm-up, but round 2 is going to have a much different matchup for them, and they're really not going to be able to get lazy or complacent at all here.
Yeah, they might. They're going to be up against Release in the next round of this tournament. I'm looking over at the bracket right now. So again, you got Velocity versus INFAMY. Let's talk about that match a little bit based on what we saw today. I got to say Velocity had a much stronger showing, but that could just be because INFAMY had a stronger opponent. So who do you feel is going to win that match? That's going to be close as well.
I think it's going to be close. Velocity, they have a little bit of a different comp than a lot of the other guilds, and so I'm not sure how quickly people will be able to adjust to the heavy spear dagger comp. It might not be the most difficult thing in the world to counter if people are ready to counter it, but it is kind of unique in the NAE scene. Beyond that, I just think that Velocity does one of the best jobs of any guild right now of just protecting and keeping their DPS alive, even their glass cannon DPS. I've been really impressed at how they're able to support them. And that could be something that's really hard for these guilds to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's take a look at these leaderboards. Tier coming up with that victory. Good fights to MiHoYo, though. We'll see them again in the losers bracket. They certainly looked very organized in that match right there. Super resilient. They did manage to find a cap, even against a guild as strong as Tier, so they were able to at least get that down. Competitive, Rarkar, Zan Princess, the top 3 defeats in that lobby. Mac down there at the bottom. Assists wise, Carium, Rarkar, Lemon Squeeze, Pump It, and Jacob for Tier coming out on top for assists at 167 right now. Damage dealt, that's the one that everybody loves to look at, is Carium, Rarkar, Eternal, Zan Princess, Pump It, and Strikex, and then Doo-Doo Dogwater in that order again, all for Tier on that one. And again, you're looking at a, honestly, Gladiator coming in at number 2, but a Spear Dagger coming in for Carium at number 1 is no surprise there. Rarkar coming in at Gladiator at number 2. Number 3, a Bow Staff user for Eternal. That guy is gaming. Another Bow Staff user for Pump It. Oh, man. Okay, so honestly, look at this composition. Look all the way down here. You see an Invocator, Doo-Doo Dogwater. Again, that high on the leaderboards. You just don't see that very often. Damage taken over on MiHoYo. McDanky, no Wi-Fi. Walk by Faith, Chemo Crusader, Euro Cabby, and Outlaw Vibe, all at the top of the leaderboards. 1.36 million damage taken for the top one there. 35.8 million damage heal. I think that's the highest on the day for Massive right there. So an amazing healer on Tier. Edmund and Alpacal, there are the top 3 healers of the lobby. Not the closest match we've seen, but I think that MiHoYo will be thankful it's a 2-stage tournament for them.
Yeah, I don't actually think Doo-Doo was playing Invocator there. He might have swapped at the last second.
It's possible, but I can't just assume anything. I don't want to. It's possible. He may have swapped at the last second. He's trying to hide the tech. He's got to hide the tech from his opponents.
Well, the tech is Cordy, so I think, most people are familiar with what he's doing.
Is he one of the Cordys? Sorry, I lost track of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was running Cordy. He's like, no, seriously, Invocator. For sure. Running that in that match right there. So, honestly, I'm curious, the Tier boys, did they live up to your expectations?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I played with these guys before and against a lot of them. These are familiar names to me. Following around, competitive and some of these guys in the outskirts, it doesn't surprise me how many kills they got. These guys know how to play together. They know how to stay alive. They know how to push themselves, in situations that look dangerous where you think you're going to get them, but as soon as their health hits 20%, their healers just pocket them and put them right back up to full, and then you are on the ground. And they're just going to do that over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. We're on to the last match of the day, which should be a certified banger. It is Can't Press Q, and for the first time participating in the tournament is Hellowing. Now, I'll introduce Hellowing on this side. These guys were the first people to make a meme montage video about me. When we were in Reassembled, I was like, we're in the strongest alliance on the server. We're definitely one of the strongest guilds here. And then they dropped on our Riftstone and absolutely turbo farmed us Like, we were total butt cheeks, man. I'm telling you. So props to them. They were a really strong guild back then. They've died and resurrected themselves about 8 times since then. So interestingly enough, I'm not sure how strong they are right now. I would assume they're still pretty strong. Server Ivory in the Tier and Exodus Alliance. They believe that they're rank 1 on the server. I think that Supple has something to say about that. But Siege is 1-4 so far. And again, Supple is butt cheeks. It's okay. I'm butt cheeks too. It is what it is. I'll let you introduce Can't Press Q.
Yeah, Can't Press Q, putting them at number 1 in their alliance. And with allies like Dwagon, Flex, I don't think they're with Infamy anymore, but even if just compared to Dwagon and Flex, if Can't Press Q really believes that they are stronger than those 2 guilds, that is quite the claim. Those are both very, very strong guilds. And, you know, I think that this match, Helloing has had some, they've had some merges and some, you know, things like that. So it's hard to say what kind of state that they're in right now, but they have definitely historically been a very strong guild. As far as Can't Press Q, it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys pan out. Their chat PvP says top 69th. I do think that they will be able to achieve that, considering that there's not quite 69 competitors, but you know, maybe they'll be able to go a little bit further if they are actually the strongest guild in that Snowboard Alliance.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they did say on the forum, they said they were number 1 or number 2 they felt in the alliance, and I have personally shot called for the CPQ boys before. They were allied with us, with our guild briefly, and they did with Thunder, if you will. I'm not gonna say the other half of the guild name, but Thunder. We were allied with Thunder for that siege, and they were eating in that siege. These boys know how to play the game. They are no slouch. So let's talk about pick ban, because it is very interesting this time. We see Helloing 1. They chose to pick Can't Press Q banned, CPQ banned Dwagon, Grand Alon, Kawazan, and Manticus. The choice. And for the first time today, we get to see my personal favorite map. We're going to Morokai, baby.
Yeah, an absolute classic map. Spawn points that are, you know, practically on top of the objective. Nice little cliff to hang out on. Anyone who did war games in Tier 1 has probably played this map a million times. I'm sure both of these guilds are going to be extremely familiar with it. And, you know, with both of these guilds claiming to be the strongest guild and the strongest alliance on their respective servers, I think this is going to be the match of the night, Blue.
I think it might be too. And before it's a blowout for one team or another, please God, no. I really want to see these 2 guilds go head to head with each other. Let's talk about the Cordy users real quick. There are 2 on each team. Ari and Tubu on Helloing, and Scorpion and X-April on Can't Press Q. Morokai the first. Honestly, EU loves this map. NA West refuses to play this map. And NA East, I know it was one of the favorite maps in the first tournament. This is the first time we're seeing it in this tournament, in the Talandre tournament now. Yeah, we are in the match right now. We're going to go over to the live scene as I pan over. Sadly, the spectators spawn in basically Narnia here, so you kind of have to work your way over. It does look like the Can't Press Q might already, nope, not quite spawned in yet right now. Oh my goodness, there's an all-out brawl already happening. I got here. Oh my goodness, it is an all-out bare knuckle brawl. It does look like that Helloing is getting the better of CPQ on the first engage, but it looks like I think they were spawned in first, Morlin, so I wouldn't take this for too much, let's take this one with a grain of salt, because when half your guild spawns and then the other guild has all of their guild there, you're just gonna get rolled, then the other half of your guild spawn, you get wiped off.
Yeah, again, we're seeing this over and over again with these early matches. If you're going to spawn in on a map like this, you can kind of guess that, you know, Portal 1 is probably where the other team is going to spawn. If you're going to take that one as well, everybody's got to be ready. You got to know that there's going to be a fight 2 seconds after you get there. You can't be caught off guard on these first encounters. Yeah,
absolutely. Helloing trying to basically shut the door on them right away, and that's it. That's what I'm saying, is if you wipe them initially, there's a big feed on the side of CPQ right there, showing some life. Another big feed right there, showing some life for CPQ right there. Like I said, as they get their feet more underneath them here, I think they were caught unawares, and it's so important to win that first engagement, because then you start snowballing super hard. We've talked today about how snowbally large-scale PvP can actually be, because if you start wiping them initially, all of your statics are all spawning together, all of your statics are at full health, and they're coordinating together, they're calling out targets, versus the other statics, which are all dying at different times. They can't get ready set, right? So it looks like, it does look like CPQ is going to back off here and try to regroup.
Yeah, and I think that's the right call. If you do have that kind of sloppy initial spawn in, your best bet is to kind of just bail and pick a new spot to regroup earlier rather than later. You don't want to be fighting on the respawn and trickling in 30 seconds before the objective comes out. You want to get that out of the way nice and early.
Well, hold that thought as HelloWing just runs right up and meets them. Brandonger, I believe B-Dong is Brandonger, leading the way for HelloWing right there. Holy smokes. I do not want to be in the way of that guy right now. What an engage right there. That is not good for CPQ. CPQ had a good spread on it. They were ready set right there. I'm not sure. Again, I don't think it was that they were caught off guard. I think HelloWing just pushed through them. That was absolutely rough for Can't Press Q. Looks like Throne on the backside of this fight here. Looks like he's pushing through as the Crusader on this side. Ari as well. Look at that. What is that? Crossbow SNS. Okay, so Ari must be, one of our, this is one of our corner users right here getting prepped up and ready to go on the side of HelloWing. If we look at the leaderboards very quickly, I assume, okay, it's a little HelloWing favor, but you can see Can't Press Q is managing to get in here. Keep in mind, HelloWing at one time was considered to be one of the strongest squads, like singular squads in North America. Certainly one of the strongest, and definitely are still. Damage taken certainly dominating for CPQ as they've just taken a lot of pain so far. HelloWing's healers dominating at the top of the leaderboard. Cammy, Jukes, Simp for me, Hayes, and Grin, not Sauron as well, doing great jobs as healers right now. Ari running around basically free casting on with this Cordy here, ready to go at a moment's notice to just jump in, Morlin.
Yeah, and shout out to Hayes, my old static healer from all the way back in the early Bricked days, and from Ethereum. Looks like he's still putting up some numbers there for HelloWing. I've still got Ari's perspective here. Just got another big spin-off. I watched 4 or 5 people just kind of melt right in front of him there. This guy's been playing Cordy for a little while now, knows where to be, and his team knows how to back him up as well.
Yeah, and it looks like HelloWing backing up to the point right now as the objective's about to open up in 30 seconds. So still being mindful of that objective. That's what makes these guys so strong. I'll be honest with you. I think the big surprising part of HelloWing is people just don't know who these people are or where they're from. They just came out of nowhere and they are overwhelmingly strong. It was very depressing to see HelloWing not show up in the T1 tournament initially, but it's so cool to see them represent here. Look at this engage that HelloWing is setting up. Looks like Can't Press Q is trying to get away from this side of the engage. The terrain is cooking me. Look at that flank come in on the side for HelloWing. They take the grapple to the high ground, but there's 2 statics waiting for them up there as well. A disastrous engage for Can't Press Q right there as HelloWing was waiting in the woods for them. They just came out of the woodwork, if you will, came down and across, and as they took the grapple, they had people waiting on the grapple. They came down, they swept out below the grapple. Perfectly played for HelloWing right there, showing dominance.
Yeah, that grapple can be a little bit of a bait. You're kind of just open when you're going up, you're open for a second when you land. If you're gonna make that grapple play, you're gonna need a little bit of space, and HelloWing didn't give them any space at all there.
Yeah, Can't Press Q picking up a couple kills as they skirmish right now. And to be clear, there are 2 people on the point for both teams right now. So Can't Press Q, although they're getting pushed back and it's very one-sided towards HelloWing, if I pan over toward the point itself, this is where the real battle is. It is a straight up 2v2 on the point. It is 1 healer and 1 tank versus 1 healer and 1 tank, and you can see this pool noodle fight going on right now. But very critically enough, Can't Press Q is doing a great job of keeping them from capping this point. Basically, again, they had to send another member back, which is frustrating for them. Finally, they just stepped right off. HelloWing just sent 1 more member, and that's beautiful by HelloWing. Good response. Don't want to overreact to who is on the point. Again, that was a skill check by Can't Press Q to see if they would overreact and send more people back to go cap the actual point. But no, just one person is called out to go back. That's exactly what you expect out of a top tier guild. These guys could go on to potentially win the whole thing. This looks really good for Hellowing.
Yeah, I'm still following Ari, one of the helloing Cordies, and I have not seen a low value spin yet. Every 30 seconds, this guy is hitting a fat clump and just disintegrating 5, 6, 7 people. Again, he's been playing this for a while. He knows what to do. He's got the support, and rarely am I seeing him step out of position or waste that spin. He's getting a lot of value for every single one of these, just not a single bad spin yet.
Interestingly enough, as dominant as Hellowing has been here, they have not been able to actually secure the point quite yet. And now we have Can't Press Q actually managing to get a fair presence toward the point. They have the high ground advantage on the high ground, but that means that they just don't have enough people quite on the point. And this is the interesting thing about Morokai, is if you take high ground advantage, like where we see Serial is right now, you're not actually contributing to the point overall, but you do have more damage toward the point. So we're seeing CPQ prioritize that high ground advantage versus Hellowing do not care about the high ground. They just wanted to secure that objective. Now they're pulling people down off of that high ground, which is pretty cool to see. Beautiful play coming down right there, but CPQ showing some life, getting another cap down on the Rift Stone. So again, they got a cap down before just a moment ago to contest them. Now they've got another cap down, and they have secured the closest spawn point as they run in right now, able to put 13 people on the point right here. We'll see if anybody, no one is camping the point right now for Can't Press Q, so they're able to regroup and run back very, very quickly on this one. It looks like Potato right here on a wand dagger. Again, this is, I think, our third wand dagger that we've seen in this tournament so far. Oh my goodness. Gets jumped on, immediately goes invisible, though. That's the benefit of having that dagger equipped, as you can self-peel yourself as Ren's static comes up behind him to try to reinforce him just a little bit here. Ren coming in with a great sword dagger. Beautiful single target damage, but oh my goodness. Single target who gets blown up in his face right there. You got to be careful. You are not tanky on great sword dagger, just like that. Law on the high ground up here, trying to heal all of his allies from CPQ on the low ground to the best of his ability. The cap did get thwarted though, Morlin, so they're gonna have to try to recap this.
Yeah, I'm watching over towards Portal 1 now, and there is a crossbow player, Kirkland, who, you know, another seasoned kill squad player, just playing really far forward and catching these respawns. CPQ choosing to take that close spawn, and I don't know if it's working out for them, because these Hellowing kill squads are doing a great job of just eating these players as they come in with half health.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an all-out bare-knuckle brawl, but it's always Hellowing. Look at the kill feed on the right side of your screen. They're like Terminators, man. They just can't be stopped. It's like that Terminator 3 seed, man. Look at the leaderboard's damage dealt. It is a lot of Hellowing. Cordy Crossbow User is the name for Can't Press Q. Ironically enough, that's actually genius. His name is Cordy Crossbow User, but he's playing Staff Dagger so that people will target him as if he's got a Cordy crossbow if they don't recognize what his weapons actually are. Actually, very clever use of the name right there. Interesting that he secured that one. Damage taken definitely in favor of Can't Press Q, but Hellowing, again, look at the healers on Hellowing. Again, Can't Press Q healers just not given the time they need to heal, but Zyrewolf doing as good a job as he possibly can, making the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, and you know, that cliff, it's tempting, but it's so close to the objective and it's so exposed that if you try to take that high ground, in order to get line of sight on the people down below, you're pretty much just going to get hooked off. So you can play the high ground here, but you've got to have the numbers and you've got to be ready to kind of peel back when those tanks are looking at you. It's a lot tougher of a cliff to play than some of the other objectives that are a little bit higher or a little bit more back.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I'm now seeing a trend on Camp Rescue where this guy is named, again, we saw the Cordy Crossbow User. He's playing Staff Dagger. And then this guy's name is One Shotable, and he's playing Crusader. Funnily enough, because they're all trying to get them to focus them. You don't necessarily want to focus tank. Jokes actually does manage to get out alive. Beautiful heal right there to get back to full health by his healing squad right there. And his static crossbow dagger user, he needs to work the side of the fight. We'll see if he can make anything happen. Oh my goodness. Goes toe to toe with Elling. Gets healed one more time. His healer is an absolute GOAT. But I don't know if he gets healed again. What is going on with this guy? Scorpion in behind him as well. Jokes somehow managing to stay alive through all of this. A DPS is only as good as his healer can make him, and Jokes is doing his best, but honestly, he's just losing every 1v1 he steps into, but his healer says, no, you will live, my son. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and I finally just saw Kirk go down after the last 3 or 4 minutes of him just playing for free on the outskirts, eating up all of these respawns. So it looks like they were finally able to get some kind of reaction and lock him down. With that crossbow movement and those evasion builds, sometimes it just comes down to RNG. You got to take 3 or 4 shots at a crossbow player and just hope that one of those CCs lands so that you can finally get some follow-up.
Yeah, here's CPQ Stein. This is one of the healers on the side of Can't Press Q over here, and he is doing his best to position, but look at all the red around him. It's only a matter of time. He needs to get himself out of this position, and he knows it. He steps down to the low ground, but I think he just vaporized. Jaws, now great sword dagger user. This is not where you want to be as a great sword dagger. Instantly dead. You cannot be in the middle like that. You are not that tanky on great sword dagger. You just can't position in that way. Nagasaki moving up toward the high ground on that tank right there, moving in. Oh my goodness, look at the damage that Hellowing is putting down. I mean, you know that all of these guys have all of their gear swaps here. I know CPQ is also exceptionally geared as well, but Hellowing definitely coming out with the stronger gear set. They just look like they're doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, and again, just empowering these Cordy players. I haven't looked at the damage in a second, but it won't surprise me if we see Ari at the top. I'm following him again, and I expect that he's going to get another 5 or 10 stack here with how much yellow is in front of him. Positioning right next to the cliff. He's got a few tanks with him, and it's just the same thing over and over again. Bread and butter, dash in, get those pulls, and look how everyone around him just kind of disintegrates. He didn't even have a whole lot of support from his teammates there. That was basically just solo. When you see those neighboring tanks throw their chain hooks on top of that, it's even more devastating.
I believe D-Slime is he's actually number 3 in DPS. So as devastating as he is being, he's not even their top damage. He's not even the primary threat. There are 2 other people that are still pumping out more DPS than he is, and he's got the Cordy on. Which is pretty crazy. There's another cap coming down.
That is super crazy because I've just been watching him clean up. So the fact that he's in 3rd is overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely cooked, but Hellowing asserting dominance here, showing the world just how strong they are as a guild. And I'll be honest with you, if I'm looking at this, Hellowing looking pretty strong, man. I never doubted them for a second on this one. We've got... What is this guy doing? There's no way. I was going to say, there's no way he's standing AFK. No, it's good. He was just a little small union break, and he's back to it. Soju in the middle of everything as well. If that's the same Soju I know, he used to play in Black Desert Online as well. Sadly, gets taken down right there on behalf of CPQ, and the most of the fighting is on the high ground once again. Off the point as the point gets shut down one more time for CPQ. Hellowing just asserts more dominance on this point.
Yeah, and I was a little bit skeptical about Hellowing's strength just because of how many times their guild has split and merged, but you're totally right. They're looking extremely strong currently in this setup, and it would not surprise me if they kind of breeze past these next couple rounds and find themselves a spot in the final.
Oh my god. B kill is in Hellowing. You know, where there is B kill, there are other snake boys. One of the most iconic guild masters in Black Desert Online history in Hellowing right there. Unbelievable. Good to see him representing, coming in to represent those snake boys that everybody loves so much right there. But really cool to see him on the winning team of this one right now, because I think CPQ is running out of time. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. And honestly, these are some of the favorites to come out of the losers bracket so far today, Vert, I think.
Yeah, and I'm following some of these Hellowing DPS players, and man, they're not really even being threatened here. They're doing such a good job of playing with their statics, being safe, while at the same time finding enormous values, hitting these clumps exactly where they need to be. These are guys who have played together for a while. Despite all the splits and merges, their core is still very much intact, and these guys are playing together just super well right now.
Yeah, a lot of CPQ respawning and running back to the fight. They're only at half health, and they're just diving right in to try to get onto the point. You know the shot caller right now is definitely screaming, guys, get on the point. Dive through to the point, and they just can't. The barrage of damage the coming down is just a little too strong. Spartus comes up here to help his teammate who goes invisible. You hate to see that as a healer, because now you're the Honey went stealth to the low ground, left Spartus all alone. He was like, bruh, please, you come up here to heal him. He heals Franlix, desperately trying to keep him alive. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it, though. Franlix steps out of range. He's desperately trying to heal him. Couldn't get it done. Actually, no, he did get him. Just barely in range. Spartus trying to jump over the side, healing his buddy. Right now, it's a 2v1. And he says, my hill. Oh, my gosh. 13. The Giga Chad wall. My hill, get off of this, as 5 CPQ members try to step into him, and he says, absolutely not. You will not beat me on here. Franlix firing down to the low ground did live in that engage, so big W to his healer right there to keep him alive. The beautiful back and forth between the healer and DPS in large scale PvP in Throne and Liberty, just absolutely amazing to watch when you do get to witness it. Reroll Andy coming in. This is a seeker. Something tells me he hasn't rerolled too many times here on Helloing right now, but he's positioned in the corner, which actually seems like a bad position, but I'll be honest with you, he's got his back to a wall, and he's definitely able to heal a lot of people here with all of the support from his front lines. And the corny's sitting right next to him. He's in actually a great spot right there, despite previous assessment. The high ground right now, oh my goodness, big pull on the high ground. CPQ struggling to regroup anywhere right now with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, with 2 minutes left, I don't think that there's going to be much that can happen for CPQ here. Perhaps if they did one concentrated regroup and tried to change it up in the last minute, they can go for some kind of surprise, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Helloing is doing way too good of a job of just being solid, playing with their statics, and just not really letting their DPS get threatened in any way.
Yeah, absolutely. Helloing a dominant performance in the first minute, or the last minute and a half, rather, of this match here, coming out so strong for their guild, shutting the door just one more time. CPQ, honestly, to their credit, they did manage to try to cap the point like 4 or 5 times right there. And keep in mind, Hellowing did choose this match, so CPQ maybe not their first choice for a map into a team as strong as Hellowing like this, but they will move down to the losers bracket of this tournament. The second round of this tournament is going to be crazy, but don't forget, we still have the other half of the first half of the round 1 of the bracket to get through, Moreland.
Yeah, there are, NA East is very, very active still. There are a lot of competitive guilds, and even, some of the more casual or up-and-coming guilds have really stepped up to participate in this tournament. So, there were a ton of signups. We still have a lot of rounds left, and the further that we progress, the more spice and bad blood and history and drama that's going to start to crop up. So it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna get heated real quick in NA East right now, and I think that they're probably these guilds that lost today are very thankful there's a losers bracket. Those matches should be really, really close as well, so we should get to see every single guild show up and have a good showing in the tournament down there in the losers bracket. That's gonna get shut down. Hellowing on top. Look at that leaderboard. Holy moly, I don't think we've seen a front row shutout like that all night long, and into CPQ no less. Absolutely insane. Defeats 99 on D-Slime, Dabloya at 91, Ari at 82, Shield at 74, and Vanguards at 72. Over on the assist column, it's D-Slime, Vanguards, Dablo, D, Shield, Clarity, and Ari as well here. So again, a Templar making it into the top 4 with assists. Very impressive right there. Damage dealt 7.3 million damage. Keep in mind, these matches are 5 minutes shorter than NA West and EU, and he still got 7.3 million damage done on a spear dagger. A bow staff coming in at number 2 for Dabloya, and then Vanguard's coming in on a bow staff as well. Ari coming in at a crossbow SNS, which means, yeah, that is the corny user we were watching for a lot of the fight right there. Over 2 million damage taken from Hoopla and Zyrewolf right there. Zyrewolf, of course, the top healer of the lobby for Can't Press Q. If we move over here, there he is, the only healer on the front page. And Aside from that, it is a front row lockout for Hellowing on the front page. Cammy, Jukes, Not Sauron, Simp for Me, Grin, Hazed, Aza, Asa, Lychee, Light Ice, and Xyluna coming in to close out the front row for Hellowing. What a match for them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to hand it to some of these guys. 7.3 million. I don't care what class you're playing. Those are some crazy numbers to put up. Not to mention dabble with the Liberator build. I mean, it's still decent, but it's not the build that you expect to be number 2, putting up 5 million damage, passing up even the Cordy Spinner, playing, you know, what was a really strong build in T1, but it's kind of been replaced by things like, you know, Spear Dag or Staff Dag in Tier 2, and yet he's still performing at that same level that you would expect a Liberator to have performed at, you know, months ago when the meta was completely different.
Yeah, a little rough. I mean, it's tough match for CPQ, but I'll be honest with you, definitely still a super strong guild. So we're going to see them perform in the lower bracket. Let's take a look at the instant replay as we saw CPQ regroup right at the start of the match. But look how confident Hellowing just moves through the woods and systematically basically picks apart the entirety of CPQ, making it look easy. CPQ with a good spread. They look like they were ready, set, but just gets absolutely run over by Hellowing. A beautiful engage right there, and just so much confidence coming out for them. But good fights to both teams. I want to say the first people I want to thank are the people that helped make the entire tournament possible. Can we get some W's in chat for Amazon Game Studios, some WAGS's in chat, 1.3 million Lucent on the line. We have a lot of promotional support coming out of AGS for the tournament. We really appreciate all of that because the event would not be possible without them. And everyone is taking that AGSW because, let's be honest with you, this is the reason a lot of people are playing the game so actively right now, is to try to compete in a tournament like this. So cool to see this. This is the this is the very first and only time we have ever gotten to see a large-scale PvP tournament of anything close to this magnitude in any MMO period in the history of the game. So AGS making it all possible. W for them, Tico, Bojo, and everybody over in that office for supporting the first days of the tournament. For all of us here in the community, we really appreciate it. Certainly the most support I've gotten. Big W for my tournament directors as well. If we get everybody wave hi to Senior Chief Dragon and Lucy in the chat. They did a great job. There were a few lobbies that had to be remade. They did a phenomenal job of keeping the production rolling today and keeping the chat under control. Thank you to all the moderators in chat as well. Thank you so much, guys. I do want to turn over and thank Morlin especially. This is your first day shoutcasting like this. You did a great job for me, buddy. All of your expertise
Thanks,
coming in. It's an absolute, you're an absolute legend to be able to shoutcast alongside you. If you had told me 5 years ago that I'd be shoutcasting alongside Morlin in another category, I'd have laughed at you. So pretty cool. You want to give yourself a shout out real quick?
Yeah, Moreland TV on Twitch. I'll be streaming, you know, Throne. I'll be probably streaming tomorrow, covering the patch and everything else. You can find me on other platforms as well, YouTube guides, etc. You guys know where I'll be. Come by, ask me questions, hang out, and I'll see you guys around.
Right on. Yeah. And anyone else? Oh, the most important people, the community. Thank you all for coming out to participate in the tournament and coming out to watch the tournament. For all of you watching at home, it will be Throne and Liberty basically every single day for the next 3.5 weeks. Sadly, tomorrow is not one of those days. Pretty much every other day, it's going to be basically 6 days a week for 3.5 straight weeks with unique drops every single week. And then a unique title given away at the end. Squadron Commander given away to everybody that watches the tournament in that final week there. And you can watch it on any of the streams in the category. The drops are not unique to this one. So again, support your favorite creator and having the Invulnerable GG, Vert, Massless, again, Moralins here, and the other Little Fatty GG, all of the FR33 and everybody is Spid. Everybody that's shoutcasting with me, Shiku as well. Appreciate all of them. I'm glad the category is benefiting. Again, big WAGS right there. I'm going to go ahead and ask the chat. Chat, who would you like me to raid in the Throne and Liberty category so that we can try to help out the community a little bit more? And maybe if you haven't finished getting those drops for the day, you can go ahead and try to grab those. Tyga, Vert. Well, Vert played in the tournament. We rated Invuln yesterday. I don't think Vert... Is Vert live? Vert is live. All right, we'll go to Vert. He was in the tournament today. We rated Invuln yesterday, which is pretty cool. Oh, no, he went over to Odin, so... he went over to Odin. He's not in Throne anymore. It's okay. It's all right. So, he is out. We got Dank RNG. Invuln, again, I believe that we rated yesterday. Saiga, I believe, is in the tournament as well. Host him anyway. No, I want to keep... I'm trying to promote the Throne and Liberty tournament. Oh, we got Little Fatty GG is live. I'm going to hit up Little Fatty GG. He casted with me for NA West. I'm going to go ahead and hit him up right now. So give him a little bit of love over there, guys. Appreciate you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys again on Friday, where we're going to be back with more EU action. Guys, have a great rest of your evening.